What's up? I'm sorry, I'm not going to stop until I actually bring that back. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite memes of all time. Everybody's going to do it. You know, it's just that's going to be our trademark. So that is us. That's what we stand for. We hold on to the truth, and that's the truth. I'm telling you that much, brother. We are the Wandering Pilgrims. We're back again for another Sunday. We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk a bit. We're going to enjoy some conversations about the things that piss us off the most, and hopefully try not to piss each other off too much. There's so much this week. I mean, we covered so much ground last week. We even had a show in the middle of the week to cover some more stuff with our good buddy Drew Bowers, Mr. Nyah, stopping in. That was great. And I think the highlight of that show was, who keeps going? Nah. He's like, I'm Drew Bowers. Who the hell are you? So we got a nice proper introduction to our buddy Drew Bowers. Our bromantic buddy of Justin Fowler, Mr. Sam Squanch and his little honey there. I can see why Matthew might get a little over that.
Drew Bowers.
So, like, there's been a lot of stuff going on this week. Super huge Supreme Court decision, and I think that that Yohanan will have a lot to say about that, just because he was touching on that with how his idealism and his view of how reality emerges from our conceptualization, that actually impacts how this is playing out in the greater culture. And there's also the issue of redefining age-old traditions without actually taking a historical look at how things like this have an impact on the cultures that have historically embraced these things. So there's definitely that. I can't remember. Johnny, you remember some stuff that was mentioned this week?
No.
Well then. Well, in that spirit, I'm going to switch over to the other one. Hold on a second. I'm going to mute my mic. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. All right, I'm back on. So, like I was saying before we finally went live, I think that we, especially as Christians, have been taking a really backwards approach to this whole issue, and that's why we've been relegated to the realm of irrelevance when it comes to this whole debate about the role of not homosexuality, because that's something I'm not willing to discuss on this show particularly, though I think Yohanan might bring that up. But the relevance of homosexual relationships and their expression in public life, and how we interact with that. Heterosexual couples have rules. Now, I will warn you that there will be some vulgar language in this show, and the reason is because it's been forced. It's a necessary evil at this point, because I'm looking at gay pride parades where I see women dressed as vaginas and men licking on lollipops that are shaped like penises. I hate to have to talk about stuff like that, but there it is, boom, right in our face. And nobody likes that being waved right in their face. So this is, and I appreciate that, Johnny. This is an issue that makes me a little uncomfortable, just because it's been so framed in to be about the acceptance or rejection of a person, and how that revolves on their personal expression in public life. And I don't think that that's really what this issue is about. It's not about the acceptance or rejection of a person. It's about how we agree to interact as civilized people in a civilized society. And I guess maybe the take that I'd like on this, because Daniel, you're so shamelessly anarchistic, and I appreciate that about you. You got passion, that's for sure. Whatever you lack in rigor, you make up for in passion. The corona does the job, buddy. But what do you think about this shit, dude? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it's just people are always vying for this power center. They're always looking to wrest control and force some view on others. It's just a power game, really. That's all government really is, and that's all legalizing this and that is. I mean, there are certain, I guess, moral lines that would probably line more up, in concert with some type of natural law or property rights. I mean, I can go that far. To me, that's the bare minimum. But like all these
And
other,
just so you know,
it's just
real quick, I agree
extra.
with you. I agree with you that this whole idea of legislating the problem away is really a wrong-headed approach. So I'm right there with you on that, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just like they're asking for permission to be able to ask for permission to get married. So.
Why does the government
Woo!
have anything to do with marriages in the first place? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways. Well, I know some people, especially in like our CMA group, Christian Market Anarchists. Some people don't have state recognized marriages, but they have like power of attorney rights and other contractual things that they've had drawn up so they can take care of some of these things.
Or civil unions.
Yeah, well, the people that I'm thinking of in particular, I don't know if it's necessarily a civil union per se, but there's definitely some type of legal contract that they're relying on to to allow them to make certain life and death decisions regarding their partner and
Well, yeah, that's an
split them
engineered version of
financially.
civil. Yeah, that's an engineered version of civil
It
union. So,
is.
and you don't have to be gay to have a civil union with someone. I think I think of the example of guys that are just they have this one particularly close friend that as they get older they're more dependent on each other. They're they help each other pay the bills. They're in community with each other, and they don't really have much family. They are all that the other person has. When that person's on their deathbed, who gets to call the shots? When that person is in jail, who gets to go visit them? And I think these are really important issues, and
They
I
are.
don't like the fact that homosexuality is brought into it at all in the first place, just because I don't think what a person does in their own personal life, in their own bedroom, has anything to do with this conversation whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think it's just between two consenting adults. It's not anybody else's business.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we live in a world where everybody wants to make everybody else's business their business, and
Oh,
it's
and that
just
shit pisses me off. I
worse.
can't stand that.
Well, I've got neighbors. I mean, I pretty much have to get out of this place by the end of July because of that. But that's a whole nother topic.
Well, I take a lot of comfort knowing that I live in a very I guess police-phobic apartment complex. So like people don't like the cops being around. People really, because of their experiences with police, they're going to be more likely to work out
Yeah,
their problems amongst one another. We're all friends and we can deal with this shit. No
yeah.
need to get police involved.
Well, my son's 17. He's not making some of the best decisions at times, and then you've got the apartment managers right across the way, and they're pretty much pussies and can't talk to me directly, so they call the sheriff or
Yeah, and
whatever.
that's bullshit. There's no reason they can't work that stuff out with you. That's just called being a
I
responsible
mean,
adult.
yeah, I can talk to them directly. I mean, people are just afraid of people for whatever reason. I just think I just have to keep going back to this whole system, this whole state, this whole violent, coercive means of enabling people to be cowards and not sucking it up, taking responsibility, and being an adult and going to talk to people. And if people are like standoffish, because I don't talk to them a lot, I'm not in communication with them. They don't really know me per se, so they fear me. And I don't know. It's kind of ridiculous.
I think a lot of people, like when I look at your face, I see this I don't give a fuck kind of guy. You know what I mean? You're just whatever. You're not gonna piss me off. And I think that a lot of
I'm
people,
not. I don't scare you.
not at all. No, well, you don't know.
I
You don't know.
basically had my landlord like all riled up on the phone at one point. I got him to a certain point, and he's probably gonna give me more time to get out of here. And then like I started ranting about something else, and it got him all worked up, and he's like screaming at me, "You're scaring your neighbors. That's why they want you out of here."
People
Okay.
are
Well.
afraid of two things. People are afraid of two things. Number
And my
one,
son also has a mixed race friend who I let stay here once in a while because he's pretty much homeless at times. I kind of take care of him here and there, and I don't think they like that either. But
oh yeah,
personal.
racism still is pervasive. I will say that, but much less so where I'm at than where you're at, I'm sure. Um, yeah, I think that there's no reason why these things. That's the problem. With affluence comes laziness, and people just want their quiet little corner of their own little world. They want to go to their jobs, punch their clock, come home, and not be bothered by anybody. And that's not how a cohesive society runs. I mean, if you want that, go live out in the country. That's the way life is there regularly, and that's the reason why people live out there. But when you choose city life, when you choose to cohabitate with other people, well, then there needs to be a negotiation taking place. There needs to be some kind of a meeting of the minds.
Yeah. And it's like nobody wants to take that extra step, so then they just, I don't know, abdicate that responsibility to the state. I mean that's why I'm just trying to tie this ball back all into the relevant topic here, but it seems that, that it just breeds that mentality, like, oh, well, I can just call the police when I have a problem. I can't talk to that person and deal with it directly. I don't like confrontation. Let me go, call Uncle Guido, the sheriff, and
Yeah.
and we can deal with this problem.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I've called the cops once in my life, and the reason for that, I was a kid, and there was a physical confrontation between my grandmother and her drunk boyfriend. That was the only time I've ever called the cops.
Yeah, so lots of times it'll just come make it worse, but it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, that's what happens.
Certain things are legal in other states that aren't legal here, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think really what it comes down to is what Benjamin Franklin said, is that those who trade liberty for security will have neither, and they deserve neither.
True. Yeah, definitely. Lots of libertarians quote that incessantly.
I would think that Christians will quote that because,
Well,
that's...
you would think, but...
Yeah, well, the reason why I say that is because it's
the myth of authority.
it's evidence of cowardice when you're not willing to, when you lack the courage of your convictions, when you're not willing to fight for your way of life, for what you believe in, for your place in the world, when you just want things taken care of by Big Brother over top of you. I have my dad's a badass. Okay, he has a reputation around the town that he originates from, and I don't invoke his name when I'm in a conflict with a person. I could. There's a lot of people who know him, and that's one of the things he respects about me, is that I don't need him to fight my battles for me. And there's been plenty of times where I know this person, he'd never say what he's saying to me if he knew who my father was. But I don't bring that up. I bring that up with friends, with people I'm meeting, because it's a common ground and stuff. But that's just an example, it's we
Right.
always want daddy to come in and save us. We always want mommy to come in and save us. We always want Big Brother to fight our battles for us. We need to grow the fuck up, gird our loins, and actually deal with life as though it actually matters.
Yeah, and it's not to say that your parents can't be around for counsel. Obviously, you can still talk to them when they've been through the crap that you're going through.
Well,
But
I believe that's
totally depend on them is kind of ridiculous, or to
yeah.
depend on some entity that's supposed to replace them now instead of
Like
growing.
I'm very tribal. I'm very tribal in my outlook. I think that tribalism is how we're wired, and I really do think, here, I'll put the camera on me. I really do think that that's the role that elders were supposed to play in the church, not dictating to people, but providing guidance and good counsel. And because of their clout, because of the respect that you have for them, you're more inclined to listen to them. But as far as them levying punishments against you, well, that was actually a congregational affair in Scripture.
Yeah,
And
no, don't. That's a huge realization. Having gone through all this crap with my son, I'm not going to get into specifics because I know this is being recorded, but just I think I've noticed that the church has abdicated a lot of things to the state that they should be really deeply involved in, and that is, like disciplining unruly children of members if they really need help and their child is not listening to them whatsoever. I just think, but I'll hear all these kind of arguments like, well, what are we supposed to do about it? You can't really force them to do anything you want them to do.
Well, you can exclude them from participation. You can use peer pressure. You can levy against them certain consequences that have to do with resources available to church members. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to negotiate with people that don't involve you taking something from them. Mainly their personal sovereignty, I think, is the number one thing. But I mean,
Right.
isn't that what most of our cultural interactions are? It's like we get what we want by taking what's not ours, and
Yeah.
maybe we could get what we want by giving the other person what they want.
Yeah, which should be the art of negotiation and being an adult and learning how to deal with others properly.
Yeah, yeah, and you know what? And in such a society, it would really be the most rational people who would rule because they would be the peacemakers. They would be the ones that people would run to.
Yeah,
I mean, I
exactly.
myself have lost count of the number of friends who've come to me to heal rifts between them and somebody else. You know, it's
Oh, and that's a good sign of maturity too if you're able to do that. I mean,
well,
it's always
I'm
good
good.
to have.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that if I don't have an emotional attachment.
Right, but
Uh,
see an objective third party, and that's
yeah,
where kind of like Justin and myself and others
yeah, yeah,
gravitate towards
yeah,
dispute resolution
yeah,
organizations
yeah,
and the market
yeah,
taking over, and but it doesn't necessarily
yeah,
need to be this huge. Shut
yeah.
up.
Sorry.
It doesn't necessarily need to be this monolithic that's not connected locally to the tribe. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
yes. I very much agree, and we see the formation of that in Ethiopia. And if everyone will, like, if the UN actually did their job and just kept people from getting involved and let the Ethiopians do their own business, I think you'd see a burgeoning anarchy, a viable burgeoning anarchy with economic negotiating power, with a viable social structure. It's the way Africa tends to be anyway. That's their
Right.
culture. But unfortunately, what I see probably going to be happening is that the UN is going to step in and try to institute some kind of government, or some warlord is going to, come into power and overthrow everyone else. And it's the same old story we've heard a million times.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean,
my daughter's upset about that.
she should be.
I'm raising a fine young monarchist. You know what the purpose of the monarchy in the Bible was originally, right?
I
It
mean, yeah,
was
it was ordained by God, obviously,
no. Well, it was. I
chosen by
guess
God.
you could say it was ordained from
Well, I
eternity,
don't know if
like
it
His
was
decree.
ordained.
But it was
The
ordained.
people complained a lot, and God's like, "Well, here you can have your stinking king if you want, but this isn't how it's supposed to work."
Let me blow your mind. Let me blow your mind. It was ordained by God in the same way that the fall was ordained. Okay. But what it really comes down to is they rejected His perfect system, and
Right, right.
so he gave them the
Yeah.
lesser system to lead
No.
them back to the perfect
Yeah,
system.
which I've heard that a lot. Yeah, because of the circles that I run in. So yeah, I'm
Well,
just
it was a concession
maybe
on
not
His behalf.
100% on top of it, but yeah. No, no, it
Well,
definitely was. Yeah.
yeah, obviously he said,
Like,
to
well, if you
Samuel,
want
it's
your
not you
stinking
that they
king,
were. What's that?
yeah.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you want your
exactly.
king, you don't want me to rule, and
Hmm.
you have the judges, the wise elders of the tribes, and they're basically an anarchic system,
Yeah.
tribal anarchic system. Many centers of power at least, but with God at the head. Yeah, I mean, if this isn't good enough for you, yeah, you can have your king so you can be like the others because they're complaining, right? That they
Hmm.
wanted to have a king like the
Well,
others. I don't know
it's just
what it
like
is
when
for
they
that.
want to meet. It's just like when they want to meet. Here, you want meat? Here, have quail till it's coming out of your nose. So
Yeah,
he gave us the state till it's coming out of our nose. Have we learned our lesson yet? Apparently not.
apparently not. But
I I wish there's a few people that I could add to this right now that. Oh wow! I didn't even know the chat was still right there. There's a few people that I could add to this right now that I need their email addresses. That's the thing. Like Kyle, I think it was, said that he wanted to join in, and
yeah, he's in the CMA group.
There was a couple others, but I mean, if you think there's anyone that would be relevant to this discussion, I would love to hear from
Well,
them right now.
philosophically, I have a buddy that I tagged in that thread.
Mm-hmm.
He posts a lot to Christian existentialism. I
Mm.
just like to hear what he'd have to say on a lot of topics, but I don't know if I can get him to join or not.
What is the sanctioned topic right now?
The sanctioned topic, what we're talking about right now?
Gay marriage or some crap like
Well,
that.
I think it's the larger role of government in our social discourse, focusing specifically on relationships and gay marriage and stuff like that. But obviously, it's a broader topic, and if we center around just the gay community, the GLBT, or did I include all the letters? I don't know. If we just center around that community, we're really missing the point, because this is a greater political issue that has to do with fringe elements in our culture and just how much leeway they have, just how much pull they have, and just how the government is using them as an avenue of control by granting concessions to a minority, guilting the majority into affirming it, and then acting magnanimous as a result of it.
Sounds about
Oh,
right.
Haley's trying to call, and I don't think I can answer her. I can't. Oh, damn it! Why can't I add her? Okay, let me see if I can add Haley. Add. Haley Moore. Come on, is she even on there? That's one thing I hate about Google Plus. You try to add someone from your friends list, they give you all kinds of people that aren't even on your friends list, but they don't give you the person, even if you type their name exactly. I'll have to send her a link to the chat this way. Blow.
Yeah, I mean, I have other meetup groups like Milwaukee Pearl Mongers group, always wrestling with Google Plus. Spend like 15 minutes at the beginning of every meeting wrestling with it.
Yeah. Michelle, say something. Michelle doesn't like me right now.
He's muted, so.
Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, I wish I could find a way to remotely unmute her mic. I would do it without telling her all the time.
I think it's just as simple as taking like 3 steps across the room.
Yeah, and she'll see me doing it.
Yeah.
No, there's
Dude, just lean in for a kiss, man. Gotta be a little more slimy.
Yeah, right. She knows my tactics. No, actually, I could do it. Theoretically, I could do it. I have the password to take control of her desktop, so I could do that from my computer.
Dude, you remember the days of like the oh man, I used to send like send like people I don't like and people I liked like this file, and once I sent them this file, I had like complete control of their computer to like move their mouse pointer around, like open and close their CD drawer, and if they gave me a bunch of lip about it, I could just shut their whole computer down. It was great.
Yeah, it's called a virus.
Well, it wasn't quite a virus. It was like a Trojan horse or something like that. That's what they call it. But
Yeah,
I
that's a
did my
virus.
brother once remotely, and dude, he got so pissed. He threw like a WoW freakout kick fit.
Yeah, John, a Trojan horse is the most popular form of a virus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Daniel knows all about that. Daniel, you're into coding, ain't you?
Yeah, that's what I do for a living.
Well,
So-
I was the virus.
What's that?
I mean, I guess you could differentiate a virus from a Trojan. A virus sometimes just does like chaotic, random, crappy things and tries to
Well, yeah,
break into other systems. Where a Trojan horse is like backdoor access to something. So
yeah,
I
it's an
guess
executable.
but
It's an executable
it's
that has
all
to be
malicious software.
malware. Yeah. So, you run Linux, don't you?
I mainly stick with Mac at home, but I do development on a Linux box on my desktop at work. Do
Yeah, it's
back-end Perl programming for the most part.
You
Yeah,
see
it's
that?
really not.
Guys go with Mac. That's what I'm talking about.
No, faggots go with Mac.
It's still Unix. You can still get a shell. You can still type a lot of commands. You can
Well,
still
that's what I was
install a
just
lot of
about to
open source
say.
software.
That's what I was just about to say.
Still Unix under the hood.
Yeah.
Like
Linux,
Linux-like.
and
Linux is a
Linux and
Unix
Mac.
clone, so yeah.
Yes, I know. Linux and Mac are very, very similar, and you can
Mac is
actually pretty
actually
much do
based on FreeBSD for the most part.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was just based on the IBM Linux patent.
No, it's basically FreeBSD because the FreeBSD license, the GNU General Public License is what they call a copyleft license. It's almost like a virus in itself, in that if you use this license, then you have to open the code in the source for whatever you license under that, and anything derived from that inherits that.
Yeah,
It
that's
has
all
to, it has to
bullshit.
be open source. Well, it's just a way of
Look,
keeping things open. It's just a hack on
man,
the copyright system by Richard Stallman, basically. The hack
and
on
there's
the copyright
countless of it.
system.
There's countless examples of case law that defeat that. I mean, that's obviously
Well,
dishonest
actually,
marketing.
GNU or the Free Software Foundation has sued other entities that have included GPL code in their code and then forced some things to be open source. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's because
BSD
they
is
use
pretty
it,
much do whatever you want with this code, unless just
yeah. What I'm saying,
this stupid copyright header.
What I'm
Go
trying
ahead.
to say is that GNU and the Free Software Foundation are all about just that, free and open. And if you take it and you use it to make something that isn't free and open, they have a right to stop you.
Yeah.
And that's all. I mean, if you make something that's free and open, they're all cool about it.
No, yeah, that's true. But don't confuse price with freedom either. It's free as free speech, not necessarily price.
Free as in beer.
Yeah.
Free as in beer.
That would be the economical aspect of it, which I think they're actually trying to say the opposite. Like, you could attempt to charge for it. Unfortunately, maybe the market price would be zero because it's you can make copies and redistribute it. Free as not as in beer. Actually, RMS has been quoted saying that.
The reason why I say it's free as in beer is because you're free recipe and sell your beer. You're not free to sell the recipe.
So that's the thing. The source code is the recipe, and the recipe does have to be open and but there's 4 essential freedoms. I don't think you want to go off on this tangent anyway.
Probably not. Probably not.
But, it's like totally irrelevant to the topic at hand.
Okay, so since I got the two of you here, Johnny, you come primarily from an Arminian background. Daniel, you come from all over the place, and you've eroded open theism understanding. So, I mean, I idealism thing. Did you listen to what Johann last week about the source code of the universe and quantum physics and all that stuff?
Is this his latest video? Is that what you're talking about, or something else? Sorry.
Daniel.
Yes.
That's all right. Yeah, so you heard what he said. Do you reject quantum physics?
Do I reject quantum physics? No, I mean, that's ridiculous. Do I reject
Well, no, there are... Well, I was going to get there. There are plenty of very well-educated quantum physicists. They're definitely the minority, but there's plenty of who reject the traditional interpretation of quantum physics. In fact, fluid dynamics is gaining momentum in circles, which does accurately explain quantum, what do you call it, the quantum observations, the quantum equations. They can actually be reconciled with fluid dynamics, including quantum entanglement and all of that.
That's the pilot wave theory. That's kind of old. I mean,
it's old, but it's gaining momentum. No, I know this, but it's gaining momentum is what I'm saying.
I still think it's fringe, but I don't know.
Oh, of course.
I mean, I don't have much stock in revisiting that theory, but
well, because one of the big things, one of the really revolutionary things about quantum theory is that it predicts that predict is a bad word. It says basically that the arrow of time is both ways in equal proportion, which means that if the past is real, then the future is real as well. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I read some interpretations about that, but I'm not sure exactly. I'm not deep into quantum physics anyway, but
Well, that's the primary thing that undercuts open theism is the problem. Is if the future already
oh, come on.
exists, then
So
that
what is it?
that
What do they call that? Something causality? What the hell do they call it? Backwards causality? Whatever. I don't
yeah,
know. Yeah,
yeah.
there's philosophical problems with that.
Well, to my knowledge, they've proven that the tachyon exists. But all right. Well, Haley has joined, and who else is this that's joined? David, what's up? And Haley too. What's up?
Hello.
Hey, Haley.
What's that?
You probably didn't catch my preamble, but this was my disclaimer. First and foremost, that yes, there is definitely going to be some vulgar language to this broadcast, just because of the certain issues that have been forced into the public, and I'm talking stuff like girls dressing like vaginas, or the penis lollipops and things like that. But one thing that I said first and foremost is that this is not a discussion over the morality of homosexuality. And Johnny thinks that he can relate it to the morality, so I'll hear that later. But to me, I'm not really comfortable with a commentary on what a person's personal decisions. I'm not really comfortable with the commentary on what two consensual adults do in their own privacy and in their own lives. I have a hard time seeing how that's anyone else's business. So I'm one of those guys who I've always said that I will fight to the death to defend the right of a man to place his penis anywhere where it's welcome, simply because if we're going to draw that line somewhere, there comes a point where it threatens my liberty in certain ways. We're going to start defining what's acceptable and things like that. So that's not at all what I want the conversation to be about. I want it to be about the culture and how we're expressing these things, and the public conversation, and how we're interacting with one another. And of course, all of this was sparked off by Justice Roberts, who's supposedly one of the most conservative members of the Supreme Court, and yet is really generating a track record of anything but conservative rulings.
Right.
So what are your thoughts on all of this, Haley?
Well, I'm not a fan of the conservative values.
Well, we know that.
You know that. I support anything that's progressive.
Well, what do you mean by progressive?
Are progressive policies truly progressive, or are they just regressive? Because I mean,
That's a
pretty
question.
much you can say lots of things are progressive, but they're not necessarily progressive.
Right.
I
And
mean, having
we
less
can
Well,
all
wait.
agree with that.
I also want to say that because Haley is representing obviously the minority view, I want all of us to go out of our ways to try to give her as much room to speak as possible, because I don't want it to be about people ganging up or anything like that. You guys get what I'm saying?
No, I was
Yeah.
just trying to
No, I get you, Dan.
find some terms.
I wasn't criticizing you at all.
I
was
think
just trying to get that out
I
there.
think a movement toward more liberty would be progressive.
Yes.
To me, that's progressive. Classically liberal is progressive. The nanny state, the I control your marriage state, I don't necessarily think that's progressive, but that's just my opinion.
Well, what's I control your marriage state?
You need permissions. They now have permission to ask for permission to get married. Basically,
That's a
what I
really
think
good
of
way
the
to look
what
at
I
it.
think of the ruling.
So Haley, what do you think of what Alabama did, where they took they're trying to take the state out of marriage altogether?
Well, I think it's kind of immature. But if that's the move they feel they need to make, then there's 49 other states out there.
I'm sorry, I got cut off because my app quit. What did you say again?
Did anyone else hear an echo?
Yeah, that's what. Mics aren't muted. I think it might be. and Daniel. There we go.
Okay, that's better.
So,
Sorry, my daughter has some show playing in the background.
oh, it happens.
There might be some noise here too because a pipe just broke in the laundry room. So
You're actually pretty quiet. I'm trying to add myself back to the chat. So anyway, go on with what you're saying, Haley.
well, I thought when I heard about Alabama's ruling to ban marriage, it was kind of immature. It was like our way or the highway, but at the same time, it's up to them. And there's 49 states.
Well, why would you see it as banning marriage, though?
Well, isn't that what they ruled? That if I might be thinking of something else, but aren't they considering banning marriage outright now?
Not banning marriage. They're trying to get the state not involved in marriage. So people get married and all of that. It's just their own private thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Who just said what's up? Who? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Hello, friends.
I'll be right back. Who's this?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
I think he got a phone call from someone else on Google, so he's taking care of that right now.
Daniel. Oh.
How's it going?
I accidentally called
People.
G plus.
People. Come here.
Oh, is that your wife?
Oh.
No.
Oh, your
My
dog?
daughter.
Is it choppy for anyone else?
Little bit. I don't know. Internet.
All right, you guys keep. What were you saying, Haley? Haley?
Oh.
Haley?
So you're saying that they're making marriage like a privatized thing instead of a state thing?
Yeah, exactly. They're saying that this it's not really the state's jobs to say whose relationships are valid and who's not. They're
Sounds
like,
good to me.
yeah,
I mean,
go,
it
go.
might be nice to be able to get married wherever you want and have your ceremony however you want without all the... I mean, you could have like a Star Trek themed wedding in your own house. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, man. That way everyone wins. That's the problem when you have these institutions that are, it's everybody has their own idea of what.
Live long and prosper.
Hey, Eric,
Um,
Don is trying to get in, and he needs you to send. He needs to. I don't know. He needs you to have his Gmail. He's in the chat on Facebook.
oh yeah, I'm trying my best. He says he doesn't know how to send me his Gmail. Oh, I'll tell him. You can add him too, Johnny. But yeah, that to me that's you guys
Still hear me?
Oh,
Oh, damn it.
all right. This show has probably the roughest beginning of all of them, but we're only 40 minutes into it, so I guess we're all right. So I don't know if Daniel's there. Oh, Daniel is there. Is David there?
Present, sir.
There we go. So what do you think about the ruling?
Who?
David.
Looks like he's away.
Wow. Something weird just happened.
I don't
even
see
know what's going
David
on.
in the video. I don't see David in the video, so he might have
Oh,
stepped away.
sorry. I'm here. I'm just trying to transition over to my laptop right now from my phone.
Oh, that's what I was just on my phone. I think you accidentally called me.
Yeah, I just woke up, so
That's all right. I'm not doing so great myself right now. Doing the best I
I'm just
can.
sort of stumbling around.
All right, let me try to add myself one more time. This is ridiculous. I got to start scheduling the show for earlier, just so like by the time we actually get our heads out of our asses, we're actually talking about something that's meaningful and.
Well, yeah, everyone's taking a siesta after dinner.
30 minutes doesn't cut it. I mean, you have 30 minutes.
Yeah, we suck.
Echo coming.
There we go. Now I'm back.
So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't think that the state really has any business in our relationships. I don't think that I need to legitimize anything that I do in my private life or anything that I do with another consensual adult. I go extremely libertarian in this. This includes drug use, religious ceremonies, personal relationships, how, what I want to eat, what I want to drink, anything. I don't see that as anybody's business but my own. And if
Right.
and if my behavior is hurtful to someone else, then there is recourse for that, and it ought to be addressed. But you can't say,
Hey,
oh
Eric,
well,
should you be allowed to be drunk in public?
absolutely. And I'm drunk in public all the time.
What about
Um,
like stumbling over disgusting drunk in public?
Well, like I said, if you're harming somebody else, there's redress for that. And this is where it comes down to how we conduct ourselves. And I think that a great way to relate this would be the gay pride parades. If you're being obnoxiously offensive, well, if you're on your own property, that's one thing. If you're in your own house, that's one thing. But if you're out in public, we have agreed upon rules for what's acceptable and what's not for what we present.
And
And
this is
there,
the problem with progressive morals, is that from year to year they change. Everybody's ideas are different. One guy in the parade might think it's bad to walk around in assless chaps, and another guy thinks it's great. Who do we listen to? Who's right? Who's wrong?
well, did you see all those pictures that I posted on?
I did.
Yeah, there's a reason for that because I wanted to frame that. This is what we're talking about here, and I don't think. I mean, if I don't think it necessarily has to do with gay marriage, but it gets linked to it, and well, I mean, Haley, I mean, you don't like what you see in those parades, do you?
Oh, I mean, I've seen a few and they didn't seem bad to me. I've never seen the kind that people rage on about, so I can't say. I guess I've seen pictures of topless women and stuff, but again, my opinion on general public nudity is probably not very popular in the first place.
Right, and I don't necessarily have a problem with topless women and things like that. That's actually legal in most states, and I don't think that that's ever really been a problem.
It's
It's
not really. America's a little more conservative about that than say Europe, though. And even though it's legal, you still don't see it anyway. It's
Oh,
still
yes, you
very.
do.
I've
No, no,
never
no,
seen
no,
it.
no. I've been to Europe. Yes, you do. I was 15 years old, and
No,
that
no, 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 no,
revolutionized my
no. I
whole
mean here,
experience.
not in Europe. Here, you don't really see
Oh,
it in
oh,
America.
right, right. We saw it here in this state when they had the breast cancer march, where all the chicks marched topless down the streets of Portland. But like I said, I didn't have a problem with that. That's just boobies, okay? And it wasn't in a sexual context. What
Right.
I have a problem with is the display of overt sexuality, which is by nature a private thing that's the nature of intimacy. Sex is intimacy to a degree, and that's
Yeah.
the nature of intimacy, is that it's private.
Again, that's the problem with progressive morals, is because, they say, well, who are you to say that it's supposed to be private?
Well,
Oh,
wouldn't
I think
that be our? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, wouldn't that be our consensual agreement as a culture? We arrive upon that through negotiation. But what were you gonna say, Haley?
I'm very open about private sexuality. I think it's a part of human nature, and yeah, it is a very private thing, but it's only private if you want it to be private. I think it's a part of the beauty of being human that we try to put into a, a closet and hide from everything else. I think
Mhm.
everyone's fear of public displays of affection is a little ridiculous, and it takes a lot to offend me in public, honestly. I don't get offended easily by public displays of anything.
Mhm. I wouldn't say I would be offended, just kind of grossed out. That's all. And I would say the same for a heterosexual couple that's like mauling each other in McDonald's.
Right.
So, but I am kind of liberal like that because it doesn't offend me. It doesn't offend me at all. To me it's a commentary on them, who they are as people. The kind of character that they have.
Right.
And
What are they willing to share with everyone else and
yeah, and it's
confess
just
themselves?
I think when you talk about cities, this is the sticky part because with cities, it really does have to be a consensual agreement among everyone. And the thing that really fries me is the shaming that's going on for dissenting opinions. It's like, let's have this discussion, and if you win the day, then that's fine. But don't tell me I'm a bigot just because I disagree with you. The
Exactly.
the definition of a bigot is someone that has a desire or a principle or something that they stand on, and it doesn't have any relevance to another person. It doesn't have any relevance to the culture or the social discourse. All it is this is just what this person wants, and they're going to justify it however they feel like. And
Right.
I don't see myself as being like that. I don't see you as being like that. I was hoping to get Vince in here because Vince gives me that vibe a lot. He gets very angry, and he gets very he's one of those guys. He strikes me as a person that if he could make it legal to put me in jail for saying the things that I say, I think that he would do that.
Are you still blocked
Oh,
from
Vince
Vince?
blocked me?
Well, didn't you guys block each other like a few months ago?
I've never blocked Vince. I just got back online 2 months ago. Well, two and a half, three, something like
Oh,
that.
because
Yeah,
I thought
no,
you guys got in an argument about.
I'm talking about Inchine. You're thinking
No,
I'm
she
talking.
thinks you're talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, she thinks I'm talking about Victor Bronner. Yeah, I blocked I didn't block Victor Bronner because I disagreed with his lifestyle, though how he evangelizes his lifestyle really made me lose most respect for him, and just the way
Yeah.
he treated other people. What made me
Okay.
block him was his personal involvement on my wall. My timeline on Facebook, I have my rules for that, and I don't care who agrees with it or doesn't. That's my private space. You don't come into my home and start waving your cock around like you're the boss.
Mhm.
And I gave him fair warning, and finally I was like, that's how it's going to go. And if I'm going to block a person, well, they're certainly not going to be in any group that I'm in or that I
Right.
administrate. So, I hate talking about the guy because it almost legitimizes him. But Victor is one of those dudes who got beat down by life and resistance and gave in to every base pleasure that he ever wanted. And it's not just the sexuality aspect. It has a lot more to do with his. I probably shouldn't talk too much about Victor. It's because this is a very public broadcast.
Yeah,
All I
Victor
know,
Vince. Okay.
there was a time that I had a lot of affection for Victor, but he really worked very hard to undo that. But as far as Vince goes, Inchine,
See,
uh,
Vince is like me, where he has a more public or not public, personal take on it. And when you introduce an introduction, a topic that has a personal, plays a chord to you personally, where it's not just a topic, then people get understandably upset.
Irrational.
well,
Yeah.
I feel that. I wasn't going to use the word irrational, but I do kind of agree with Daniel and his assessment of that. But I mean, perhaps it's justifiable. I guess if there's any way that I reflect that in my personal life would be like in the public breastfeeding controversy, which it really shouldn't even be a controversy.
There's an echo really bad.
Hey, Daniel, you got to, yeah, thank you. So when I actually lost a pretty good friend recently over that, Jamie Brinkman, and it's ridiculous. I don't think the friendship needed to end over that. But when you start saying that people who are breastfeeding their children are publicly molesting their children, and that they're dirty, perverted girls who just want to be seen, I mean that's kind of a kick to the balls, don't you think? I mean, how would you not expect me to get pissed about that?
Well, breastfeeding, again, that's a natural. I don't see why there's a controversy about that.
Exactly. And they bitch about covering up. Well, check it out.
Even I agree with that, Haley.
Yeah, when it's 90 degrees out, what are you gonna do? Suffocate your kid if they want to feed, or starve them? You know, no.
Exactly.
You can pop a boob out and have the kid's face over the boob. If someone's getting turned on by a chick breastfeeding, they got deeper issues, and that's really their issue, not the woman's. And there's no reason why she should have to pay for that bullshit.
Exactly.
So I can understand that, and that's why I try so hard. I know I can get hard in my rhetoric sometimes, but I try so hard to really clarify from where I come, or from whence I come, and that is, I think that there are mathematical aspects to elements of culture that, because of our subjectivity, we have a hard time seeing the sheer logic of a thing. And I think a great example of that is that article I posted a while back, that I lost another friend over, actually, that was all about the children of same-sex parents that didn't have a relevant role model of the opposite sex in their lives, and how they felt robbed by that. Now, I don't know how legitimate that is or not, but man, shouldn't we talk about it? And why do we get to start pointing fingers, saying that these are just selfish little brats who are just bitching that their mommies didn't give them enough? It's like, no, 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 no. people are, they don't always do it right, and if we don't learn from our mistakes, then we're gonna fail. I mean, I'm not saying that gay couples shouldn't have children. I would rather a child be raised by a gay couple than live in an orphanage, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And there's plenty of children that could be fostered by gay couples. I hate the fact that people that have homosexual attractions are all lumped into the same category. That goes back to how it boggles my mind why a person would take their sexuality and use that to define them as a person en toto. And you see that manifesting in these gay pride parades when it's all about an orgy. It's all about sexuality. It's not about people walking hand in hand and waving a flag and saying, we're here, we're queer, get used to it. I'm okay with that. Why does there have to be the orgy in the streets?
Especially when you have things to compare it to, like, that had some real pride involved, not just the word, like when Harvey Milk was doing his thing, and
Oh, who's that?
Harvey Milk was God, it's been a long time since I've been interested in this. I think he was the governor of California. There's a movie about him with Sean Penn a while ago. He was the first openly gay politician.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, I mean, he stood on a soapbox. He fought against the treatment that the police would impose on gay bars, and boycotted anti-gay companies. Coors was one that he boycotted. And he ended up getting shot by a conservative Republican that he was running against.
Now boycotts are a valid recourse for the public discourse.
Right.
Boycotts are absolutely a powerful negotiating tool, and it's absolutely valid.
Right.
I'm just against the legislation.
Right. I mean, the gay community has a admirable history. So it is sad to see how it's turned into nothing but rainbows. And
It's how I
I'm
view Christianity. I wince to call myself a Christian these days because of the people with whom it lumps me.
right. I mean,
I
I'm
don't think it really is. I don't think we're seeing the whole movement. I think that we're seeing the movement that's the most vocal and the most obvious and the most televised. But I
right.
I
don't
was
think it's
waiting
fair
for
to
you to
say that
chime
that's
in,
the whole thing.
buddy. All right, so you got the floor. Give me your spiel.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to get the floor. I was just
Too
inputting on that.
bad.
Okay. All
Lay it
right.
on me, brother.
Well,
DMG. DMG.
what?
What?
Yeah. So I
I'm
mean,
still every
I've
time I look at you, I'm haunted by the gifs that you send me. So I just can't get that out of my head. But keep talking.
fair enough.
Here's an important
Yep.
topic: GIFs or GIFs?
Gifts.
I don't know what you guys are
Clearly.
talking about.
Oh, I
Okay. All
guess
right. Let me
maybe she
frame the
said.
debate for you.
All right,
Let me frame the debate. The
please
debate
do.
is that there's this graphic format, the traditionally understood as the counterpart to the JPEG, but it's spelled GIF. It stands for graphical interchange format, I think. But the creative that the G stands for graphical insists that it's pronounced GIF. And so the internet is, especially Reddit, is split on this debate. And you have people who are very adamantly about pronouncing it GIF, and people very adamantly about pronouncing it GIF. So,
That is some compelling
that,
evidence, my friend.
okay. Yeah. So, okay. So my view on the Alabama issue is that I've thought since I was a teenager growing up in radical fundamentalism that the government shouldn't be involved in legislating marriage in the first place. So that was a problem. That was a problem for me. I mean, early on, and even like I said, in the midst of my fundamentalism. That of course, I grew up in the classical era Constitution focused kind of American mentality, and I viewed the legislation of marriage in general, the government purview over that, as something more than just a contract between two people, as a as an artifact left over from like Puritanism and the influence that the Puritan church had over the government in the early days of the colonies.
Okay. Did I cut out? Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry.
Oh, all right.
Loud and clear.
All right, cool. So, I, for the most part, agree with you, David. I think that there are several layers going on right here, and the religious one's at the forefront. And to be honest with you, there's a way that religion can speak to this, and then there's a way that religion should never speak to this. And I think the way that's being highlighted right now is the way that religion never should speak to this. And I mean, if we're gonna see, most of the religious guys that are making arguments against gay marriage and homosexuality in general are using arguments framed around an assumption of an agreement of belief and framed around an assumption of an agreement to the specific manifestation of that belief. And I think that's rather presumptuous because even among evangelicals, even among Baptists, even among Southern Baptists, even among Free Will Baptists, okay, you can get as specific as you want, there's still a variety of interpretation as to what's really going on, how this should be addressed in the public forum, and I just it's always being framed as a monolithic one-on-one argument, and it's really a melee, right? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Bueller?
A melee?
A melee, yeah, just a brawl. It's, there's a few people.
Between, you mean between Christians or between Christians and everyone else?
I think it's everyone. It's Christians are fighting amongst themselves, gay people are fighting amongst themselves, and there
Well,
are plenty of gay Christians, by the way.
right.
And I will, and this is one thing I want to say right off this outset. If anyone wants to make the statement that a person cannot be saved just because they're attracted to other men, or even because they regularly have sex with other men, they do not understand salvation by grace alone. So that's my statement on that. I've known gay Christians. Donald Wateron is a very good friend of mine on Facebook, and he's not forgive the term, he's not all faggy about it and stuff. He's a cool guy, and he's never hit on me or anything. So there's that. Though some gay friends of mine have. Trust
Unlike
me.
me. Yeah.
No, yeah, my straight friends hit on me more than my gay friends. But yeah. So I think this idea is
I
that
love you, man.
I love you, Daniel. I want to play with your man boobs. So I think this idea that you're barred from the kingdom of God because of a certain psychological twist inside of you, that bars. Why is that so special? I mean, seriously. Like no Christian has ever stolen, like no Christian lies. Oh, well, that's bullshit right there, because every last person lies every day of their life, no matter how you look at it. You want to start drawing that line and making certain sins special. Well, there's a bunch of sins that God made special, and that's not one of them. So,
Right.
What do you think, Johnny?
anyway.
Well, I was just gonna
Yes.
say, Eric, what do you make of the scripture that says, it basically says something to the effect of sexual sins or kind of like
First Corinthians.
yeah, like another step in the wrong direction because they harm the body. What do you think of that?
I think what he's talking to, 1 Corinthians 5, and first and foremost, what we're talking about with sexual sin, we're talking about people that are breaking bonds, like adultery, having sex with another man's wife, or the dude having sex with his father's wife. There's a bunch of controversy about the word arsenokoites, so I don't even really know if we need to get into that tonight. All I will say is that this is a personal counsel to individuals, not a community. This is a personal counsel speaking to individuals, and yes, they were all individuals, a part of the same community that was being addressed, but it was a personal mandate saying that this is why you need to abstain from this. That sexual sin, when you use this particular gift of God in a way other than what God intended, it's particularly destructful towards you. And that's definitely, I would agree with that, because you can see how when a person gets involved with a particular perversion, it consumes their whole life. It takes over their every thought. It's their every goal. It's everything that they want. And I think we gloss over the special nature of sexuality in all of this. So yes, there's definitely a greater danger to your relationship with, well, not necessarily just your relationship, but your greater danger to wellness as a human being in an obsession. And this obsession is I mean, people will starve themselves before
Echo.
they'll give up sex. It's not me. So, like you see this in the animal kingdom. Animals that are in heat will forego food and water because they're mating, and sexuality is such a difficult thing to deal with for human beings, because it's the only drive within us that's stronger than our basic needs for survival.
So if you're putting your whole in one thing instead of another, and that happens to belong to a consensual adult, what is so consuming or sinful about it?
Well, if it
What
was a
is
simple,
different?
if it was a simple matter of another person helping you masturbate, I guess that's another, and you can look at prison as an example of that. There's plenty of homosexual sex between guys that aren't particularly attracted to other guys. Their balls are bursting with horniness. Remember, I said at the outset of the show that there was going to be some offensive talk now, so we're definitely going to have to put a disclaimer when we put it up on YouTube. But I don't
Yeah,
want us
you
to hold
invited
back
me,
here.
so.
Well, I want to make sure that that nobody's holding back. Extreme rhetoric and even profanity really serves to make the point, and I don't want to anyone have to walk on eggshells. What were you going to say, Johnny?
I wasn't going to say anything.
All right, sorry, I thought I heard something. So anyway, all I'm saying is that it's not the issue of getting off that really is the Christian aspect of this. The issue comes down to
What God wants.
to you. No. Well, ultimately, but what God wants is what we all want.
Not necessarily.
Ultimately, and when I use that word ultimately, I'm talking about a place far removed from our present circumstances. I think that we are all looking through a very, very, very clouded window, and that we're seeing things very incompletely, and we're all doing the best that we can to do with it what we can. However, I think that we, make bad choices sometimes. And what God wants for us is really ultimately what we're going to want for ourselves too. We just don't see it quite that way because, well, he's not only smarter than us, he kind of does know everything, and he kind of crafted us and created us. And the word that I was going to bring into this, and it's a big word, but don't worry, I'll define it. It's actually a simple concept. It's ontology. The ontology, the intended purpose of a thing. When you look at sexuality, it's intended to bring together two segregated parts of a whole. When Eve was created, she was separated out of Adam. And by them coming back together, it's a reunion of that flesh that produces a singular individual afterwards. And that's a picture of God's interaction with us. I mean, it might surprise you if you take it in too literal of a sense. It can conjure some real dirty thoughts, but it's actually a noble thing. The fact is, marriage is a picture of Christ's relationship to humanity, to his bride. And it's because of you cut a hole out of one thing, you separate it, and then it's all about that pull of gravity of that material that was taken from the hole. That hole wants to be completed to have everything that once surrounded it. The surroundings wants that thing that once filled its void. It's complementarism. I'm saying the word wrong. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. Complementarism. So when you take this very psychological deep difference between men and women, it's an offshoot of their biology. And their biology says one thing, their psychology says another. And that's why I've framed it in terms of the same mental illness that we all enjoy. All of us deviate from our biology in some way in the imaginings of our mind. All of us have some form of mental illness where we're not seeing reality through the right lens. And it's the task of our whole lives to try to clarify that lens, to wipe that off, and to actually see right, and to achieve that health. And I think that when you take a thing that everything in your biology says this is what it's for, and you're taking it, rejecting that, and using it for something else, then there's an aspect of a clouded lens that can't be clarified. And most of the time, in men, I would say, not necessarily in women, but most of the time, just my experience, just in my personal interactions and conversations, most of the time, this comes from abuse early in life, sexual abuse very early in life. If there's a rift between an overbearing father and an coddling mother, where the man more identifies his own sense of well-being and meaning with his mother, who's feminine, and is at odds with his father, who is masculine, so then he becomes almost an offshoot of his mother's psychology rather than being his own person. And that's why you see a lot of the hyper-femininity in the gay community. Crickets. Johnny, that's your job. You're supposed to play the cricket sound.
I agree. There's a really great talk that I went to at a Christian men's conference that talked a lot about the feminization of our culture and how adolescence is lasting longer and longer, and how you need to
Yep.
kick your 26-year-old son out of your house.
Yep.
But also the main thrust of the message was like bring the appropriate trait to bear at the appropriate time, which is also a great point as well. You don't have to be a bad, a hard ass about everything. He gave some story about how he was in Little League and he took a bat to the face or something, I don't know. And then the Little League coach was like, "Don't cry," but his dad, he kind of got down and checked him out. He's like, "Hey, you okay, son? Yeah, you want to keep playing?" And he's talking about how being what it means to be a husband, to take care of your kids and this and that, but also he's railing on like how things have been. He brought up the analogy how Jesus is always shown with these big flowing locks, and then Brett shampoo, and how he made this goofy connection at one point. He's like, "I think Jesus uses Brett shampoo." It was pretty cool.
Jesus.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think men are meant to do certain things and women are meant to do other things. But I'm not saying necessarily like gender roles per se, but we're definitely not the same.
Oh, and
Sexualized or whatnot.
I'm pretty happy that we're not the same as you.
I mean, I think we're also complementary, but
we're a lot more attractive than you guys are too.
What are you talking about? I'm damn sexy. Hey,
you guys get a lot of echo.
When I made this connection, it happens if you're using an ambient mic, yeah.
Well, I shut my AC off.
When I made that connection with the words, racist, I was like, oh wow, that's so perfect. I'm not a racist. I'm just way cis. So, David, can you bring some intellect into this or what?
Echo.
Am I supposed to be offended?
Oh, geez, no. I wasn't saying you weren't intellectual. I was saying I was being an idiot. Try to remember to mute your mic. I'm having a hard time talking because when I hear that echo, it confuses the hell out of me. But it's just Daniel. Yeah, everyone does it from time to time. So, David. Statue.
Yeah, sorry, my computer's lagging. I've been distracted. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, that's cool. I'm sure everyone else has a lot to say. I'm pretty sure this is a pretty loaded topic. Johnny, what have you thought of how I've been framing that? I mean, or Haley's perspective on it, for that matter, or Daniel's. Seems like Daniel and I are pretty much in agreement.
You're going to have to ask me a direct question because I'm not always paying 100% attention.
Well, I mean, what I was saying about how this is an example of we all have things in us that are very just, I use the word ontology. We have this, our bodies are designed for a purpose, just like a car is designed to drive in a certain way. You put mothballs in the gas tank, yeah, it'll make you drive faster, but it burns out the engine. And so sexuality is one of the best gifts that God ever gave us, but when not used, because like all powerful gifts, I mean, my favorite breed of dog is pit bulls. I love pit bulls. I've bred pit bulls. I've raised so many pit bulls, and they're great. And I've seen assholes that like don't know what they're doing with them, and they make mean dogs. And it's like, no. Pit bulls are some of the best dogs you can ever get, but if you don't raise them right, it can go very bad very easily. They are a deadly weapon. They can kill a person very easily. They're great pets. They're family pets. They will die to protect you. But if they're not given the right programming, it's going to go haywire. And I see the same thing with sexuality, that when we get abuse in life, when we have bad experiences, when we don't have the proper role models, that programming gets kind of jumbled. And we're all doing the best we can to figure out how to do, the desire of our hearts as the best we can. And it seems the trend in today's society is just legitimizing everything, and that's not necessarily best for the individual, because in my life I strive to correct what I see in myself as being a deviation from the intent of my existence. And with this, I don't know. I don't know what more to say to that. I mean, do you have a commentary on that? I mean, what do you think of that perspective?
Well, I do think that there's an intended purpose, and I think even a naturalist or an atheist could say the same thing, because what's the point of sex in the first place if we look at it from a purely biological standpoint? It's to reproduce. So.
But we're only talking about sex. We're not talking about all of the other emotions and motives that go into it in the first place.
That's a very good point. I think that there's a lot of borderline asexual, more lesbians than homosexual men, because we all know that gay guys are whore dogs. I mean, seriously, if you have gay friends, you're not even going to try to argue this. You know what I'm talking about. And whoa. And so I think I've seen with a lot of lesbian couples, it's like they don't even have sex. That's not even a part of it. They're just life partners.
Yeah.
What do you think, Johnny?
I just told you what I think.
Right, but when you take sex out of the equation,
I mean, if you're saying like if you just have people living together.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're romantic. They hold hands. They might kiss or something like that. One takes care of the other. They have roles like a husband and a wife, but it's not like they're sexual or anything.
Okay, I mean, I don't see a problem with that. I see companions or what have you. I think that's okay.
Okay. Do you what would be your problem? I guess I didn't kind of want to frame it like this, but Haley wanted to take it down this direction, so I'll just indulge her. What would be
Haley wants? Haley gets.
Damn straight.
What would you have a problem with? Oh, geez, they gave me 70 messages. Would you have a problem with lesbian sex? Do you think that lesbians giving one another sexual pleasure is self-destructive?
I mean, if they're in a monogamous relationship, that's their business, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But I see a problem, like, in a lot of the circles. It's just really about polygamy and about doing whatever you damn well please. That's where I start to say, that's pretty destructive. Because I think each time that you're intimate with a person, I think this may sound like strange to some of you, but every time you're intimate with a person, I feel like you leave part of yourself with them and they leave part of themselves with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's a soul connection made and something deeper than maybe we can measure with science or understand.
Do you think two people of the same gender can do that? Leave something behind?
I think that's possible. Yeah, I do, because it's about like a deep emotional connection.
Right.
Yeah, I do think that that's possible.
Do you agree, Eric?
I do have a tendency to, yeah. I got to think about that. I'm a little distracted at the moment because I'm adding people. I wasn't paying attention to the chat because I was out on a cigarette. But
right.
So then, I think that's one of the parts of sex.
So
yes,
then
I just added her. I think part of the thing about sex is, like, you take my example of a jigsaw. You cut one piece from the other. That they're meant to join together. You can force other two pieces together, especially if you whittle away at the edges, but it's not going to make the picture that it would have made otherwise.
But it's still a picture you want, and it's still a picture that is right for you.
Well, you got to define what you mean by...
The question isn't what I mean, I think nobody knows what's best for you better than you do. And
I
if
agree with that.
in this event where something happens and it's not only consensual, but it doesn't harm anybody, I mean, really the only thing different here is one more or less chromosome
But I
that,
think debatable. I think that's debatable because when people have a lot of different sexual relationships, they are harmed. I don't think that you're left unharmed hopping around from bed to bed with person in
right,
person. I think it takes some level of mental illness to engage in that in the first place.
the
And
idea
I'm
is
not
that
putting myself above others, don't get me wrong. Like, I am no better than the next person, and I'm not judging anybody. Um,
right,
I, I may or may not be judging myself. You don't know, but um,
we're talking about it academically, not,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, and that's the challenge. That's the tough part, is because, in one sense, nobody knows what's right for you but you, and I agree with that for a lot of reasons. Mostly because when you follow suit with someone um, just because they've convinced you, then it's not really your choice, and you're not really the one that's doing it, so it's not real. It doesn't affect the change in you. You're not a different person. You're just, you know, trying to capitulate, more or less.
Hmm.
um, however, when you yourself arrive at that conclusion, you can change in such a way that, not to make yourself into what somebody else wants you to be, but to become the fullest that you can be in a way that you will be pleased with that.
Hmm.
And that's really what it comes down to, is, the problem with God's authority is the problem that we think that somehow, for some reason, that he has a lesser good intended for us than perhaps we could arrive at, when in fact, maybe he has a greater good that we don't have the capability to actually understand until we actually experience it.
Right. And see, for everybody else that's here that doesn't know me or know where I am, um, my opinion of it ends there with right before anyone mentions God. If,
Mhm.
as an atheist, that doesn't concern me. It's what,
Oh, I understand. It's just you brought that up before. That's why I was addressing
right,
that.
right. It's just I can't speak to that because God's authority is irrelevant to me. It's what you feel is best, what harms nobody else. And these patterns aren't easy to see. What you're doing today might harm you years, months, weeks down the line. And right now, you'll say, well, this is what's best for me. This is what I need. This is what is good for me. But in the end, you really didn't know what was good for you at all.
I think that you have a very good point there. Hold on
Which
a
is
second.
true.
I think you have a very good point there, and I think, haven't you heard me say before that sometimes the path to righteousness might involve the path through sin? Have you ever heard me say that before?
I think so. I think I wrote it down actually.
Yeah, I've always said that God's the God of everything of me, even my sin, and everything is for the purpose of guiding me home, to bringing me back to the source from which I came, from which my heart longs. I think all of, even the most depraved longing in the human heart is a reflection of the longing for that source from which they come.
Right.
And when we frame it like that, God looks different. He doesn't look like some tyrant standing over our lives. He kind of looks a lot like us. He looks like maybe what we would be a billion years from now, looking back at our childhood, wanting to make the changes that we wish we would have made.
Right. God's not supposed to be some bearded man. He's a part of your heart, or he's written in you, and he's not some dictator telling you what to do.
Yeah, the Sky Daddy thing just doesn't bear up under any kind of intellectual scrutiny. I mean, it's a great allegory for a certain kind of mindset, I suppose, but it really does diminish the fullness of what we're talking about. And when we use the word God, we think of the word God as to be like a name. Well, the name. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I still love the way you say God.
God. Well, it's not something to be taken lightly, but hey, I could have been a
God.
okay. Let me give you this spiel in my best Southern Baptist voice, okay? Now, God wants nothing but the best for you. God, He just wants you to be everything that you're meant to be. Because God is the great amen. Can I get an amen in the house here? God is the great amen. And Jesus came to whoop the ass of that serpent that wants to wrap around your happiness and strangle it. So you follow God, you will have what you want. You reject God, you reject your heart. Amen.
Amen.
You got really rock star at the
You forgot to do the
Hey, there's a reason I learned to play guitar.
pulpit.
Banging on the pulpit.
Hallelujah.
Praise Jesus. So yeah, I just to somehow make some sense out of this. That's all I'm saying. That's the only reason why God comes into this conversation. But as I've said many times before, you bring up a good point that I don't know what the difference between using another man's ass is between using a fleshlight, you know. So if we're going to condemn masturbation, okay, then anal sex needs to be on that, both male and female. Now, if we want to talk about the relationship aspect and what's actually taking place, well, we all know about the hierarchy of gay men, and it's not nearly as complex as lesbian culture. But oh yeah, dude, I'm still trying to figure out lesbian culture. You got like,
so am I.
You got like stone butch, you got like dom, you got. I mean, there's like friggin' 50 different terms for the specific role.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm in the community.
Women are more complex. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Well, at least their genitalia are. But the thing is with gay men is almost all. I mean, you do have some egalitarian couples, especially the older egalitarian couples. But for the most part, with gay men, you do have a top and you do have a bottom.
Yeah.
And for the top, I see that as a conqueror. And the bottom is really the one who's acting out the wife role. And this is where I see the psychological dysfunction going on. The man acting out the wife is not being the authority, or maybe authority is a bad word, maybe just, conqueror, He is being the bottom to someone else when a man is meant to be the top. And being the top isn't about bossing people around. It's about taking it on the chin, really. It's about taking that responsibility.
And some people like to be submissive in the relationship.
Word.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is that is a feminine characteristic.
How so? You don't need to be feminine to be submissive, and you don't need to be a man to be a dominant personality.
No, that's not what I'm saying. And again, you're framing this in a cultural context, and I'm talking about ontology, where it's all about, the design of what they're built to be. And
not.
Well, we have the problem of nature versus nurture here. And nurture can very drastically affect how we interpret that nature. And I think that, like I said, I mean, a man is built, biologically speaking. Oh, go
stronger.
ahead.
Right, but even in, say, natural or scientific circles, or the theory of Darwin, survival of the fittest, it's the weaker that don't survive. There's an acknowledgement that there is a weaker, and I don't know, I think it's kind of dangerous to say that submission is a female or not a masculine attribute.
Why would you
Some-
call submission weakness, though?
Well, I was starting to say weakness, and then I said submission because they're not the same thing.
Well, you
But-
know, the primary thing that Christ did in his incarnation here on earth was submit.
Say that again?
That's the primary thing that Christ did here on earth was submit. It says that he learned obedience through submitting to the Father, even unto the death of the cross.
Were we talking about nature or theology?
Well,
Because I
all
thought we
I'm
were
saying-
talking
all
about.
I'm saying that the idea of submission tends to be really misunderstood. It's not at all a weakness. It's not at all a deficiency. It's not at all making you less than. It's just a role. That's all it is. It's a role. Some of the strongest people I've ever known in my life are women. I have known some women that are way more man than most men I know, and to their credit, not to their dishonor. I have known women who have done amazing, incredible things that men would be like, holy cow, how could I ever do that? I've also seen men who rule over women as though they're some kind of a god or something, and I don't know what they think they're going to get from that, but it's certainly nothing worth having. So when I think of submission, I think of the way of the warrior. I think of being the best soldier that I can be. Maybe that's why we're called to mutually submit to each other, because that takes a greater amount of courage to put yourself in somebody else's hands and actually, let them take the wheel. Understand that that person is going to bear the greater burden, but you're going to have the honor of being the integral part in what makes that honor possible.
Right.
So I see, like I said originally, as far as homosexuality goes, I don't really know how much of an opinion I can have for other people and their own personal choices. I really don't know how valid that would be for me. All I know is what God tells me for myself, what I read in Scripture, the definition of what sexuality is, what it's intended for, and when I don't match up with that, I'm like, well, how can I get there from here? But I'm not trying to say that for other people. And if other people want to be like, well, what do you think I should do? I would like to preface that with saying, well, I don't have to walk in your shoes, so take it with a grain of salt. Don't take me too seriously. You know what I'm saying? If I have to walk in your shoes, okay, that's one thing. But if you want my honest opinion, you're taking me out of my comfort zone. I'm not really quite sure the terms to use, but what I will say for you, I don't really disapprove of any of your recent life choices. Not that it's my business to approve or disapprove, but I think, I don't know how personal you want to get about it. So, if you want to avoid that, that's fine. Perfectly reasonable. I just know that when you get to a point where you're realizing what's going on inside of you, pretending to be someone you're not, it doesn't help anybody.
Right.
Jenna, welcome. How you doing? Been trying to get you in here a little while.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Justin's mentioned you a couple of times. I don't know why we didn't get you in here sooner, but...
Hi.
How are you, Daniel?
Good. How are you?
Very good. You guys were just talking about submission, and the thing about submission is it's not a weakness. If anything, it takes strength building to learn submission.
Right.
I know for my first 8 years of marriage, submission was something I consistently had to work on and build strength and study and learn and understand the true meaning behind it because it didn't come naturally to me. So submission isn't necessarily something that just comes to women naturally. It's a strength building exercise. It's something that you have to learn to do, and there's no weakness involved. I can tell you that much. It takes strength.
I just want to mention real quick, Haley is not a Christian, and she does not like God very much, but she likes us. So, go ahead, Jenna.
I was just saying for me personally because, truthfully, it's just a personal issue. Everyone's going to handle it differently.
Right.
Oh yeah, I agree with you totally. Is
Right,
I've
that
had
was
to learn. Oh, go ahead, Haley. Sorry.
sorry. I was just gonna say that was a mistake of mine. I said weakness, and then I corrected myself. I know that weakness and submission are not the same thing, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
wanted to.
All right, that's cool. I just wanted to mention real quick. This might interest you. One of the things that has been a real challenge for me in relationships is learning submission as a man. And you know what an authoritarian I am. I mean, I'm not just complementarian in my view of marriage. I'm more patriarchal.
Hmm.
And I'm with a woman who is rather liberal in her rhetoric, but somehow, some way or another, the characteristic of our relationship is that she tends to be submissive. I tend to be dominant. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's just naturally emerged. And one thing she'll say, I would hope anyway, is I'm not the type of dude to force my hand or to be overbearing or to be a dictator. It's a negotiation more than anything. And I think that dominance is every bit as nuanced as submission. And so submission's a part of dominance. And sometimes Michelle needs to make some decisions. She needs to take charge in some various areas. But overall, we all understand the buck stops here. I'm the one who's ultimately responsible for what takes place, and that's both good and bad. It's not just a responsibility. And so, Matthew, speak.
I remember one sermon that my pastor, my good friend, gave. Sorry, sinuses. He gave a definition of submission, which I found to be really interesting. And it was that it is not so much that the woman submits to the man by the man's self or in the man's self. It's that in the Christian model of submission, the woman or whoever comes under a mission, submission, with the man, and that the man's mission is obviously, a divine mission that's given from God down. And it's not so much that the woman is doing the man's will, but that the man and the woman in marriage are kind of forming a triangular support underneath a mission which is higher than both and which is the ground of both. So that kind of idea with submission has been helpful for me in understanding how a Christian model of submission would work and work well, because it's not something that is like the way that people tend to think of submitting to a man and all that, because it's not really the submission of a woman and her dreams and her life and all that, just surrendered entirely and into vapor, so that she can serve and support a human male. It is more that they both come into a cooperation for a good purpose. And I think that that's something that can be biblically supported, even in the way that Paul describes, the whole submit to your husbands kind of thing. Because then the next thing that happens is that Paul says, oh, and by the way, husbands, if you're not being like Christ, then you've basically blown it. And so that's where that falls through. Because I think I think that the view of submission is a little bit like a koan almost, because it uses what is today a provocative term for meaning more or less, in regards to your marriage, love thy neighbor as thyself, but primarily love God. And in doing so, you'll fulfill your marital vows and you will have a stable marriage. It's going to have a functioning dynamic. It's going to get things done in a good way. So that at least is my quick opinion on the submission issue.
Well, I definitely like the play on words there. Submission, submission, a subordinate mission where it's a subset of the greater mission. That's definitely a really cool way of looking at that, and I appreciate that. And I definitely do say that the idea that a woman exists for the purpose of a man in and of himself, that is rather silly. Of course, that God created Adam, and one of the things that I notice in Genesis, it says even before Eve was there, he said male and female, he created they. And the way that I've traditionally interpreted that is that both the male and female persona was in Adam. Like you can look at it as simple as like the chromosomes, the X and the Y is present there, and the female can be derived from that. And from that, yes, they both are suited to their particular purpose in this particular mission, but everybody has one head. And so the man, like I was saying earlier, with him, the buck stops here. I'm ultimately responsible. But with a woman, that doesn't mean she has no responsibility, and it doesn't mean that she has no glory to her. In fact, I think Proverbs 31 speaks rather highly of a virtuous wife, even raising her above a virtuous husband.
In a lot of ways, yes. My interpretation of that, of the God created male and female, they. Of course, I'm an evolutionist, so my views are going to be a little bit different on that. My view of Adam and Eve, for the most part, is that Adam and Eve kind of stand as, well, they're three-dimensional figures in the interpretation. Is that you have mankind created, through the various means, and then it's a little bit like the case with Jacob. Is that you have somebody who stands for an individual as well as an archetype, and a name, in the same sort of sense that Christ, in a fulfilled manner, is both the human individual incarnation as well as the body and the fountain from which our identity flows. The fountainhead, which is that definition of the head of the stream, and the head from which the body flows. So my view of Adam and Eve is, in that sense, is that given mankind created, you have the account of Adam and Eve as archetypical figures and as historical figures, and that what these pieces of literature, and definitely theological literature, in that dimension of things, is presenting is something like, how does the human dynamic function? And in the human dynamic, in a pre-fall ideal sense, the woman, or whatever, is a helper with the man, and I'm reminded of that. I think it was a Jewish story. I don't know quite the origin, but it was the Eve wasn't taken from the head so that she would be above man, from the feet so that she would be below man, but from the side so that she would be beside man. So I think that that's a very complementarian view, but in a way that is not strictly complementarian. I almost take a compatibilist view with that, with the complementarian, maybe slightly patriarchal.
Egalitarian?
Well, I say egalitarian, yes, but I use the word complementarian because some people do take a very extreme patriarchal view, or a very matriarchal view, which is a little bit of what you get nowadays with, the centrifugal reactions to feminism. Like you have, I don't quite know the names of these sorts of trends in a lot of areas of fundamentalist Christianity, but you have it like in some of the reality TV shows where people have a bunch of babies and they're a religious group. Maybe it touches the Mormons even. Is that everything is very patriarchal.
Who is it? The Noggler? No. What was the one that had Ten County or something? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not sure because I don't really watch them. I just kind of know of them in the background and in the vague haze of culture at large.
The way it's been framed in recent years, and I don't know if it's always been this way, but and I apologize for the crying of the baby. She's my daughter, obviously, so she has a lot to say.
Natural body functions.
But I think that traditionally there have been three main views. The predominant one historically through Judaism and Christianity has been the patriarchal view, where everything flows from the man, literally and figuratively. You have the complementarian view, where the two are equal, of equal value, of equal stature in the kingdom of God, but each has their own particular function, much like the function of the Holy Spirit versus the function of the Son, and thus one serves the other in a more ostensible way, even though there's mutual service going on between them. And then the other one would be the egalitarian view, which states that they are all co-equal in everything, that no one has authority over the other, and that each is completely their own person that's making some kind of a compromise with the other and cooperating.
Right. And I think that one of the key problems, not with those definitions, obviously, but like with the application, I suppose, of the definitions, is that the application of the definitions. I'm still waking up. It'll be okay.
That's okay, dude.
It's people tend to reverse their priorities, and they tend to overemphasize one dimension of servanthood in any relationship, and it kind of boils down to, okay, wife, how are you going to serve me today? And then you get jokes like, go get into the kitchen, make me a sandwich, and and by the way, you're going to dress and comb my hair in the morning, stuff like that.
And that's why I like how you broke down the word, the submission, because if the mission is all about the guy, well, that's rather humanitarian.
Oh, and it's not even.
Or humanistic.
I can kind of tell that you're lacking in that area because you kind of got the little spiky look going on.
Oh, that's the new haircut. But
not bad, dude. Go ahead.
And I would add that if the dynamic of a marriage is effectively summarized in, okay, wife, how are you going to serve me today? Then it's not a Christian marriage in its function. Because a Christian marriage is, okay, how will we cooperate in doing the will of the good?
Yeah, is it man-centered or is it God-centered? That's the question.
And and in a Christian marriage, it is implicit by, how, it's more like, okay, wife, how will I wash your feet today? And then the wife's question is, okay, husband, how will I function in serving you as we do the will of the good? Submission is a submission unto servanthood, and leadership is a submission unto servanthood in a way that is beyond even the human character.
Well, here's a good example. Sometimes our meals aren't big enough to feed all of us to satisfy all of our hunger, and so my wife and my children get everything before me.
Mm-hmm.
I will take less, which is the opposite of the Middle Age mentality in Central Europe, where, well, not just Central Europe, but mainly Britain too. That they were really like that, where it was really patriarchal. It was all about the man eats as much as he possibly can, and then the rest of the family gets the leftovers. And I think it's the opposite. The man needs to follow Christ, and Christ didn't come to be served; he came to serve. But he was authoritative. Did you ever notice in Scripture Christ didn't ask a person to do a single thing? He only told them to do things. He never asked.
Hold on, checking the message real quick. I did hear you.
What's that, Matthew?
I was checking the message real quick. I did hear you.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get used to this because I'm trying to keep track of like 5 different chats right now because I don't want to exclude anyone. By the way, Jenna, I am sorry that I didn't see your message when you had originally sent it because it does take some time because I got to switch the screens and all that stuff. What's up, Slim Squish?
How's it going?
We're bringing it back. I'm saying we're bringing it back.
One thing I think, and this isn't excusing, by any means the practices of ancient or, later Europe. I think that sometimes with the meal issue, it was the wife made those sorts of decisions because the husband was the breadwinner and obviously needed the energy to sustain physically the life of the family.
Yes.
So I'm not excusing it. I'm only making apologies for the wives, as it were, in because that's something I do have an issue with. More virulent forms of feminism is that while there is the principal idea of, praising womanhood, they tend to do so at the expense of other women, and particularly the ancient women who made decisions that are unpopular with our modern democratic societies, but they made them for reasons more than just threat. They made them for reasons that were, of circumstance, that were like, okay, I can invest this meal into myself for a day, or I can invest this meal into my husband and survive for the week. That was more or less what it boiled down to in some circumstances, which is a hard decision, and I would applaud the women that made those decisions. They were very difficult decisions. That's one thing that I am passionate about, is that when people do have to make very tough decisions, they deserve to get praise rather than blame. And for the most part, the men were not as wicked as many of them would say. They did love their wives, and I'm sure that they didn't eat the stale bread and bit of milk with a happy face, except for their wives. They were trying to be sustained so that they could work, so that they could get, the bread on the table, because they wanted their families to prosper, because it was a shame if they didn't. I mean, that's more or less what it was. I can go to work lethargic and we can all die, or I can go to work with some strength and maybe I'll get some bread on the table, and my children won't die this month. I mean, that was more or less what it was.
I think for the most part, that's how the cultural tradition came about, and I agree with you there. I would say that there was a rather large segment of the populace that took undue advantage of that because of their fleshly concerns. And another good example is in Europe, it was the tradition that they bathed once a year. This is a very, maybe 1,000-year period.
That may be a myth, but I will follow you on that.
I've heard it from several different sources, but I don't know for certain. But it seems rather commonly accepted that it was a bath once a year, and when they did draw the bath, the man would be the first one to bathe, and then the wife, and then the children down to the last, and that's where the saying came out: "Don't throw the baby out with the bath water," because
that one is a myth.
because the bathwater was so murky that you couldn't even tell if the baby was still in it.
This is where I think Jenny can come in because she knows a lot about history.
What's that?
This is where I think Jenny can come in because she knows a lot about history.
Who?
I don't know. Are you there, Jenna?
I think what Matthew was saying is actually correct. I was surprised to hear that said because you don't hear it often today. The men were the primary breadwinners, and life was a lot harder than it is now. And they had to eat if they were going to sustain their families. So that's why the men ate first. It wasn't because the men felt themselves better or more important. It's just, it was literally survival. It was a survival technique. That's all it was. And the family went along with it because they knew without their dad, they were going to be in big trouble. Mm-hmm. They needed that. They needed the patriarch system. They had to have it for survival. And, realize out of the same period of time, we have chivalry also occurring. So there was a balance there. It wasn't as it's made out to be today. Matthew is absolutely correct.
Well, we gotta remember we're talking about a culture in a monolithic sense, and we gotta remember the sharp class distinction that involved at this time that had been it. You know what I'm talking about? There was 4 or 5 classes depending on which locale you're talking about, and the etiquette for one was vastly different. In fact, that was largely the distinction of the classes was based on the etiquette because the progenitation of the families.
I want to
say, and the reason that it was the men who were the breadwinners was because women biologically are the ones who produce babies.
Oh yeah, and men have the muscles too.
Oh yeah, that is true. I mean, and they didn't really have birth control the way that we do now. I think that there was an ancient Egyptian recipe for a contraceptive, and it involved, well, quite bluntly, slathering manure up into your nether bits. So, I mean, medicine
really
has
gross.
come a long way. So,
really unsanitary.
Yeah, it was very unsanitary, especially in the age where, you didn't quite have tampons. So, so everything did kind of have to function around a very organic balance, and it was the...
I've always been curious. Do any of you know what they used before they used tampons and pads?
I'm unsure is what to...
A rag, hence the term on your rag.
They used rag pieces.
Linen.
What about horse?
Mostly linen.
Wash it by. If you were wealthy, you could use linen, but wool.
Yeah, I didn't even realize I was moving. I just want to throw in there that yes, they did have condoms. Condoms are very, 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 very old. They were forbidden. They were outlawed.
Well, they may have had condoms. I'm not sure about that. But the contraceptives for women, I think, weren't very...
was much lower back then, I would assume.
What's that, John?
The population was a lot less back then.
Well, yeah, especially when you get to the latter end of the Middle Ages, because the population of Europe, I think, was culled to like 2/3. 2/3 of the population of Europe died by a combination of the Little Ice Age and the Black Plague.
Yeah, the plague had an awful lot to do with the bottlenecking of Europe. Interesting a bit, I learned recently, I mean, I had known, the origins of the term bless you, but I had learned recently about one of the popes, where that came about as well. Apparently, during, at the peak of the Black Plague, the Pope had asked everybody to pray that the plague would end. And so whenever anyone would sneeze, the people would bless them, more or less. And shortly after, the plague ended.
Jenna?
That could be a myth.
Also, sanitation methods, they started using that. And kind of ended it too. But I'm not sure. I can't remember what they were.
Jenna,
Go ahead.
please, Jenna.
About that. I'm sorry. What was the question? One of my kids said.
Yeah, go ahead, Matthew.
I learned recently about a story where during the peak of the Black Plague, the Pope at the time asked everybody to pray, and so whenever anybody like sneezed, show symptoms of the plague, they would say "bless you," or they would bless them, and then I think shortly after that, the plague did end.
I've heard that. I think it was Pope Gregory. But there's other ones as well. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, there was a bubonic plague, and it was Pope Gregory. I'm just looking at my. Yeah, and then there's German ones too, like origins from the German culture. They have different ones for different cultures, but I think the Pope one is the most popular.
Okay, see, because I had heard multiple versions, and this was a version I'd recently heard of, which I found really interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wanted to add something real quick. I don't mean to backtrack, but when you guys were talking about the submission thing, in Ephesians, the first verse there and the instructions for Christian households, a lot of people kind of ignore it, but it's 21, Ephesians 5:21. The first verse and the instructions say, submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. Before it talks about the wife submitting to the husband and the husband loving the wife, the first verse there says, submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. So I think it's kind of giving us a full summary in that one statement of the following verses. Because if you don't, when you have a bunch of kids and a family, it's not going to work if you have a dictatorship. It's not realistic and it's not practical. Because the man a lot of times is working, the wife is working, you have a bunch of kids at home. Things have to be delegated and moved around, and it just doesn't work as a dictatorship. It's not practical. And I think, in these instructions that they give us for Christian households, I think that submit to one another out of reverence for Christ gives us an understanding that when it comes down to it, we're going to end up submitting to each other in the relationship at different times. It's not going to always be male to wife looking up, at the male, or the male looking up to the wife. It's going to be a tangled mess most of the time. It's never going to be straightforward. At least it hasn't been for me.
Christian families seem to function as a kind of microcosmic Christian monarchy in that respect. There is a queen and a king, and then there's all the wee princes, but everybody does have responsibility to one another, and so far as maintaining the family crown, as it were. Because that's what ultimately the responsibilities of a king and any royal are. Is that their responsibility is to the crown and realm. It's not the other way around. It's that the people sustain them so that the crown can sustain the realm in that way. So
greatest in the kingdom of heaven is a servant.
Well, right, but that's a form of servanthood. And actually, I mean, that's the way that a lot of the monarchies were supposed to function, especially in the, post-Roman pagan sort of period, is that the rule of the king was not supposed to be any kind of rule over or overrule over the people. They were to be servants of the people in that respect, and that's how they had divine right. I mean, that was their function, which I think divine right has got a wee, well, more than a wee bit off center. But if I were to define monarchies, this is the way I would do it insofar as it applies with families, which I do see as microcosmic monarchies, because that's how the organic and innate nature of man functions. I mean, that we do have natural leaders that we appeal to, because some of us just aren't involved in taking on those responsibilities. They're our followers. So I agree with Jenna in that respect, and I'm just kind of seasoning it with the noble identity, more or less.
So, Haley, what are you making of all of this? I mean, I know this is, it's not as though you're a stranger to religious circles or whatnot, but I know you hear a lot of bigotry from Christians about relationships. And
I don't think Haley's on the
what do
call
you think
anymore.
about? Oh,
I think she's gone, man. She's had enough.
Oh, whatever. I'll just have to smack my chick up.
Hey,
Yeah.
well, Jenna's still on. I was wondering, because part of the reason I thought it'd be interesting to hear her take on things is that I saw her post a lot about she knew about kind of the gay movement when it was like they weren't pushing for like legal recognition or something like that, and she
Right.
knows a lot of gay people. I was
Oh,
wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
yeah, sure. Well, I mean, this was back in the, I guess, the 90s, early to mid 90s. And I grew up down in South Beach, Miami, which was kind of like the rallying city, rallying point for most of their, what it is now is a political movement, but then it was more of a freedom movement. And what they believed then was that they didn't want conventional marriage then. It was not talked about. It was talked about with scorn. They weren't interested in that. They did possibly like the idea of a civil union just for, because at that time we were going into the problems with the medical benefits and going to see our loved ones in the hospitals, things like that. So they did want some kind of civil recognition, but just for that purpose. And they were thinking at that time that they could just do that with a contract situation, which I always found very interesting. But back then it was not about government acceptance. They hated government. They felt government was their oppression, and they wanted nothing to do with government. In fact, when the governor of Miami at the time attempted to embrace them for obvious political reasons, they completely rejected it. And I have seen some stories recently out of San Francisco where the old timers, now they're old timers, right? It's hard to accept. Are resisting political influence in San Francisco now. I mean, it's a small amount of people now because unfortunately, a lot of the guys and girls I knew from back then have passed because we didn't have the advances we have now with HIV, but medications and things. But yeah, back then it was more of a anti-political movement. They hung out with the punks a lot. They hung out with the skaters. They hung out with the beginning of the goth movement kids. They weren't interested in any political recognition whatsoever. I think they would vomit if they saw what was happening right now. And the other thing is, and this is the reason that I was able to get along with them so well, was that they mostly came from Christian families. And they didn't want to intrude on the church. They had an ingrained sense of respect for the church because they were brought up in the church. And none of them ever acted like they hated the church. They acted like there was one or two, but they were a minority. And it seems to be the opposite now. It seems to be they have this hatred for the church and a disrespect for it, which is concerning to me because they're acting like it's the enemy instead of a place to go. Like back when I was a kid, a teenager, the church offered HIV testing for the homosexual movement. They would go in and get testing. I mean, they're still doing it now, but back then it was like the gay people felt comfortable going to the church for help. We weren't enemies. I mean, there was always the super conservative element who were disgusted by gay people. That's always been around. But the gay movement was not what it is today. It's a shadow of it.
We had touched on that earlier, and Haley had echoed that. She's one of the more vocal supporters of the general gay rights movement, which I wish I would have had the chance to address the idea that I prefer to call it the gay privilege movement, just because it seems more to be about privilege than it does to be about rights. But I found it interesting. Who here has watched Johannen's video about homosexuality and things like that? Justin
The principle
has.
of gender one?
Yeah, yep, that's the one.
I've seen it once. Most of what I remember from that was that there was some mild controversy between him and inspiring philosophy on the matter. But that was mostly a thing of definitions and clarification required, I think. Which, I mean, I understood both sides on that matter.
Well, the one point that I wanted to mention is that clip that he had from that lesbian activist who stated outright that their goal is to destroy the institution of marriage altogether, that marriage is a ridiculous institution that shouldn't exist. It's a throwback to the primitive stage of our culture, and that we need to throw off these shackles that have been imposed upon us from our previous generations. Did you notice that one, that part of it?
I think I remember that.
Justin?
Sorry, I had to unmute. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I'm trying to recall her name. I was looking it up just now. She's like everywhere now. Masha Gayson, or however you say her name.
Yep, that's the one.
I was in Australia. There was some panel, and she, I don't know. I guess somehow she felt free to just like come out and say, "Oh yeah, our agenda isn't like we're fighting for gay marriage, but in the end, really we want to destroy marriage." I don't know what methodology or way that they thought that they could do that, but
well, it's the idea that they're gonna.
Sounds pretty sinister.
It's the idea that they're just gonna like show how ridiculous this concept is from start to finish by taking advantage of it and taking it to the greatest conclusion that they possibly can, and that's why it's hard to have this discussion without invoking some kind of a slippery slope. But just because it's a logical fallacy for a proof doesn't mean that it's a fallacy to entertain the notion of a slippery slope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like an inductive sort of observation.
Yeah, well, you can track.
It's okay to speculate slopes.
I'm not just talking about mere speculation. I'm talking about deriving a trend from, well, just that, a trend. You know, where you see that it's A to B to C to D, then you can derive E and F and G and H, I, J, K and all that other stuff.
I can actually see that just from my viewpoint, only because they've always had a hatred for the institution of marriage, like as a general rule. Some, I guess. But
yeah.
The addition, this is the new part, is coming back and trying to destroy it. That's not something I had ever heard in the past. Now, from the political climate, I can see that. But I have no evidence of it. But,
well, the problem with any movement is it's going to get co-opted by the people who have a financial interest in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Happens.
And I think that's what we're seeing. We've seen that with the global warming thing, which to be honest with you guys, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I don't want to spend the whole broadcast talking about this because to me it's a little kind of ridiculous in some ways. But I just felt like it was the big elephant in the room, so we kind of had to do something with it. But you know, when you look at that greater context of the cultural shift that's taking place and how it has less and less to do with any comprehensive vision for the future and more to do with I just want what I want right here and right now. Screw you for judging me. I see us devolving to almost a point of being little more than dumb beasts who are following the most base pleasures at the core of our being and forsaking the higher pleasures that come with being a civilized human being. And when we trade that, I think that's what is part of what's being talked about in the first few chapters of Romans is the devolution of society, where you can track it, you can see the trend, you can see one thing to the other. I don't see it coming out as especially harshly condemning homosexuals. I see it as saying, wow, when you've gotten to the point where you actually entertain homosexuality as a viable function in your society, as something that needs to be affirmed and approved of, then you've reached a point that you're not rational enough to actually be civilized. You're riding off of the civilization that's been gifted to you by your predecessors, and now you're spending it on your pleasures. What's the end of that? with no coercive, with no coherent vision for the future, all we end up with is our lowest common denominator, which is our basest pleasures. Lord of the Flies. Go ahead, Justin.
Well, my people perish for lack of vision or knowledge or whatever. That's
lack of knowledge. Yeah.
That's
I
interpretation.
think it's also vision there
Yeah.
in one translation.
Well, it's not such a sharp distinction in the original language. Yeah, vision, knowledge, word, all of that stuff. You know, my people. Is the word gnosis there, Justin?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't looking up the word in Hebrew or anything, but that was Hebrew, not Greek. But anyway, what I was saying is
it was quoted in the New Testament, and that's the one that I'm most familiar with.
Freaking Septuagint.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
Well, I mean, from a historical standpoint, you're right. I mean, if you look at any of the if you look at any cultures, once homosexuality is introduced, there is a moral downfall. I mean, I don't know what else to say. When I say introduced, that's not the proper word because it's always, homosexual behavior is always there.
Placed into a position of affirmation, maybe?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what I've been struggling against. Not the acceptance, but the affirmation.
Well, we don't. Tolerance doesn't mean we have to affirm it. Tolerance does not mean that we have to accept it as our own belief.
Exactly. I agree.
That's not the definition of tolerance. Tolerance means that we're okay with letting other people do what they want to do, but it doesn't mean we have to embrace that.
And by that definition, I'm the most tolerant person in the world because I have no interest in telling anyone else what to do with their genitals.
See, my trouble in all of this is that, like, in three ways. I'm sorry, Justin, for interrupting you again. I apologize, my dear teddy bear. It'll be okay.
That is so gay.
All my heart.
This show just jumped the shark.
All my hearts to you, my teddy bear.
We're perishing for a lack of knowledge. So I found.
Oh my gosh! Put it back on Matthew.
Okay, gaytards. I found the verse. It's Hosea 4:6. I'll start at Hosea 4:4. It says, "Yet let no one find fault, let no one offer reproof, for your people are like those who contend with the priest. So you stumble by day, and the prophet will also stumble with you by night, and I will destroy your mother. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because you have rejected my knowledge. I will also reject you from being my priest. Since you have forgotten the law of your God, I will also forget your children." That's a hard line he's taking right there. And Hosea is full of really hard lines. I mean, especially when you think of the life of Hosea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Hosea is one of those prophets that I remembered reading, and I was like, Lord, please don't make me Hosea.
My previous relationship inspired many Hosea verses.
It's like Hosea is just. I would almost feel more comfortable being Elijah than being Hosea.
Definitely, yeah, I'd agree with you there. I could deal with everyone hating me and suffering and all that stuff, but marrying a prostitute and actually being in love with her and even buying her out of slavery when she sells herself into it, yeah. I mean, naming my kid.
The one I really wouldn't want to be would be Jeremiah.
No, he was.
That guy had to eat poo.
Yeah,
That was Ezekiel, I think.
Oh, was it Ezekiel? Oh yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the dude sleeping on his, laying on his side for a year, eating off a dung.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Ezekiel. I'd rather be Ezekiel than Hosea by far.
Woo!
Definitely.
Not me, man.
Ezekiel was an insane prophet, man. Yeah, every page you turn, you're like, what the crap is this?
Well, there's a
Who
reason
wants
why
to see that
the
vision
flying
that he
I think
saucers.
there are UFOs in there for crying out loud. I mean, that's like.
Oh, there's a reason he saw the flying saucers. The dude actually, he's like, he counted the cost. All I'm saying is, like, you can deal with any level of physical duress, any level of shame, But if you really love a woman, and she does you like that, there's no greater pain than that. Guarantee you.
And
I don't want to take
especially
a
being
rabbit
told
trail.
by
I don't want to take a rabbit trail, but I wonder if there's any mycelium in the poo he was eating. I wonder if that's why he saw the flying saucer thing.
You don't think that was divine revelation?
Because
Maybe
of
it was.
fungus?
Maybe it was. I don't know. Through the fungus?
Maybe. Are you honestly?
idealism can account for this.
Are you honestly? I mean, do you not believe in the doctrine of Theonostas?
What? What? The doctrine of Blah?
Do you not believe that Scripture is God breathed? That is exact. Okay, so I mean, obviously,
Be
But
one
who's
with
to
your
say,
saucer.
who's to say that that wasn't the vessel that God used to bring this divine revelation?
okay, perhaps. It just sounds like you're implying that he was just having a random trip
No,
and it got interpreted
I'm not
into
implying
religious
that.
context.
Well, it seems
No,
I
like
said it sounded like it. I didn't say you were. I said it
When
sounded
you
like it.
assume, my friend.
it seems a bit too clear and too narrative to be a trip. I mean, that's kind of like the thing with near-death experiences.
I have friends that trip though, Matthew, and they openly say that they've seen the logos. Like they have like
They take DMT.
spiritual divine revelations that are for them,
Is it in a narrative? Does it have narrative clarity?
Yeah, for sure. I wish Kevin was here because he would tell you about his experience.
Well, I am someone who looks way back into human history, and I'm like, shamanism, okay, that's one way to encounter being. So I've got this covered. Like, I already have it, in like a theological category of okay. So I'm just saying on that. I have no problem if it had mycelium in the poo. It goes on.
So, first thing I wanted to say is the word used there is where is it? Come on. Oh, I gotta scroll up. It is da'af. Da'af is the word that's used there for knowledge, and it's perception, skill, discernment, understanding, wisdom. So yeah, my people are destroyed for that. I wanted to ask, who here is tripped?
Not me.
I did.
I know Daniel has. You're a perma trip. What the fuck are you talking
I
about?
went to Louisiana once.
What's that?
I went to Louisiana once.
So, have you ever had a chemically induced trip in your head?
Took NyQuil once.
Well, actually, there's a lot of people who trip like that.
Well, listen. God's medium, right? I mean, right? Please. Okay, my voice is tripping me out here.
Daniel. There you
It's a fractal audio.
Boo.
Let it go. Let it go.
Well, what I'm saying is that not only the medium, right? It's not like I mean, it's not like it just happens like magic. Like there's no explanation. God uses some kind of medium, and if we talk about like the pineal gland and DMT in there or something like that, and God, that's somehow how we interface, and we talk about the brain being interfaced with the soul, and so God's using our brains to interface with us. So it's not like that's a profane way of putting it, or like profanes the spiritual or anything like that. What I was going to say, I was going to branch off of that, what Johnny was talking about with Ezekiel. If there's like this interesting lecture by Michael Heiser, and he goes into what Ezekiel was actually seeing. It wasn't a UFO. It was basically, like the Mazzaroth that Chuck Missler talks about, where it's like the Zodiac, and back then...
Did you just invoke Chuck Missler?
Well, I'm trying to relate to like where you're coming from, because you...
Well, no, the only reason I get a kick out of that is because usually I'm the only one who knows who he is, and I've listened to just about every single thing he's ever said, and I've read almost every book he's written.
I know Chuck Missler.
I printed out a book that was written in like the 19th century or something, like years and years ago, I just printed out the whole damn thing. It was like all about the zodiac and the redemptive metaphors in it.
The Matzaroth. He worked off of D. James Kennedy's work on that.
Okay. And anyway, so basically, it wasn't like used like for cheap horoscopes or anything like that. This was a part of their mythology or whatever. And even for the Jews, they would have the diagram of the zodiac in their synagogues. And anyway, so basically, what I'm trying to say here is, they might not have had that before they were taken captivity into Babylon, but all that the stuff that Ezekiel was saying was like Babylonian symbology, and like you can see a lot of the stuff about the winged cherubs and stuff, like those kind of lions with human heads and wings and stuff like that.
Damn it, Justin! Why'd you have to bring this shit up? You know this is my friggin' specialty.
So that he was basically Michael Heiser. What he was saying is, this is God's way of telling him that even while they're in captivity, God is over all of this. And like to them, this was like, the earth was like surrounded by a firmament, and the stars were fixed in there, and there was these zodiac with these were actually living creatures up there, that are like angels or whatever, and they kind of spelled out the destiny of man, and God was over that, and He was in control of their destiny, where they were going, and everything. That was the comfort, and so it was like above all that, God is seated on His throne, and don't worry. Is basically the message that was being given.
All right, I'm gonna resist the temptation to get into Old Testament typology and the Babylonian exile and the influence that had on astrology, because basically Babylonians are the one who introduced astrology to the world.
The Magi.
And the Magi were definitely astrologers, as was Daniel himself. So I'll resist the urge to get into that too much right now, and say, yes, I have tripped on mushrooms myself before. I have tripped rather severely. There's a reason it's been about a decade since the last time I tripped. The last time I tripped was severely terrifying. There was some really good shrooms. I mean, the stems, they were like as big around as my thumb, and the caps were like 3 inches across. You broke them open, there's like purple cotton candy on the inside. And it was crazy. I ate a little more than 1/8 of an ounce of these, and for the next 8 hours, I was not on Earth. I was. If you want my honest account, I can give you my intellectual interpretation, or I can tell you my experience. I'd rather talk about my experience because it's something that I try to avoid talking about, simply because it can be very misinterpreted. When I talk about what I experienced and what I felt, understand that's not necessarily the truth. That's just the impression that I got. That was how I felt. So I saw myself in eternity administrating my life. I saw myself creating myself, not just making me come into this world and be born. I was creating myself every minute, all in an instant. Every aspect was interwoven. There was no time. It was all one big shape. And I was doing this, standing over it and laughing at how frustrated I was with myself, because I didn't even understand it was me that was doing it in the first place. And the reason why that terrified me is because I've always wrestled with the doctrine of theosis, because the idea of blurring the distinction between me and God is super. I do not for one second want to take anything less than a subordinate role to my Creator. However, seeing things through this lens, I guess maybe there's some things that people aren't ready to see, no matter how true they are, because that truth can lead to a perception of a lie. And that's the danger. And that's why I say I have a hard time talking to people about this, because I don't want them to think that that's really what was happening. However, I'm not discounting that could possibly be it too, because it fits into a lot of stuff. So what Johnny was mentioning about some of his friends and stuff, I've heard a lot of powerful DMT, especially since it's the chemical that our own brains make that interfaces with the pineal gland. And you hear people talking about LSD and all of this stuff, and I think that this is various forms of sorcery. What the Bible calls sorcery, I think that's our access of a realm that has been intentionally forbidden from us by virtue of our biology, and we're kind of circumventing the rules by doing that. I'm not certain of that, but that's kind of my impression.
I think the word for sorcery in Greek is I don't remember.
Pharmakia.
Right, pharmakias, and obviously you can trace the etymology of that to pharmacy. So.
Well, that's where I come down with it, and I've talked to a lot of people that are really good with the original languages as well as the cultural idiom and stuff, and they'll say what is essential to be guilty of witchcraft or sorcery or anything like that is trusting in some kind of a deity or overlord in exclusion to Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure.
It's an extension of It's the application of idolatry towards shaping our life.
Right. So you mentioned shamanism, and I'm not like I look at the use of the ayahuasca down in South America and Central America. I look at the use of peyote in the Southwest of the United States, and I can't necessarily illegitimize these practices. I can't say that they're necessarily outside of it, because most of the people who were involved in things like this were monotheists who very much tended to readily accept the gospel of Christ when the missionaries brought that to them. So it doesn't seem like they're necessarily mutually exclusive.
Right. I mean,
I've had a lot of spiritual experiences sans any kind of psychedelics, so while it's been tempting to me, it seems like the more careful and methodical path is seems best for me, because I build up to it, and it's more of a sort of I can't think of words right now, but it's more pervasive. It'd be more pervasive throughout my life rather than just being some experience that happens and it kind of lingers.
It's a lifestyle investment, not an event.
Yeah. Character building exercise.
Character building exercise. Yeah, taken to the ultimate eternal extreme.
Exactly.
I actually agree with you, Justin. Because I went through a phase of experimentation when I was younger, with different like acid and shrooms, and as an adult, I found that a methodical approach was better for me, because I don't think that time period brought me closer to Christ. I think if anything, it introduced fear into my life, and a lot of negative things as well. And so, like all things, it's an individualistic experience. So I can't say for one person it wouldn't bring them closer to God. Maybe it would. I've heard of people saying it does. But for me, I tended to see more of the other side than I did the good.
Mm-hmm.
Jenna, are you a Calvinist?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It's always good. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I guess I could be. I'm probably past that.
Okay.
I'm.
Well, what brand of were you? Supralapsarian?
I don't like to give myself a label because I have found in my walk with Christ that it changes.
Right. I'm just trying to get a frame of,
right now,
where you're coming at.
Probably, I mean, if you wanted to label me, you would probably call me a Calvinist. And I believe in God's supreme. I think He controls it all. And
do you believe in? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, do you believe in universal reconciliation?
I don't personally believe in that, but I don't dismiss it.
Okay. So,
as a Calvinist, in my master's study is in historical Calvinism and Reformed theology. Universalism isn't a rejected doctrine. It's talked about often. A lot of Calvinists actually embrace it.
Yes, I try to tell people this, and nobody listens to me. They all talk like I'm a friggin' heretic or something.
Well, no, you got to realize that New Calvinism is a lot like New Feminism. It's not proper theology. A lot of it is the American church has become kind of soft.
Yeah, I
A
would.
lot of pop theology has infiltrated
Yes.
the lay and the lay ministers in a way.
So I don't dismiss it, but I don't personally embrace it because I don't have evidence of it.
Well, it sounds to me like you actually know your stuff. One of my biggest frustrations is talking to people who are Calvinists who don't actually even know what Calvinism is. They've heard the 5 points and they believe in the five solas and all of that stuff.
5 points aren't even part of Calvinism.
No, I know they were a response to the Remonstrance, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying is it's neo-Calvinism, and they're even making it a hybrid into with dispensationalism, and I don't think that half of them know how mutually exclusive those two eschatologies are. But
That's crazy.
yeah, neo-Calvinism to me is. It's really what happens when people start really looking at the doctrine that John Calvin developed, and they start seeing the glaring inconsistencies with the testimony of Scripture and the somersaults that he did. And they were very, very well done somersaults. I mean, the guy knew how to. What's that?
Which doctrine specifically are you talking about?
There's a whole bunch. I don't really know where to start. I guess his interpretation of all always meaning not all, or something, stuff like that. I mean, it does get really complicated. But it's where Reformed theology is more of a hermeneutic than it is actual a systematic theology. And Calvinism is what makes it a systematic theology. But when people talk about Reformed theology, that's more about the hermeneutic through which they read Scripture. And when you understand what John Calvin really asserted in the Institutes of the Christian Religion, I don't know many Christians nowadays that are going to throw their law in with that. And I did. I was a high Calvinist, supralapsarian to the extreme. The elect is eternally chosen. They are eternally justified because they are God's special people. And I still believe that. I still very much believe that. I've just replaced the L with a U in the tulip acrostic, much like Robert Rubio, which I was hoping he would join us tonight. But the biggest problem with Calvinism is it's so very hard to actually take an honest view or an honest approach to understanding those more esoteric elements of our faith without being accused of some form of heresy. It's very much a guarded boundary type theology where you must fall within this purview, and anything outside of that, no matter how much of the rest of it you take hold of, anything outside of that, well, you must not be regenerate. You must not have the Spirit of God, because the Spirit of God. Oh, go ahead.
I think a lot of that has to do with your denomination. I mean, because Calvinism is a theology, not a denomination. So it's like, it depends what denomination of Calvinists you're talking to. I mean, there's how many thousands of Calvinist churches under different denomination categories that are going to believe the different things on different parts of,
I think the primary ones are the Reformed Baptists, the Presbyterians, and then you have the what do you call them? Dutch Calvinists, I guess, the Continental Calvinists.
Yeah, I'm not a denominational kind of person. I haven't found one that suits me, although I love the denominations. I think it's great because it's a free market of the church in a way. But for Calvinism, for me, I mean, I look at it more as, when you look at Calvinism, it's a response to a corruption in the church, right? There was a corruption.
Yeah, isn't that a bit of a problem though, when your theology is based on a rejection of something rather than an affirmation of something?
Not if you look at it this way. If you are in a church that is asking you to have your sins forgiven, then you're going to have to address that. So the thing is that it started because they were trying to get back to pure biblical definitions. So there's going to be tons of debate between Calvinists, even, especially the early Reformed fathers of the church, where they're going to be debating all different ways. That's why you find some who are universalists, You find some who are not. You find all a wide spectrum of beliefs within the Calvinist theology. What they call Calvinist theology. It's not really Calvin. It's a multitude of different men who put theology out there, and it all merged into one group. But
well, it seemed like everyone's scrambling to give their own interpretation of the institutes of the Christian religion primarily, and a lot of times in exclusion to other writings of Calvin.
Of course, and that's going to happen with any, it happens with all of them. I mean, just look at Luther or Augustine. How many people interpret them in different ways? So
Did you actually just say Augustine? You must be from Florida.
Yes, I am. Sorry. I actually was looking at pictures of our trip to St. Augustine here in Florida, and that's probably why I said it like that. Sorry.
That's cool.
Nice.
I like to pick up those little obscurities. It's funny. Every time someone says Augustine.
Try being from New York and moving to Florida. My accent is so screwed up.
You sound Southern.
I say Augustine. But I'm a heretic.
Well, yeah, there you go. It's Augustine. Come on, guys. It's Latin. It's not English.
It's Augustine. But yes, Calvinism is largely it's been narrowed down into like a cone, basically, today. And that's just not what I do. I don't study that. So I don't study modern Calvinism. So I'm not a good
I would like to think that the trend that I'm seeing today, and maybe I'm wishfully thinking because the more I depart from my dispensationalist roots, the more I begin to see how things aren't necessarily getting worse and worse. And I see a lot of ecumenism today, some of it not so good. I mean, there's certain things that we shouldn't compromise on. But like I've mentioned in previous times, every pope from John Paul II, I've been like, wow, yeah, these guys are doing some really good stuff. It's about time we see this, And you see a lot of movements with those more exclusive denominations that are more accepting of other denominations, and I see a trend, and I'm not sure if it's just a wave or if it's actually an upward trend.
It's a trend, I believe. I mean, according to the studies that I've seen and the different research I've seen, there is a trend towards unity within the denominations over the past about 150 years.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I say I'm not sure if it's a trend or a wave, because, I mean, we had the big Jesus movement in the 70s, and there was a huge backlash to that in the 80s.
Larry Norman, rock on.
Larry Norman, you got to be kidding me. I was thinking Keith Green.
You don't know who Larry Norman is, man? Come on.
Yes, I know who Larry Norman is.
Well, what's wrong with Larry Norman's music?
Well, rarely do trends move in a straight line.
Oh, I understand that. There's always, just like when you look at the climate information, it's up and down and stuff. But that's what defines a trend is what's the median, And I'm not sure if I necessarily see a median yet, though. Like I said, I'm skeptical to myself. So if there's something I want to see, I instantly doubt it. And I think that's a healthy epistemological approach. I think it helps to guard from some errors, though not all. And I just, like Johnny, you post a lot of stuff from, the typical dispensationalists, sensationalists that are all saying, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's right here, we can see it. And it's like, but they've been saying this for 50 years. Actually, no, they've been saying it for 100 years. It's just we have the media now.
You know what the biblical or like evangelical answer to that is?
What's that?
Like in the end days, many will say, "Where's the promise of His coming?" and so on.
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not. I have no doubt of the promise of His coming. I have a doubt as to it being like tomorrow. I think
Can you turn that off on my face, Eric? I can't see any. It's the weirdest thing. I can't see any text at all. I can't see like the little yellow box that says live. It has no letters in it. The chat isn't showing up. I can't change anything.
You gotta restart your computer, dude.
Oh wait, maybe I could
restart the chat.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
I think that's a pretty common thing in Christianity. I mean, Augustine.
Funny hats.
Yeah, it is.
Funny
He
hats.
did it on City of God, right? I mean, he thought the fall of Rome was the end of the world.
I appreciated City of God, but I had a lot of exceptions to that. I would say that his confessions are really where it's at to me.
Yeah, they're pretty great. But I was just using that as an example of Christians have always thought the time is now. You know, that's coming now. I mean, it's just.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that point. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Should that urgency be like because for some people that urgency is like the motivation to live clean and live right. But should it be that, or should it be more a love for God, a love for Christ?
Well, here's what I was gonna say, is that I fed at the streams of Oswald Chambers devotionals for I read that constantly in my walk years and years ago, and one of the things he emphasized over and over again, which is really good, I think, is that we should treat every moment as if the Lord is coming.
Yes.
I remember when I was camp counselor, someone was telling me that when they were this woman who said she's a little girl, whenever she'd see the sunset, she felt like it was Jesus coming back. Like she thought it was Jesus coming back. But what he was saying is that we see the Lord coming in every sunrise, every sunset, every element of nature.
Yeah, Eric and I were talking about that before because he was mentioning that he was watching Harry Potter, and he was saying Rowling wrote that as like a, I guess like a typification or symbolization of Jesus in her books.
Damn right it is.
I didn't know that was what she wrote into there, and it's funny because there were so many people, evangelical Christians, that were telling their kids not to read that book and claiming that was like akin to studying witchcraft. And
how's that any different from the Chronicles of Narnia?
Yeah,
I have to say this. One time, when that controversy was raging, like a big storm, and everybody was coming out against it.
Book burnings.
Yeah. This was kind of a turning point in my.
Alexandria, there, huh?
This is kind of a turning point in my viewpoint. Then it was like I was like, okay, everybody's coming out to attack this. God, what do you think about this? And then in my mind, I saw an image of a dove, kind of floating down slowly onto me as I was laying there. And then I heard a voice saying, well, if they don't like it, why don't they write their own book? I was like, that's so clever. Why don't we write our own books that have, those fantastical elements even better if we don't think that measures up.
But you know that J.K. Rowling is a Presbyterian, right?
No, I didn't realize that.
I didn't know that a minute ago, but I do now.
Yeah, or Presbyterian?
Oh, she's definitely the liberal. She's definitely the liberal Presbyterian, yeah. But I mean, she still is a believer in Jesus.
She's not Reformed, is she?
No, no. But she said that she was giving an interview about the backlash, the Christian backlash, and she was like, "I don't understand it. It boggles my mind. Like they can't see all of the imagery, all of the Christianity all through it. I mean, I thought when they saw
that is very profound.
And when
they can't.
She said, I thought that when they saw Harry taking the evil in himself and dying to it, that they'd finally get it, and they still didn't get it. Dude, this is Christus Victor front to back.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, come on, Justin. You haven't seen The Deathly Hallows.
You suck, dude.
I guess I'll have to watch them. That's interesting.
I actually lost 2 mommy friends.
Wait a second, Justin. You've never seen Harry Potter?
Everybody's always getting my case for not seeing movies, but let Jenna continue.
Yeah, sorry, Jenna.
Oh, no. I was going to say, no big deal. I actually lost 2 mommy friends, my daughter's friends, because they knew that I was allowing my kids to read the books. And I was like, why?
That's so gay.
Oh, it's so bad. And I was like, why? What's the problem with these? I read them first. They're wonderful books. The writing is, you rarely see that today. I mean, they're beautiful. And started going on about the witchcraft and all that, I just was, my mind was boggled. I couldn't believe it. I mean,
It's not
You have to look at
witchcraft.
Lord of the Rings.
But wait. That's not witchcraft. Nobody
No.
in that friggin' movie or books was doing any witchcraft. Witchcraft is doing favors for demons so that demons will do favors for you. That's what witchcraft is. Witchcraft is consorting with demons. And all that they're doing is basically, and Michelle and I were talking about this earlier, going back to Johannen's conversation earlier this week when he was talking about hacking the source code to reality. That's what I see that as being, the alchemical aspect of it, the conceptualization, the invocations. It's all about understanding the construction of reality in such a way that it allows you to, adjust the volume knob, adjust the resolution knob, the frequency, whatever you want to talk about. It's a science. And you don't even have to get that deep to see it that way, but it's certainly not, hey, Satan, come help me out.
Yeah, what Saul did was witchcraft.
Yes, what Saul did was witchcraft because actually no. What Saul did was necromancy, and necromancy was specifically forbidden in the law.
But the Witch of Endor did it. I mean, I know it's necromancy, but I would think that that's part of the craft of witching.
Oh,
Yeah, but the twist in there is that in the narrative, it's like something happened that she didn't expect. So it wasn't actually her power that was doing it. God was like, booyah, like, I'm going to do something you don't expect, and it's not going to be an evil spirit. It's going to be...
That's a really interesting rabbit trail, too, the whole... because, like, Solomon really came... Wasn't it Solomon that came back? Who was it that came back? Samuel. Samuel came back.
It was Samuel.
Yeah. And I think it's really interesting because, if you ever want to, like, get into the whole ghost thing, because, like, I don't know where I stand with that, but when I read that, I find that that's pretty interesting that Samuel was able to come back to talk to Saul,
I have no biblical reason for not believing in ghosts. None whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I can never make up my...
Wait.
I've never experienced them.
Wait, Justin, did you just say you do?
Huh?
Did you just say you do?
Do what?
Well, my statement was that I have no biblical reason for believing that necessarily ghosts can't be.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying that. In fact, when Jesus rose from the dead and he appeared to his disciples, he said, I'm not a ghost. Look, he ate fish and bread and stuff. He didn't say, oh, ghosts don't exist, so therefore I'm not one. He said, no, I'm not a ghost because I can eat. And so, and the other thing I was going to say is that if we view, like, heaven and hell as being distant places that are not overlapping with Earth, like, N.T. Wright makes this great point, is that heaven is seen as overlapping with Earth in some ways, and I would say the same thing about hell. And people, like, I put two and two together when, people were talking about how in hell you may, like, kind of revisit your mistakes over and over and over, like, cyclically. And, like, but you hear about these ghost stories, like, these people will just, like, go in this cycle of repeating, like, say how they died or something like that. And it's like, well, how do we know that they're not, like, in some kind of hell? And the two aren't mutually exclusive. Just, like, say, well, if they're a ghost, they're, like, roaming the earth, they're not in hell. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not mutually exclusive like that.
This is an interesting turn of conversation. I didn't think we'd get to idealism, but I definitely want to talk about idealism, and I want to do it in such a way that we can try to avoid getting too highly technical. And I think that's rather easy because idealism, to me, what makes it so convincing is it's so intuitive. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, that's exactly the way it is. So, hold on just a second. Hey, by the way, Micah, I'm not talking to myself. I am on, just so you don't think I'm nuts. But that's my upstairs neighbor. So oh yeah, I'm hosting my internet show actually. I'm hosting our internet show. So idealism to me is it's so simple. It's so simple. The only thing that's real is the mind. And when you say that the only thing that's real is the mind, what I mean is that there is no substance, there's no brain, there's no computer containing it. We're talking about pure abstraction. And we don't like that because we always want to think of a place. We always want to think of geometry in some way. Oh, did you want to say something, Jenna?
That's my son asking for chocolate milk.
Oh, I want to say something. Is that?
Go ahead, Justin.
Tell him no, it's too late.
What, Johnny?
So tell him no, it's too late.
What I was gonna say, basically, when you examine all this, what's behind all these concepts, is that what you're saying is that the total experience is not reducible to one part of the experience. So, like, if you look at the brain, like, basically what people are saying is that, like, when they say that all consciousness is emergent from the brain, you're basically saying all colors, all other colors and textures, for instance, like pink and spiky, or brown and coarse, green and leafy, they're all reducible to gray and squishy. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, maybe gray and squishy is how someone else's thoughts look to us from the outside when we're not, in their consciousness. But to say that everything is reducible to one part of that experience is it's just insanity to me, and that's basically what you have to boil it down to, unless you just assert mystery or something.
Well, here's the funny thing is, I think the middle is where it gets complicated. The start and the end are really simple.
Yeah.
Singularity in nature. And that's why I try to start either at the start or the finish. Because the more we get towards the middle, the more we start getting into those really technical terms and complex ideas. And I don't think that's necessary to really grasp the whole framework of what I'm talking about. And when I see idealism, and this has been a long journey for me because it was
Dude,
a very what's that?
Now you look like a ghost.
It's because I'm outside smoking a cigarette.
No darkness.
Yeah, I'm outside smoking a cigarette, and there's no light out here. But
tap twice for yes, tap once for no. Go ahead.
So when I look, I think that everything is mind. I don't like using the word information. The word idea comes closest because it has, when you have an idea, there is an experiential and a volitional aspect to that. But when you start talking about just ones and zeros, well, that's when you're like boiling it all down to everything being a mathematical computation, and that does nothing to address the hard problem or even the harder problem. And I think both of those are essential to this whole dialogue. And so I think experience is over information. I think information comes from experience, not the other way around. And I think when I talk about idealism, when I talk about everything being a mind, everything being ideas, what I mean is that is the substance, if you need to talk about a substance, and there is no substance as such. It's one of those things where this is why it breaks down for most people, because they can't grasp that. They can't grasp the concept of there's nothing there idea, but thought, but volition, but experience. This is the substance, and it's not what we would call a substance because we want to hold a substance in our hands. Our hands are a substance. Our eyes are a substance. Our brain is a substance. All of these things are substances. Even when you start talking about prime matter, that's still a substance, but it's getting closer to the idea. And when I say idea, I'm talking about, it is the easiest way to boil this down is God is a mind. God is self-conscious thought, mind, experience, volition. You don't need a substance for that. You don't need a framework for that. You don't need boundaries for that. It's just logically self-consistent and experiential. And because of that, sending a message in a bottle. I didn't see the rest of the thing, but that was Johnny in chat. It sounds like sending a message in a bottle. It's more like when you dream, you're being your real self. And that's even illusory because you're not even being your real self there. You're just closer to your real self because there's less barriers. There's less boundaries. It's all about the interaction of ideas with one another and thoughts with one another.
Where
And if
where
you
do
can,
the boundaries come from then? Like, you can have the grandest, most perfect idea. It doesn't match reality as we experience it. We still have these obstacles. We still have disease, struggles,
yes,
suffering, all
the
kinds of
boundaries
other
come
things going on.
the boundaries come from the logical necessity of the consistency of agreement between diverse entities. Complex statement, and I'm going to really make it simple real quick. If, say for example, I am a single self, you're a single self, how are we going to interact? How are we going to touch one another? There needs to be a common framework for that. And so because of the rules of logic, of self-consistency, those points of contact make a framework that is self-consistent where reality is not different for you than it is for me. It's like a Venn diagram. I am this one circle, you are the other circle. When we interact, those circles overlap. And where those circles overlap, we call that our common experience. Where they do not overlap, we can either call that the internal world, or if they don't overlap enough, we can call that schizophrenia.
I can just see Daniel getting so confused right now.
I know what a Venn diagram is, Justin. Sorry to disappoint you.
Well,
You just look so weirded out or something.
Huh?
I don't think that Daniel has an intellectual limitation. I think he has a philosophical limitation, and
No,
that
no, no, I wasn't saying that at all.
right.
Just,
I understand that.
Weirded out or something.
Yeah.
I just think
That's what I was
thought
getting to.
experiments serve to redirect us back into life here, to living an authentic life and discovering who we are. I mean, I think that's more important than
That's
some
actually
otherly realm exists, and that everything must be this ethereal substance. I don't know.
There is no substance as such.
I agree with your emphasis. Actually, that's kind of where I started down this path. Is that, and I'm not, as of late, I've been more theoretical, but George MacDonald actually helped me down this path. That's where I started sounding like Berkeley to somebody. I didn't even know who Berkeley was at the time, but it's because of in his book novel Lilith, they were in this place that the other world or the spiritual world or whatever you want to call it. They didn't call it that. It was just like, it wasn't even that. It was a real experience, like in a cemetery, whatever. And this guy just walked out of this house, and then he ended up he was following this raven guy, and they ended up in the cemetery. Anyway, this dove alights off, and like the raven's like, that's a prayer being sent up, and the guy's like, but a prayer is a thought, a thing spiritual, and he's like, and the raven basically had to explain that, like, all thoughts are real live things to God, and all things begin as thoughts and stuff like that, and he's like, God is the heart of all hearts and the mind of all minds and stuff like that. That's kind of where I started from, and has a very devotional aspect to it. To basically say that God's not far from you, God, like you were, it's like you are as close to God as you can get creationally, and to realize that and embrace that, that is what, that's when you enter a relationship with God.
So
and
where does
showing that the infinite closeness?
Sure. Where does the Holy Spirit dwell?
In our hearts.
Wait. We keep using geometric constructs to explain these things, and
that's because that's the way we perceive the world. I mean,
that's the way we perceive the world, and that's the barrier, is that we are not of this world. And if we, I mean, it can be a traumatic experience if you want it to. I mean, if you want to just plunge into the water ice cold without any preparation, that's fine by me. Spend your time on the deck hanging around. Me, I want to dabble my toes a bit and get used to the temperature.
Okay.
Because, well, we're all getting
Can we
tossed
speak in
overboard.
more metaphors, please?
Well,
That's what my wife always says.
that's the thing, Daniel. If you want to talk about just this world, then we can talk about just this world. But if we're going to talk about the world in which this world subsists, then there comes a point where we need to bridge those two concepts. It can't. I don't even know what Justin's laughing at right now.
When I said my wife says that too, she's like, I can't handle it. And she's like, I gotta get out of here. And she walked out because of all the metaphors.
It's because she's a girl.
Daniel, are
you being a girl?
Oh man,
No,
I think that this is the ridiculous stereotype we're drifting into here. I don't even know where it came from, but
ridiculous stereotype. It tends to work out.
Men want cold, concrete facts.
I haven't really noticed that. I think that's a anyway.
It's because you live on the left coast. Where's the men there? You know, I told.
Walking around.
I just want to say I told Michelle like a day ago or so. You tend to take a lot of the lines that a lot of the more faggier guys take, but I actually consider you a rather manly man, because you don't. Well, just the arguments, the ideas. You know, there's a lot of kind of limp-wristed ideas that I hear from you that maybe I need to hear them differently, and a lot of it is a product of experience and stuff. But I was telling her I actually see you as a very masculine man.
Ronnie.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that. What I would say is that you're not faggy. You don't get your feelings hurt over stupid little shit. You're actually able to rise above a situation and to take things on the chin. And to me, that's the heart of manliness. So I see you as actually a really manly guy.
I had to deal with it since I was a little kid, so.
What's that?
I had to deal with it since I was a little kid, so I had to toughen up.
Bro hug.
Bro hug. No, I just don't want you to think that I'm calling you a fag or anything. It's not like that. It's just there's certain ideas in our culture today that seem to cross lines between the masculine and feminine ideas, and I guess that's maybe I'm going on a rabbit trail here, and I probably shouldn't, because I do want to follow what we were talking about before.
I'm not insulted in the least. I was just trying to wonder. I was wondering where you're going with it, what you're talking about.
Well,
we can talk about it later.
Yeah, I think I kind of lost my way a little bit. Back to what I was talking about before, what Daniel was talking about. What's that?
Go ahead. I have another question.
Oh, what I was saying is I can understand the existential approach, and I think that the existential aspect of it is probably the most important aspect. You can't get to the XYZs until you've gone past the ABCs. And I think experience is really where it is. We're created to experience. We're created to experience God, ourselves, one another. So existentialism cannot be discounted from this conversation. What I'm saying is that there comes a point where it goes beyond that. And I'm not sure if that's really where you're at right now. It's not that you're not capable of understanding or anything like that. It's just that you have a particular focus in your life that is particularly relevant to your life, and this isn't it.
Pretty much. And I was also going to ask you guys if you think all thought has validity. Is all thought, I don't know, formless, idealistic?
Okay, let's get a little technical again. You're talking about the difference between prime matter and secondary matter. Just because all things are thought doesn't mean that thought isn't a production of that original thought. So when I'm talking about idealism as being the foundation for all reality. Just because something's an idea doesn't mean it's part of the foundation. It's an emanation of the foundation. It's a product. Go ahead, Justin.
This is what you and I were talking about the other day in video chat, is that we think about thought as being like sort of a vague representation or a totem, as you called it.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about like creation springing from God's knowledge, it's like there is basically, okay, here's my argument, is that for something to be outside of mind, I see everything as a spectrum, like where there's, like there might be some more vague thoughts, and then you can progress all the way to something concrete and tangible.
Yeah, gradation.
Yeah. But for something to be completely outside of the mind, we wouldn't even know what that is by definition. I mean, we couldn't, for something to be, like, by definition, unknowable. And God's mind is infinitely higher than ours and beyond our conception of, well, we don't know what it's like to be God, as an omniscient being, but we can know that there's some kind of continuum there, relationship. There's a relationship where, we're spirits, we're offspring of God.
Well, here's a great avenue of thought that really touches upon all of this, and I love the pun touches upon, because that's what I'm going to talk about. Our every sensory experience is the sense of touch. Every last one. There is no sensory experience that is not touch. We do not experience anything directly other than what actually touches us. You can look at the eyes. Photons need to touch our rods and cones in our retinas. If you look at our olfactory sense, our nose, particulates actually have to chemically react with neuroreceptors in our nose. When you talk about taste, same thing with the taste buds. Actual substances need to come in contact and interact, and in that interaction, the substances are always changed. Just like a Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, you can know the velocity or the location of a thing, but you cannot know them both. You can know one or the other, because knowing one affects the other. And that's just like this when we talk about sensory perception. By the very act of perceiving, we actually change what we are perceiving. Now, we can see this directly through the sensory that we have by, touch with our hands, the feeling of hot or cold. Even when we have the sensation of movement that comes from our inner ear in the semicircular canals, the force of gravity is acting upon the air bubbles in our semicircular canals, moving them to a certain location, giving us that perception of movement and orientation. And this is all in relationship to a gravitational pull. So when we begin to understand that every sensory input is because of touch, then we can begin to understand, again, because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, that just by touching a thing, we change it. And so what we're perceiving is its appearance, not its actual reality. Because if we were experiencing its actual reality, there would be no change. But what we change is our addition to that experience. We are interacting with that experience. Now, you can take this out to a greater range, and it's funny how it's almost like we get to a greater range by going to a smaller range. The quantum world, when you look at the double slit experiment and everything involved with determinacy and the waveform being collapsed into a particle, again, we're touching it. We just don't know how we're touching it. So all of this experience is touch. And this comes back to my Venn diagram about one self interfacing with another self. Those two selves need to touch. And they don't need to just touch, because just by touching, that's an adversarial relationship. By me touching you, I change you. If you don't change me, that's called violence. It needs to be consensual. So the necessary implication here is that by our relationships, we are overlapping with one another and becoming a part of one another. We're not just touching, we're actually experiencing. And we're not just experiencing the appearance of something, we're experiencing the reality of something.
What you were just talking about is really cool, because like Christopher McHugh, we talk a lot about gift and demand, and you said something about when there's interaction and one is touching the other, but the other isn't touching back, or something like that, it's violence. What you said?
Yeah, it's violence, because by you touching, you're by necessity changing that. You can
Yeah.
either measure the velocity or the location, not both.
Violent
And
hugs.
well, yeah, it's hugging a person who doesn't want to be hugged back. When they hug back, then the diagram overlaps. When they shrink back, your diagram is deforming theirs. You're impressing upon them, and nothing of them is overlapping into you, but you are overlapping into them.
Yeah, so like basically,
Well, it's like a one-way transaction.
Yeah, that's violence in a nutshell.
basically his idea is that gift and demand is a
Yeah.
foundational metaphysical reality, and that I think is convertible to what he's saying there, is that like the two touching each other is like a gift to each other, and the one is touching the other without the other, like that's demand, where the one is demanding itself upon the other, and it goes up all the way to the macro scale of human relationships, where we give to each other, and that, and I can't explain it like he does, but it's really good meaty stuff, and it kind of explains things in a way much clearer than selfishness and unselfishness, where it's like a tangled thorn bush of like, sometimes things that are called selfless are actually selfish, and sometimes things that seem selfish are actually selfless. But if you frame it in terms of gift and demand, and believing that the other person has something to offer you, and you have something to, like, and as a result you give of yourself, and even like say in terms of God giving himself to us, we do have ourselves to give to God, even with all our fallenness and all that, even though we don't have anything that, it's all diminished.
Here's an interesting thought. Sorry.
But we have ourselves to give, and we can be in an eternal relationship with him.
Right. What were you going to say, Daniel?
So, weren't you struggling before with the whole notion of theosis, or saying that it kind of rubs you the wrong way?
Well, I will say this.
I kind of the whole Venn diagram metaphor, sort of how you're both giving of each other and you're overlapping, and then how Justin mentions that happens with us and God, or it could happen with us and God.
Let me
makes me think of that.
Let me just clarify. First and foremost, what was the first thing that you said? What was the first thing that you said? Because I had a reaction to that. Because I know what I want to say to the whole thing, but you had said
your whole metaphor, like overlapping Venn diagrams, and how you're giving.
Theosis.
Yeah.
How that relates
That's what
to
I want to
theosis.
say. I used to have a problem with theosis. I have a lot less of a problem with it now.
Okay.
And again, with the Venn diagram,
Whether or not you have a problem is probably irrelevant anyway.
Okay. Think of when I'm talking about a Venn diagram, a good three-dimensional representation of that would be an ocean with bubbles. We are all bubbles, and we join with one another when we interact in those bubbles. But to think of God as another bubble is to, again, make God into a man. No, God is not the bubble. God is the ocean in which we are floating.
But God did become a man.
But okay, and then that's the ocean itself.
To me, that's the only way he can really interact with us in a lot.
And that's the ocean itself producing its own special bubble. But that doesn't mean that the ocean is any less the ocean. And that's really what we come down to when we come to the problem of the morality of God. This is why I say I don't like the terms malevolent or benevolent when it applies to God, because, again, these are free moral agency terms that reflect an actual subordinate position in all of creation, not the totality of creation itself. Creation itself cannot be described in these terms just by virtue of the fact that benevolence requires an object. Malevolence requires an object. And for God, he is the only object. We are subsets of that object. We are not separate objects. What do you think of that, Justin? And of course, Daniel, I will give you time, but I really want to know what Justin thinks of that.
First of all, I wouldn't call God an object. I know what you're.
That's what I just said. Is God is not the object, and we are.
I thought you said God is the object, and we are subsets of that object.
Well,
Okay, I'm not going to get caught up on the terms. I know what you're trying to say.
Right. If I said I might have said that I misspoke. What I'm trying to say is, if you're going to see things in that objective framework, that God is not the object. God is the superimposition of the object, whereas we are the subsets, which makes us objects. God is the substance that gives rise to all subsistent objects, but he himself cannot be an object, because for him to be an object, there would have to be a comparative frame of reference, and there's nothing outside of God.
Right. Okay, so what you said on the benevolence and malevolence issue is that, or my response is that, God, well, talking about God as benevolent is to use, like analogical language, metaphor language.
Yeah, it's an anthropomorphism.
But just as any other attribute we can name, the name itself is going to be a limited terminology. And so my response is this, that benevolence, strictly speaking, concerns us humans. And but the reason that an action can be benevolent or malevolent for us is that concerns whether it conforms to God's own nature, because as Jesus said, love your enemies and be perfect as your Father in heaven. He causes the rain to fall down on the righteous and the unrighteous.
Right.
And God is pure, perfect, unadulterated light, and He does not discriminate. It's like the sun, like I've talked about before, shines on all sides indiscriminately, and does not. Because for God to be impassible, for God to be impassible means that God doesn't change. He doesn't change in His nature depending on who He's dealing with. So everything, every person that God deals with, He's dealing out of that same nature, which is love and holiness. Really? And so we are derivative, our spirits. Our derivative of God's spirit, and that's why we're to act in accordance, and that's why we are to be benevolent, even though God is beyond those definitions that we can put on Him.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, I think.
I was going to say something, I think, right?
What's that?
Were you going to say something, Jenna?
Oh no, it's just it just reminded me of the medieval church's solution to that. The 17th century church was omnipresence.
How many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, but with omnipresence, I mean, it's kind of a simple solution, but the idea that God is everywhere at all times, that would be including us. That would be including, our gardens and our homes and, across the universe. He's everywhere at once at the same time. It's a construct that, I mean, I think it was a viable solution for it. It's something that I seem to go back to every time I hear this talked about. And but I don't know. I think that's an easy solution if you have a problem looking at the abstract.
It's a viable pragmatic solution, but it again becomes just another allegory. When you say that God is everywhere at all times, that's not accurate. It's accurate experientially, like the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas says. You chop a log of wood, here I am. You lift a rock, there I am. So I mean, and of course Justin's going to want to talk about panentheism now, but I just non-locality is such a difficult concept to grasp. But it's such an important concept to grasp if we're actually going to talk about these things in a real ultimate sense. Because back to what I was saying before. You're gonna hear the catchphrase being "there is no substance as such." That's the mantra that keeps repeating itself in my head. There's nothing there but thought. Well, what contains that thought? No, it's not contained. It's just thought. Well,
Hmm.
okay, but what's the framework? Well, there's no framework. It's just thought. Well, what's the medium? How can you record these ones and zeros? It's not ones and zeros. It's thought. And that's the hard thing to really wrap your head around, because we are so, we have our faces smushed in this thing called corporeality. You know, the corporeal existence. It is, when my daughter was born, and she was fussing a lot, and Michelle was stressed out about that, because she felt like, oh, it's cool, Daniel, don't worry about it. She felt like, there's something wrong with her. She's crying. She's upset, and it's like, what can I do? And it's like, well, sometimes she's just upset. I mean, why does it have to do with you? Maybe there's some felt needs that you can't meet. Well, no, I just feel like, I should be able to do something, and this doesn't seem normal. It doesn't seem right. And my thought all along with that, it's like, I see the child. Number one, I do believe in the pre-existence of the soul in a certain sense. I believe in the pre-existence of the soul in that we are all connected to eternity. But just like I also believe that every time, well, maybe not every time, I haven't really investigated this exhaustively, but at least the vast majority of the times in the Old Testament, in the Hebrew Tanakh, where it talks about the angel of Yahweh, it's talking about pre-incarnate Christ. And I believe pre-incarnate Christ, when he sat down and ate with Abraham, was eating with the same body that he ate with the disciples. That was bad English, I'm sorry. With which he ate with the disciples. That was the very same body. I don't see Christ and the person of Christ, and I do distinguish the person of Christ between God the Son incarnate, or God the Son, as opposed to God the Son incarnate. And there's a lot of real deep stuff about the hypostatic union that can get really confusing really quickly. So I don't really want to so much get into that, but I do see it as being a circle, not a line, but a circle. And when you draw a circle, okay, when you're done drawing that circle, you can say that that circle has no beginning and no end. No matter where you go along that line, there it is. However, there came a point where you had to put that pen to the paper. And that's what I see the incarnation of Christ as being, is when the pen was put to the paper. But just as though it goes forward, it also goes back. There is no beginning, there is no end to it. Christ is eternally incarnate, and it was manifested to about 2,000 years ago. So that's
Lewis made that point too.
What's that, Justin?
C.S. Lewis made that point too about, like, I can't remember I have such trouble finding this quote, but basically something about him not always having knowledge of what it's like to be a human, like walking miles and dusty sandals and stuff like that in the Godhead. Like, that's an eternal knowledge for him. It's not like something he just learned.
Well, that's the trick. If you take the Platonic understanding of eternity, then it gets really tough. I mean, and this is why Plato has been debated for the past 3,000 years, or 2,500 years. What was it, like 600-700 BC? He was born. I don't know. He's been debated for a very long time, and there are some people who have said that the totality of Western philosophy is a commentary on Plato. So I know that it's not necessarily something I agree with, but I do think that without Plato, Western philosophy would have taken a vastly different form. We get a lot of stuff from Aristotle as well, but most of the time he was trying to invoke Plato's name and really twisting what Plato had said in the first place. And that's kind of akin to what C.S. Lewis did to George MacDonald in The Great Divorce. You know, we see that over and over again with proteges and their disciples. And I don't think it's necessarily an intentional mark on their character. I think that they're trying to reinterpret their mentor's words to agree with how they've grown beyond where their mentor was when they departed from them. So I don't see it as an ignoble thing at all. But, oh, Matthew's back. Nice.
Yay.
What's up, Matthew?
Hey, I wanted to read.
Oh, go ahead, Justin.
I want to read something. You mentioned George MacDonald.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a passage from him up, and well, I gotta find the right screen share thing here. Anyway, it goes into what you were talking about the like.
I
Anyway,
can see your screen. I can see me on your screen.
you should see text now, I think, right? Or do you just see yourself?
I see myself in the chat.
Oh crap! Okay, hold on. Let me do that right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, here we go. Okay. You see text now?
Yep.
Things are given us, this body first of things, that through them we may be trained both to independence and true possession of them. We must possess them, they must not possess us. Their use is to mediate, as shapes and manifestations in lower kind of the things that are unseen, that is, in themselves unseeable, the things that belong not to the world of speech, but the world of silence, not to the world of showing, but the world of being, the world that cannot be shaken and must remain. These things unseen take form in the things of time and space, not that they may exist, for they exist in and from eternal Godhead, but that their being may be known to those in training for the eternal. These things unseen the sons of daughter and daughters of God must possess. But instead of reaching out after them, they grasp at their forms, reward the things seen as the things to be possessed, fall in love with the bodies instead of the souls of them. And it's like so crazy how he actually, I mean, there's so many parallels in the quantum physics, and he was writing this a century before.
There's an ambiguity to the word form there, though.
Yeah.
I really wish he would have chosen different words, though the truth of that is so deep, I feel rather arrogant to try to correct him. But I don't like the use of the word forms there, because what we're talking about is forms, and what he's talking about is appearance.
Right. Well, he was just using it as a verb. Well, let's see.
I understand it's a colloquialism.
But yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's a colloquial usage, and that's why I just want to differentiate that when we, because that's where most of these misunderstandings happen, is the misdefinition of terms. And when I'm talking about formalism, when I'm talking about a form, I'm talking about the mold into which the appearance is poured. It's like a form when you're working in concrete. You build the form, and then you pour the concrete into it.
Hey, that's a great analogy for form plus matter.
Well, that's where it came from.
What was that?
The metaphor for form plus matter he just gave is like, the form is like the shape or the structure that you pour the concrete into, and the concrete is like matter, basically.
Yeah, I just use that analogy because I've worked in concrete before. You know, you work with what you know. That's why Jesus said to Peter, "Come with me, I'll make you a fisher of men." He was talking about what he knew, and it was beautiful that that he started with that analogy, and he also ended with that analogy, and you don't see the full ending of that until the end of the book of John. You know, how funny it must have been for so many of those apostles, or so many of those disciples, that were converting to Christianity, that didn't see that intimate finality, that intimate moment when they began with fish and they ended with fish.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much to that. Hey, Age of Pisces, hello. But
oh, you see that lecture? You watched it?
Dude, I'm big into the Mazzaroth, and I'm also very big into the ages and stuff. I don't, like I said, I look at the books behind you, and I'm sure that you've read way more than I have.
I've read a fraction of the books that I have. I need to read more. But
I just think that the things that I have read have been really, really significant. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I try to give a pecking order to my syllabus, and I haven't actually read a book from start to finish in 5-6 years maybe. So
Yeah.
well, because there's other means. I mean, I listen to books
yeah.
on tape. Well, I download them and listen to them and stuff, and I take excerpts and I listen to other people's takes on things and stuff. I mean, we're really experienced.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, we're experiencing a revolution in the form that information exchange takes place, and I think just by clinging to archaisms, we're only going to limit ourselves. You know, the world evolves; we need to evolve with it. I've never been much of a reader anyway. The only reason I learned to read at the age of 4 is because I was in like deep solitude for most of my childhood. My grandmother worked third shift, slept 12 hours out of the day, and I was locked in a room with nothing but a library full of books and PBS. Didn't even hardly have any toys. The only 2 toys I had was an Etch-a-Sketch and a Slinky.
Wow.
So yeah, so
part of why I read a lot too, because I was in solitude a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah, so this is why
I had encyclopedias.
Oh, I did that too.
Funkin' Wagnalls, man.
Age of
Funkin'
7, I was
Wagnalls.
reading encyclopedias for fun.
I was looking at them before I could read. Just, I mean,
maybe this is what the 3 of us have so much in common, is that we're just like obsessed with like soaking it up.
With books.
Yeah, we're just soaking it. We're finding it, and whatever we can get our hands on, we just want it. You know, we want to soak it up and make it a part of ourselves.
I want to hear Jenna and David's story, because that surely in their childhoods they read a lot too, maybe.
Yes, definitely.
My childhood was my parents. Yeah, it was mostly books.
We didn't have cable like until I was in middle school, like maybe even late middle school. So most of my childhood, I mean, I had plenty of toys. I have like 5 other siblings, so you know it was all kind of hand-me-down in that way. But
I don't think we had cable until I graduated.
But I mean, I didn't have cable, and so most of my life was spent a little bit like Eric in the respect that I had books and I had PBS and things like that. But I mean, my advantage was that I had other things too. A lot of very, classically, deep kinds of movies. Things like The Land Before Time, the first one. Of course, The Princess and the Goblin. Pretty much anything that was medieval in type. And for some reason, like I noticed, a lot of my childhood movies involved serious abandonment issues. The Brave Little Toaster, Homeward Bound.
Oh my gosh, The Brave Little Toaster. We watched that a lot.
Land Before Time.
The Dark Crystal for the win.
The Dark Crystal. Actually had that. Watched it. Freaked me out.
There are a lot of kids' movies with abandonment issues. It's crazy.
And let's see, what else did I watch that was terrifying?
I was all about adventure stuff, and I was always like trying to start an adventure. Even when I was like 5 or 6 or something, I took a little, I don't remember, it was some kind of stick or something, and I had a handkerchief and I put a couple toys in it, slung it over my back, and started walking across the street. My dad came up, met me on the median. He's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "I'm running away."
Makes me think of Freebird. Will you still remember?
I never threatened to run away.
That's one thing that's different, I think, for my kids than it was for me. Is we were free birds when we were kids. We wandered everywhere. I mean, I was 11 years old taking the bus down to South Miami. Like 2-hour bus ride away. My mom didn't even blink. But
awesome.
Nowadays, you can't let your kids do that kind of thing. It's just you end up in jail.
In jail, or your kids end up in a situation where the offender might end up in jail. It's a sad world.
Yeah. But
well, there's a lot less of that going on than there used to be, actually. Like, a lot less violent, a lot less kidnapping and stuff. Except for by the CPS.
Yeah. But, with the revolution,
when there's...
I'm sorry, go ahead, Matthew.
I was just going to say, when there's a monopoly on kidnapping, competition tends to be butted out.
What? Oh wow!
Exactly. Well,
And then they just get jobs. It's like, oh, well, I can't kidnap children on the sly. I think I'll get a government license to do it.
this is horrible, but it's kind of funny the way you put it.
I'm trying desperately to get Jasper Quadrango to join
Oh,
this
that'd be
chat.
awesome. He always tries to listen in, but he never comes on.
I want to hear what Jenna has to say.
Yes, please, Jenna. Yes.
About what?
You were saying something, and then I rudely interrupted you.
How messed up your childhood was, and how you hate your parents, and you just want to like burn.
You want to lash out at the world and burn it all down in an arsonic apocalypse.
I had a literal ideal. I mean, my childhood was. If I could go back to it, I would. It was bright. That's how I remember it. It was very bright.
Justin, you remember the way I've described childhood as literally covered with a film of goldenness.
Yeah,
everything physically appeared to be brighter, shinier, and clearer, and with like a hint of gold.
Yeah.
Like, especially in the summer. The flowers were bigger. Like, physically bigger. And like, not just because, I was small. It was like, dandelions seemed to be that big.
That's because your mother was mixing some Coke in with your cereal.
No,
I think when you're a child, time is smaller and everything is bigger. And it's just how you perceive the world. It's great.
That's very Narnian.
It was very Narnian. It's like, that's why I understand so imminently and both the stuff that is in Tolkien, like especially with the elves, because that is effectively the childhood wonder extended indefinitely, and suffering the tragedy of growing up, as well as what I do get out of C.S. Lewis whenever I'm acquainted with him.
Tragedy of growing up. Did you just actually say the
Yes,
tragedy?
There is the tragedy.
What did C.S. Lewis say about that? I just
Heart
posted.
of a child. He said that you should have a heart of a child, but be dressed up for battle in battle gear. Like
that's not the quote I was thinking about. I was thinking about the quote from Mere Christianity where he said that we're mere children playing in the mud pies that couldn't possibly understand how our parents could hate us enough to invite us for an overseas trip.
Hey, I wonder if that's where Peter Hyatt got his idea for the Journey to the Magic Kingdom video. It's like such a parallel.
I'm not familiar with that.
One part of it. Oh, where the kid didn't want to go to the Magic Kingdom because they were all set on going to the town he grew up in, and that would be such a long.
In which he grew up. I'm telling you what. I'm gonna total rage on everyone that makes improper preposition usage. I'm going crazy about this stuff. In which he lived, and he didn't live in where? Live in where? Language, guys, language. Oh!
Did anyone misunderstand me?
I'm muting my mic.
That's
anyway,
the Bay understanding.
Understanding.
It's an OCD thing.
Understanding what I mean by the tragedy of growing up, the area in which Tolkien lived was going through a whole. He was going through what Roger Scruton described was happening to his childhood home in Reading. Was that you had the industrialization of England and all of that going on, like even more so in the World War periods, the destruction of everything going on, the useless war that was the First World War. I mean, you had so much going on that took the life and the vitality out of an entire generation. And there is also this harrowing, the scouring of the Shire that everyone does suffer when they grow up into the conformities of society, when the demands and responsibilities of having to play by the system wear on you. You have to get a job to make money so you can afford to go to work, so you can pay taxes, so that you can have a home that you never live in, to have toys that you never play with, things like that. It is a great tragedy when you are ripped out of Valinor because you have to face Morgoth because he's stolen your Silmarils. I mean,
Yeah.
and that goes on.
I was going to say that what you just said is that book. I gotta watch more. Okay, the Theodicy I've been getting into talks about how God designed us to live in original justice, where everything is harmonious. We don't have to sacrifice one good for another, and we don't have to sacrifice at all. We just experience life in its fullness. And kids, we're designed to live in that world, and kids are acutely aware of that, and they don't want, they want a cookie, but that doesn't mean they don't want you to have a cookie.
Right.
They want you, say there's one cookie left. Well, why can't we both have the cookie? And they're having to learn to deal with a world in which there's that privation, and this is so cool about.
Well, wait.
I want to say something real quick. I'm almost done. I related that back to Jesus dividing the loaves and the fishes, and it's he's basically saying you don't have to live in that world.
Yes. The only thing I want to throw in, I didn't want to interrupt. I'm sorry. I heard you say that, and I just want to say it goes back to what I was talking about that Venn diagram. We're used to our own circle. We're not used to the rules of the overlap of two circles, which are dictated by simple logic itself, the rules of mutual exclusion and consistency and whatnot. And that's the trick, is figuring out not how to be a self, but how to be a self among many selves.
Right.
From the one to the many to the one.
And that's why one thing, with Roger Scruton, that was really powerful for me was understanding that there was this kind of alternative to the dichotomy between individualism and collectivism, where the self is either emphasized at the expense of anything external, or in the sense of collectivism, where a category or a statistic or a group, a numerical entity, is emphasized, society in the abstract even is emphasized at the complete expense of selves at all. And what Roger Scruton presented was the sense of the I and the we, which is the first person and the first person plural. You still have implicitly that you have to care for the first person because you're caring for the first person in common also, which is the sense of we, which is, you and I, or you and I in a diverse community.
So would you say that's the legitimate dichotomy or a false dichotomy?
I would say that the I and the we is the legitimate dichotomy. It is where harmony comes about, because you still recognize that you have a group of selves who are unified in a mutual and common identity, and so you're treating with them as persons and as person with yourself, and you are able to keep in the back of your mind a kind of sense of, I'm not dealing with the statistic, I'm dealing with living beings who have a living community, and them vice versa. And that's how you can create harmonies, especially within a world full of scarcity. Like the lake, the common lake from which you get your fish. You don't rip all the fish out of it because you want all of it for yourself, because you're trying to live, because you understand that others are trying to live also. And so you tend to conserve so that you have fish, so that we have fish, as it were. That's my general approach to the idea. That's how you get a legitimate dichotomy and a legitimate application of things. Whereas strictest individualism, in that very strict sense, crony capitalism versus, communism, where everybody loses out for that reason.
I got a really good question. Right now. Is scarcity an evil?
I think that scarcity is something like, it depends on the kind of scarcity. Scarcity is one of those things that's a very gray and fuzzy word that applies to an awful lot of things. There's a
Okay, so
scarcity of gold for, well, not even then, but we'll just say that there's a scarcity of gold.
Mhm.
Okay, that in a way is a kind of a logical consequence of its natural value, or something that gives cause even to its natural value, is that it is useful and it is rare. It has uniqueness, and that is kind of a good, and not quite an evil. It can be misappropriated and mishandled such that it becomes evil. But like in the desert, for example, where there's a scarcity of water, say you're on Arrakis, and there's a scarcity of water, everywhere. So you have to really conserve. It can also be a natural evil in that sense. I would probably put scarcity, when it is evil, in the category of natural evil, in the same sense that a tornado is naturally, can function in a
Okay,
natural
yeah,
evil way.
that's I'm talking about natural evil can get to be rather complex. I'm talking about, and maybe it's avoid it, but maybe
Like,
let me take it from another angle.
okay, that might be best.
Can love find its fullest expression in the absence of sacrifice?
I would have another complicated answer to that, because we're dealing with an issue that's not going to have a very simple answer, because it's a theological question dealing with the
Well, of
nature of
course.
God, even.
Yes, of course.
So right. I think that I would want to take almost a both and kind of position, drawing from what Justin was saying about childhood, for example, is that we are
Okay.
meant to live in a state which is where one good is not sacrificed at the expense of another, as it were. Something where you're not having to rip off your arm so that you can have, a piece of bread that day. That's an extreme example. You don't have to break yourself to have.
Well, it kind
At
of
the
goes to the
same
heart of what I was trying to say.
And at the same time, though, there is that paradox that Christ did break himself so that we could have. I think that what you see is an example of defeating death in sacrifice. Is that God, by virtue of his nature, defeats death eternally. It just almost as a matter of Christ, of God as truth defeating the privation of truth, which is lies. Truth always subsists, regardless of whether or not a lie is present. However, by virtue of its nature, truth does defeat lies. The same with God being life. God defeats death. So, in this sense, Christ is always the lamb slain from the beginning of the world. If we were in a state which did not suffer scarcity in the same fashion that it did not suffer lies, God would still, by virtue of his nature, be the defeater of death, and still, in that sense, be perfectly the full expression of love, which we would also participate in by participating in God. I think, though, that given that the fall did happen, that did occur in the human condition, that the fullness and perfection of God is still expressed, and is expressed in response to what has occurred. It's in the same way that a truth is always true, but then is also true as a defeater for a lie when it is in response to a lie. I guess that's my way of putting it, if that makes sense. It's a first level, superficial run at it, and I would need time to flesh it out in all of its detail.
Right.
I guess that would be my quick response.
I'm trying to add Jasper right now. I think he might be actually
Something that
joining us for chat.
something that came to me while you were talking about that is that it seems to me that well, God by nature is fully self-giving, and within the Trinity, the persons of the Trinity fully give to each other completely, without reservation or inhibition. And I think it might be just a matter of God giving everything to us that we need, so that if we do fall, then God gives all that. And there may be, obviously there is a greater beauty that came out of that than was present at the beginning. I don't know whether we would have experienced theosis anyway. It's hard to say that, like, what ifs, but God gave everything that was needed for us, and abundantly more. And who's to say there aren't even deeper revelations of gifts that go deeper into the heart of God? I don't know. That's like almost a fearful question to ask.
I think that in part this is a way of applying to metaphysics the notion that grace abounds. Is that sacrifice is a good, and it is a beauty, and it is a perfection, part of who God is and what God does. God is self-sacrificing. I think, though, that when we think of sacrifice, we tend to think of it only as a response to a privation, rather than as a kind of perfection which, by virtue of its nature, acts responsively to privation, but is not dependent upon it in order to exist. God is self-giving. That's what sacrifice is. Even if we have plenty, when we self-give, that is a way of giving in a sacred manner, which is what sacrifice would be. We are setting apart in a special way something for someone else, and that, even if you have 99 sheep and you sacrifice one, you have plenty, but you still sacrifice that one. In a way, this is one reason why I don't understand why people have the objection against Christ's death as, well, he came back. That's not much of a sacrifice, is it? They don't understand the nature of sacrifice as not necessarily being one of permanent loss. Sacrifice isn't sacrifice unto perpetuated evil, for permanent, making an evil permanent. It's always an act of giving towards a teleological end, and that is the revelation of the good.
Have we all seen that video about the holiness of God, that animated
Yes.
thing? Okay, yeah, how the difference between when the evil touches you, it spreads and it eats away at you, whereas when Christ touches you, it spreads. And then they further bring that analogy. The way I interpret it is, if you're made of the same stuff that the sun, the solar sun, is made of, then you can approach it without being burned. But if you're made of flesh, then the closer you get to the sun, it's gonna burn you away.
Mm-hmm.
It just really reminded me of that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, this is something that is, like, Christ gave of his riches. Christ left his riches in order to be poor, and in that way, we can understand that Christ didn't leave the divine nature because he was unified to it. So Christ wasn't sacrificing in that way. Christ wasn't giving up the good so that he could, instill in man some kind of moral virtue about sacrifice. Christ brought the good by descending down out of glory so that we could have it as an act of self-giving, and became set apart. That's what makes him the Lamb. we tend to understand sacrifice as it must hurt, and this is true. Sacrifice does tend to hurt, but there's in the divine nature there's a painful perfection of passion. It's so passionate that it is impassible. It is toward one another. They are the love between the members of the Trinity. I would almost have to describe it in an analogous and poetic sense, is that they are so full of love toward one another in perfection that it is eternally painful how much they love one another. And that pain is it's a good pain. It is pain which pain on earth can become the privation of. It's almost a kind of paradox, which maybe David will understand, like from existential literature. It seems like something that would be in existential literature anyway. Is that there is a kind of pain and a kind of tragedy almost, which is the tragedy of the good. Like I remember one time, a friend of my pastor, a pastor of mine, described he had prayed to love his wife the way the way that the members of the Trinity love one another, and he suffered like immense pain, like because of that experience. His human psyche almost couldn't handle it because of the frame of it and just the balance. It was like every day he would weep waiting for her to come home. I mean, it was that severe. He felt so much longing out of the very depths of his being for his wife that it was almost exhausting. And I know what this feels like for somebody within my own frame of reference, what it is like to just to almost be on the floor because my human frame can't sustain that much yearning, that much just a sheer appreciation for the form of somebody. It's fearful. It's terrifying. This is why I understand love is terrifying. I mean, it's not always giddy. Sometimes it's filling with such an awe that it's you almost want to vomit. I mean, it's like that. Because when something is so beautiful, it evokes the whole person, and it's almost like you want to jump from yourself, and you're held back by physics. It's a very strange experience, I have to say, and so the members of the Trinity have the perfection. They suffer without suffering in a way, because they're perfectly fulfilled and at peace, but it's a peace that's violent. I mean, it is raw peace. And it's raw love because it's being. It is. And that kind of thing, people don't understand what it's like. Whenever I hear people say, well, he didn't die, and stay dead, so it's not really much of a sacrifice. They don't understand the depth of what self-giving is. Self-giving doesn't cease to self-give with death. Otherwise, it's not self-giving, and it's not sacrifice in that way. That's why sacrifices and martyrdom, in a way, have their quality, because they do reach out into eternity, and that self-giving is sustained.
So what did Christ lose?
I would say that in the Incarnation,
I know it's a tough
I'm
question.
trying to find a way of putting it. Because it was an emptying of himself, but I think that what it was is that he he revealed the self-giving that he gives in the Trinity, and he poured it into the empty vessel of man, from emptiness in man. He brought forth the springs of living water into the entire empty vessel that was mankind and creation itself. I mean, it was that mankind was kind of like the temple in this respect, which had no presence, and Christ descended upon it into what was effectively buildings made from dust. I mean, he wrapped himself in poverty so that poverty could become glitter, like of immensity and rich in wealth.
Yeah.
He became poor in the volume of his self-giving, but he was, because he gave of eternal riches. That verse is kind of, people tend to take that verse, I think, without the edge of depth that it's meant to have. They don't wrestle with it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. David, are you there at all, or are you just kind of on the deadheading, or are you hearing us? Oh, there you go. You unmuted it.
I'm sort of around.
How prescient is your attention on the matter? Do you have any thoughts to share with us?
Hold on a second. Let me get my my microphone set up.
Okay.
Repeat the question.
Matthew, you want to give a brief synopsis of the past 10 minutes?
Oh, well, I was just saying, more or less, that... Actually, I'm not sure how to give it a synopsis, I'll be honest.
I know, it's hard. I have a hard time reframing it myself, but I mean, basically, aren't we all just talking about? It seems to me, it's hard. It's hard to like. It seems like there's a lot of feelings and a lot of thoughts that go into these things, but when you try to frame them in a way that you can communicate it to another person, it's like, no, that's not it. But I got no, that's not it either. And it's hard.
A thought are we addressing?
Matthew?
Well, the question, I think, was, does love involve sacrifice? And I think sacrifice...
Well, I had let it down a couple of questions. One of the things I had said, is, could love be as loving as love could possibly be without a form of sacrifice? And subsequent to that, what did Christ lose in his sacrifice?
I would say that for the first question. Oh, I don't know if Matthew, if you were set to answer that or not.
That was for David.
Yeah, because Justin's been away, but Matthew's been answering that question for the past 10 minutes, and it's pretty good. I like a lot of what you had to say, Matthew. I think you're on the right track.
Can I give a real quick answer to number one? It's one sentence.
All right.
I think that God's love would be as loving no matter what. It's just the sacrifice is an expression of that.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Yep. David?
I think sacrifice is a part of God's ontological being. I think it's innately what he is, what he does.
That's what I've been trying to get to.
Right.
I think that I gave as much in my spiel as well.
Matthew, come on, don't get butthurt. I wasn't trying to say that. I didn't quite get that. I didn't quite.
I was unifying with the flow of the thing.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I'm not offended. I was just unifying my position with others, casting my lot.
I just heard it clearly from David right there in that one statement. And that's why I was applauding him. It's like that's what I'm trying to get to is that the very nature of God is giving, and that's why the Trinity is necessitated, in my opinion, is because you can't have full love without someone to love. You can't love someone without having to sacrifice something of yourself for that.
Right.
Well, this goes.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think sacrifice involves diminishment of some kind, and I don't think that's necessary for total giving of all and abundantly giving.
Well, you even see submission. You even see submission in the Trinity, though.
Sure, but that doesn't necessarily involve sacrifice. It involves giving all of oneself.
Well, I define sacrifice a little bit differently than just, being only an essentially diminishment is what much of my 10-minute thing was defining sacrifice. Is that sacrifice is more basically self-giving. Is that even if you give of your abundance, you are still giving with a sense of, setting apart something for another. And that the poverty that Christ experienced was not that he was divorced or lost the divine nature, because the hypostatic union, it's that the divine nature was self-given into the empty vessel of man from within man. That the living spring was born within what is a temple of dust. And the dust was made to glitter and become wealth.
So what do you think, David?
Oh, well, I mean, of course, this goes right back down to the very bottom of my philosophical thought. That's where I begin with the infinite, and the infinite in order to even. Well, you've heard my 0, 1, 2, 3 spiel. It's the infinite in order to be has to give. It's a part of. There's that sense of definition that is delimitation. It's in some sense it's the deliberate loss of a certain aspect of infinity. I mean that's sort of not exactly an accurate statement, but it's. But
this would all be a part of your theology, right?
Yeah, right. So the way that I think about it is that the infinite. In order to avoid being a merely absolute infinite, and I've defined in the past that an absolute infinite is just a featureless one. There could be nothing, no content within it.
You need entropy.
Yeah, right. And so the infinite one deliberately, just a part of his being is defining himself. And defining is making, if you want to use a variety of metaphors, it's making cuts in himself. It's making borders within himself. It's setting one thing apart from another thing. And then you see that I think in every single act that God makes. I think it's a part of creation. I think creation is inherently self-giving. He's making a space within himself for something which is not precisely himself. That is yet
not
a part
identical to the one.
Right, and I think it's a part of thought. I think thought is the same thing on maybe a less intense level, if you want to think of it that way. Thought is creation. It's just soft creation. And creation, as we call it, is sort of hard creation, if you want to think of it in those terms. And then I think the incarnation is another example of this. It's a more overt example of this, that God is in yet another sense giving up himself and giving up things about himself and attributes of himself, or maybe attributes is the wrong term, but in any case, he descends. And sheds the cosmic robe and enters into humanity and subjects himself to the experience of finiteness. And I think that also goes down into the Trinity, because it's a division even of experience, not just of quality. So then the crucifixion is just yet another example of this, and I think the beauty of the crucifixion is that it is the most obvious example of this. It is God dying to himself for us, and it is, I mean, all things that God does are an example of this. This, I think, we have to get the picture, and the cross was. There are other reasons for the cross. The cross is, at least in part, the overt example to covering humanity and getting the picture.
Let me just interject really quickly. As you're talking, and it's still developing in my mind, the phrase that kept impressing itself upon me was eternal being, eternally coming into being.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I feel like the Eastern Orthodox concept of the emanation of God into reality. The idea of emanation is apart from manifestation. The distinction there, or the dichotomy there, is that coming in manifestation is a temporal appearance of an eternal reality in time that is limited by the scope of that temporality. However, an emanation is an eternal reality that is continually coming into being. And I like to talk a lot about the fractal of reality and how all of reality is one big fractal. I think of the Mandelbrot set. If no one's heard of that, I highly recommend Googling it. Mandelbrot set. Isaac Asimov was obsessed with the Mandelbrot set. Many mathematicians, physicists, and various philosophers have been obsessed with this ever since its discovery in this past century. And it's one of those infinitely internally recursive objects. Just by a simple, elegant mathematical equation, a Julia set to an XY coordinate plane, just by something that can be typed out in less than 10 characters, you get an infinitely recursive object. And what I mean by infinitely recursive, I think of Narnia at the final battle, when he's like further in and higher up, where it got bigger and bigger the further in he got. That's what like the Mandelbrot set and similar Julia sets are.
That's awesome.
You guys get that reference?
Yes, I do. That captured my imagination when I was younger. And what you just said in that blew my mind, because it like seems to blend process theology with classical theology.
Yes, exactly.
But in the sense that, you know, it's not within our space-time, it's in eternal reality where they're continuing.
It's a logical framework, not a temporal framework, and that's why we have a hard time. Like when we talk about soteriology, and we talk about the Ordo.
Nova Seclorum?
No, you're not the New Order, dude. We're not talking conspiracy theory here. No.
Every time I hear Ordo, I think Ordo Malleus from 40K, and I'm like, witchcraft, heresy, and mutation.
See, the only reason I try to think up the Latin terms is because I don't want, you know, I was dealing with Sam Butler the past couple of days, a guy who's an idiot masquerading as a scholar, and he really,
we know him.
He's seriously stupid. He's a seriously stupid individual, and I hope he's watching this broadcast and hearing me say that. He has the brain of a friggin' slug, and he takes this high road approach to everything. Oh, I want to hear scholarly, peer-reviewed papers. And Amy nailed his ass on that shit. She nailed him hard, and I was like, oh, I don't even have to do this. She's doing my work for me and better than me.
I'm curious about this event.
I'll link you to the thread. I'll go back to it. Yeah, bare knuckle politics. It was decent, and Justin, I'd like to hope that you noticed that today I pulled back from being so vitriolic towards him, because most of the time I just call him stupid. I'm like, thank you for another stupid comment that absolutely means nothing. Okay. I've tried to take away from that approach, and I've tried to say, okay, instead of trying to negate everything that's here, what would you like to add to the conversation? And that's really what it comes down to. This hyper scholarly approach. Academia is more than peer review. Academia is more than a simple set of figures and facts. Academia is about an essay that brings about a greater revelation of truth by tying together known facts. And he can bitch about me posting YouTube videos or what, but that's the things that people are going to watch. They're not going to sit there and read through a bunch of stuff, so I'm trying to speak to the audience.
I prefer lectures anyway.
Well, either way,
which are on YouTube.
Most of them were like 3-minute videos anyway, and they made really good points. They're all annotated. You can see all of their references, all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. And it comes back to this. It's like we have such an idea that in order for an argument to be valid, it needs to have people to agree with it. And this is just, it's the tyranny of peer pressure.
So was he basically avoiding the content because of the package?
Yeah, that's a really great way to put it. I like the way you put that. Because I'm speaking in a populist fashion, he's assuming that I have a populist mindset, and thus addressing me like I'm a populist. And anyone who knows me knows I'm anything but that. I mean, if you want to get deep down into it, look, give me $50 and I'll research this shit to the moon. Okay? I can do the scholarly work if I'm motivated to. I'm doing this in my leisure time. Why the hell am I going to jump through his hoops, do his homework for him, when the shit I'm saying is common sense? You don't really have to get that deep into it to hear the arguments. I mean, like I said, if I had some kind of tangible motivation to do the work, yeah, I can do it. But my ego is not a big enough justification for that.
Do you remember, it seemed like years ago anyway, I think it was, when we first encountered him, and he more or less stated, that we have nothing valid to say about being unless we have read, the Critique of Pure Reason?
Yeah, and him and Mike Myers, oh my god. They were
that's so great, because I actually have. I'm a big fan of Kant.
It's like, it didn't matter if we had legitimate logical syllogisms that were working. It didn't matter if we were using anything legitimate, that we had not read Kant and had not basically been initiated into the college course of Kant.
Nice.
Basically, because we did not, indeed, we did not jump through his hoops of being. I guess there's some kind of apostolic succession that comes along with reading Kant and going to the schooling and the universities and going into massive amounts of debt just to have a.
Apparently, Kant makes such
supreme arguments was valid.
Apparently, Kant makes such supreme knockdown arguments that cannot be replicated or summarized in any way, shape, or form by anyone else, and you just have to read it. That's basically
that's what it boiled down to. And you know what? I have a response to that now, and that is go read Aquinas. And Aquinas wrote far more on far many more subjects, I would say.
I will say that one time, something that gave him pause was when I was talking about, he was making the objection that you can't know, and this ties back to what you were just talking about, Eric, that how can you know what ultimate being is? How is it even possible? And I was like, well, if reality is sort of a fractal where we can have the whole set within a limited reference frame, then you could know in an analogous way. And he's like, huh. That's all he said. And he was just like, well, I don't know what to say to that.
Oh yeah, we've had a few of those.
Well,
moments.
the thing with me is
That seemed to be a turning point where you stopped being as aggressive.
yeah.
It
Here's my thing. I dealt with this. You know, some people have learned, other people haven't. Um, I will mention the people that have learned. Liam Devlin, Das Joe, or Joey Duncan. You know who I'm talking about. Oh geez, Drew has kind of gotten that from me in some ways. It's like you guys don't realize I'm sitting back having a beer, smoking a cigarette, and just shooting the shit. If you want me to get real, I can get real, okay? But you sit there and start saying, "Oh, well, you don't have the intellectual rigor. You can't keep up with me. You don't even know what I'm talking about." It's like, motherfucker, seriously? You're gonna level that shit at me without actually even testing me? Dude, let me tell you right now, I have really gravitated toward I have gravitated towards simplicity so much lately, just because I spent so much time immersed in deep, deep esoteric political, social, anthropological, psychological, everything. I mean, I'm an obsessive person like that. I'm bipolar, and when I get manic, I devour shit like it's nothing, and I just go crazy over all of these materials and explore all of it. And I'm one of those people. I mean, there are very few things that I claim a deep authority in. I'm one of those people. I will tell you, I know dispensationalism front and back. You're not going to tell me anything about dispensationalism that I haven't heard before. I will challenge anyone on that. Church history, I would like to know a lot better, but I'm pretty well versed in it. When it comes to Hebrew and Greek idiom or Old Testament typology, oh yeah, man, you don't want to really throw it down with me, because I know. I know all this stuff. And I know this sounds egotistical. I kind of feel like I'm like Paul being like, "You're making me act a fool here, trying to tell you how good I am." And it's like, well, if you just talk to me like I'm a human being, you know, let's just not act like we're both these super pious scholars who have all the secrets of life and death. Let's just
I'm a
actually
super
be
pious scholar.
let's just be two human beings who are just shooting the shit and actually just trying to understand things rather than trying to change the world. To me, that's where the secret is. That's where the good shit lies. And guys like Sam will never get that. They will never get that, because it's all about winning an argument. It's all about being right. And I love that post that's
I would say it's not even so much about being right as it is about it's
abasing the opposition.
it's a little bit like a social group in a way. I mean, in the best way possible, it's like scene kids. How scene kids will sometimes, and nothing against anyone's fashion preferences. It's a kind of fashion almost. It is a way of wearing intellectual clothing so as to fit in with a group that you want to identify with. And
Yeah,
that's
and all
human
of the
nature. Everyone does it, but it's done without the substance.
and all of the greatest thinkers throughout history would scoff at that stupid approach.
It's a way of wearing fancy-sounding clothes.
I love the fact that you guys just, because I don't know, maybe I knew him by a different name, maybe I just don't remember him, but I've only recently come into contact with Sam Butler, and the fact that you told me that he's Kantian, oh man, you guys just destroyed him. If he wants to talk Kant, we're gonna have some fun.
Oh
He
yeah,
was Kantian when we knew him. I don't know his position now. But with Kant, like Justin and I remember the day that I discovered the antecedent. That was, and I gave it to Justin, and he ran with it, and it was
What
like,
was that? Wait, Matthew, I didn't hear that. What'd you say? The antecedent?
the antecedent is a word that I created for the purpose of describing that which cannot be known,
by any mind.
encountered at all in principle as anything.
Anti-science. Yeah.
And yeah, it's like omniscience. Break that down. Omniscience. Omniscience. cut
No,
me out and put
knowing,
anti.
no knowing instead of all knowing.
Yeah, it's like something which an anticentai uses a noun. It's like something that cannot be experienced, known, intuited, sensed. That basically it is to the maximal cognitive broadest definition of that.
I think
Of
you just
anything
related. I
with-
think you just related nihilism to epistemology.
Effectively, it is the nihil of epistemology, of knowledge, of everything.
Who does
I
not
call it
have
the
their
antithesis.
mic
That built on
muted?
that was
Who does not have their mic muted? Somebody doesn't have their mic muted.
I think you muted it.
Okay, there we go.
I mean, and that concept, taking that, and Justin was the one that actually did the thoroughing. Like, I did it on my own, but he's the one that really expounded on it, and it was, I mean, we together, it was like, effectively, if you take that, and I think it was the law of indiscernibles, but if you take any antecedent, like proposed antecedent, that which cannot be known, that which can't be known in itself, or something like that, and you put that side by side with, nothing, like the nothing of ex nihilo nihilo fit, something like that, out of nothing comes, you basically...
They're indiscernible.
It's so identical that...
David needs to speak. David needs to speak.
It's something that you don't... There's nothing that can differentiate between that and nothing.
Looks like David's ringing his head like I do often. You got.
I want to add something real quick since this was my argument.
Okay.
That was the former kind of pathway I took, and I think there's some problems with going that route because people can pick little problems with that.
There is. There's some problems.
Yeah. But the thing is that I think what I came to later is that it's like the oh gosh, so late, like words aren't coming to me. The same interaction problem. So basically,
that too.
if something if it's on a continuum with knowledge, then in some sense it's mental. So if you couple this issue with the irreducibility of the mind from the hard problem, so one, if you have
well, those are two different things. That's kind of hard to link those two so inseparably, though. It's kind of hard to link the irreducibility of the mind to the hard problem so inseparably.
I think that irreducibility of the mind is part of the hard problem.
It's an overlap of the hard problem. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a part of it.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's linked through qualia.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that's where it comes in. So I understand what Justin is doing. He's putting them all into that category.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
well,
he's linking his concepts.
Yeah. If you argue for the irreducibility of the mind, and you have also, okay, so whatever cannot be known by us, be on a spectrum with, like a continuum with knowledge, where there's like a kind of gradation, I guess, from one to the other. Well, it would seem that one would be reducible to the other, so you could say, like, someone could say, well, what if the mind is emergent from this inherently unknowable reality, but if the mind is irreducible, then you can't do that. So basically, you have a dualism where there's no interaction possible. I'm kind of like, I'm probably not very well because it's so late, but hopefully maybe.
I think I can maybe explain it.
Wait. I just want to say that assumes the contiguity of the mind, though.
The what?
That assumes the contiguity of the mind.
Kantian term?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that assumes that there aren't composite parts to the mind. That it's all contiguous. That it's all inseparable. And like, I really wish that you would have watched the Deathly Hallows, because this is really a great metaphor for this. Is how well, I'm sure you've seen other of the Harry Potter
David,
movies, and
your
you probably
fan
know.
is whiffling the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you.
So yes. So like, in the concept of the Horcruxes in Harry Potter, where Voldemort distributed his soul among ostensibly 7, but apparently 8 different repositories, things that would contain that. The idea is that there's you can take it like the resolution of a hologram. You can cut a piece out of a hologram, and the whole picture is still there. It's just not as sharp as it was before. And so, with the soul, when you talk about the irreducibility of the soul, I think of the contiguity of the soul, and I think that the two of them are inextricably linked. And I have a hard time thinking that the soul cannot be divided. And
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
not what I
saying,
meant.
oh, okay, maybe I'm going off in the wrong direction.
Uh,
I apologize.
it's okay. No, it's okay because I understand where you got that. But all I was saying is that um, even if you divide things up, there's still the experience of the I. You know, the I am, the just the knowingness of self-knowingness of existence. I guess that's all I
Yeah,
was trying.
the experience of the self, the experience of being a self.
And the sense of being at all, in a way. One of the key things that I did want to point out was one of the ways we explored the antecedent was the interaction problem and what happens when you run those things together. And it is that something which cannot be known in principle. If you did try to involve that with anything which can know, even God, like we'll just use God as the example. You know, the maximal capacity of any kind of mind or knowing entity or being, being itself knowing, that kind of thing, is that which God could not know would have to be something which was ontologically divorced from knowability. And then you would have an interaction problem, and then you'd have a dualism, and one that renders up something which is a nihilist entity that has no knowable attributes, no knowable qualities or quantities, and actually these things would themselves be something that would have to be divorced out of it. But it's like, because these are knowable concepts,
Right.
it would be something that would have to be homogeneous, but then how would you even know that it is homogeneous? Anything which you could even conceive about the antecedent would render it no longer an antecedent.
Yeah, that whole term antecedent seems self-defeating.
It is self-defeating, but purposefully so. What it is basically it's almost like the term nothing. Actually, it is nothing,
Which is
as according to epistemology.
Nihilism. That isn't
It's nihilism.
Nihilo, Latin for nothing.
Yes, I mean it is nihilism as approached from in the purely epistemological standpoint, which then leads into the ontological. It's a means to an argument.
I want to say this for the audience and for everyone, because in chat, David, he just typed, "Dude, I just stumbled into this line from Simone Weil. The intelligent man who is proud of his intelligence is like the condemned man who is proud of his large cell."
It's a good quote.
I'm
I'm not sure where else to go from that, but it's a good quote. I recognize its parody.
I'm not sure where David's trying to go with that. Maybe it might be kind of random, or maybe it might be convergence. But I think where I would go with that is saying that I would relate it very loosely, but I would relate it to the man who thinks of himself that he is something is really nothing. And so I'm taking some liberties here of what I know of David. I think that what maybe he might be trying to say is that the best laid plans of mice and men, you know, the idea that somehow we have a significance to our thought process without submitting ourselves to the thought process taking us over from God instead of from our own volition is every bit as foolish as what he said, you know. Well, I have a big cell.
Breakfast of Champions.
Right?
Did Amy make that?
That was David.
Well, I mean,
Justin, sorry.
Eating food.
Honeycomb, the breakfast of champions, or the dinner of champions, or something.
You're eating honeycomb cereal?
Honeycomb cereal is awesome. Don't knock the cereal.
And
you know what? I tell you what, my favorite cereal is.
I look just like that creature on those commercials. You know those old honeycomb commercials?
I tell you what, my favorite, because cereal is in two categories for everybody. I mean, you have adult cereal, which is, you know, full of the nuts and the granola stuff and the bran flakes, and it helps you poop. And then you have cereal, which is sugar flakes. And
Matthew is a cereal duelist.
There is, yes, I am a cereal duelist. I mean, it's like there is a proper categorization. There is the form of the cereal.
You commit dualism over and over again? Oh, look, honeycomb!
This is, it's not a strict dualism because they're made of the same substance. It's just they're in different forms. The prime matter of the cereal has been informed by different things.
That's the cereal.
Anyway, on with the cereal. My God, we can intellectualize cereal. We have a problem.
You can call me Eric.
We have a problem when we can intellectualize cereal. We are addicted. We need intervention. Anyway, on with the cereal. Is that like my favorite childhood cereal? My favorite sugar treat is Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
It's moments like this that will actually get us sponsors.
Amy, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is like love.
This is how we're gonna make money off of this.
And it's like
no, that's not how it goes.
But it's just you pour a bunch of it in there. And it's like it's a deep bowl and it's all good. Or Captain Crunch is also delicious, but Cinnamon Toast Crunch, it's like these pointy squares covered in
Justin, you gotta get Amy in on this. You gotta get her to just have a couple of words.
She doesn't want to get in the camera.
Come on, we already saw her.
Amy, we want to involve you in this delicious discussion about the nature of cereal.
We can kill the camera if you want. If you just want to hear what you have to say about all this.
Strangle the camera.
Toast Crunch for crying out loud. He doesn't have an opinion on that.
He's talking. Hush.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch gets soggy too fast, so you can't put all of it in the milk first.
Well, you see, that's the secret is that you put just a little bit of milk and then you eat it real fast.
Yeah, but I like a lot of milk. So that's how I do.
Here's what you do. You get a little bit of milk in it, and then you get a glass of milk at the same time. That way you can take your bites and all that, and you get that, but you can take...
She wants to have her Cinnamon Toast Crunch and eat it too.
That's the man's way.
We need to have its own separate video on our channel, just titled Cereal.
But the only cereal I like soggy is Lucky Charms.
Cereal eaters. SERIA.
And now for a word from our sponsor, all the brands.
Whenever I think about cereal, that old zombie commercial for like Captain Crunch peanut butter.
What?
Peanut butter goes through my
I
head.
have no idea what you're talking about.
You know what? Maybe you weren't watching American TV. I think you might have been patched into
That
Russia.
commercial came out for like a decade. I swear.
I have never seen that commercial in my life, you freak.
He was just in Texas.
Yeah, Texas is poo-poo.
I like her phraseology.
What was that?
I have
You
never seen that
freak.
commercial in my life, you freak.
That's how she talks to me all the time. It's
Yep.
amazing.
Married well.
And I'll do
give her
weird
gifts unconditionally every day.
Huh?
Married well, you should give her gifts unconditionally every day.
Yes. I give her the gift of myself and my weirdness.
I
You
And then
need
she
to give
gives,
it more.
gift.
she gives me weird faces, and I live for that. Like, I'll do something crazy just to get a weird face from her.
I can't wait. I
Have you
can't
ever
wait.
walked in? Have you ever walked in with a colander on your head? Like
I can't wait. I can't wait until Matthew has a girlfriend and she like totally owns him from start to finish.
I can't wait for that either. I'll be honest.
Oh, dude, your tune will change quickly. You will go right.
I have known insanity. I am okay with it.
No. Until you lived with Jody, Brittany, friggin'
I grew up
Ruby.
with 3 teenage sisters and a mom at the same time, and they were all
Dude.
synced.
Oh yeah, but you weren't sleeping with them.
Didn't have to.
Amy cracked up at that.
I didn't have to, he says.
Madness. My entire experience of womankind has been one great bleed.
Wait. I missed
The
something.
most offensive statement of the night came from the least offensive member. I can't believe that. Normally that would come from my mouth. You actually just said that. I am like
Wait, what did he
reveling in
say?
this. My entire life has been one big bleed.
Oh yeah, that.
I don't mean it as offensive. It's just that, for some reason.
It's beautifully offensive.
That's when they want to talk to me.
All their sins are as minstrel rags to him.
You don't want to smell that.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. What'd you say?
He said you don't want to smell that.
Oh, what? No. What the fuck are you guys doing to me tonight? This ain't even right.
And it's
Jenna
just
is
like,
always
I
wrong here. I think
understand that they can't help themselves.
Dude, it
like
was
in
even
this-
written into Hebrew law. You don't even touch a woman when she's in that time.
I mean,
There's a
3
reason.
teenage sisters and a mom, and they were all synced. And then, on top of that, 3 of them
Jenna,
went
you got
through
anything to say for
the
the
worst. All 3 of them at the same time went through home-shattering teenage rebellion. Physically home-shattering. It was just... And then there was high school. This was in my formative years, and then I went to high school.
David just says in the chat, he's like, in a sense, to exist is to bleed. Being is bleeding. Acting in subjectivity is bleeding. Passing in objectivity is bleeding.
And Jenna,
So basically, what he's saying is that if we are, we're all women. deep down
and Jenna
inside.
Jenna brings up a good point. Be thankful for that time. If she lacked it, you would not exist. And this is agreed. This is why.
No.
La, 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 shh. La, 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 shh. This is why. This is why I understand this. This is a fearful time to be treated with reverence.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's like, okay, this has been my truthful experience.
That's what they call it, the blood moon.
This has been my truthful experience. Is that I
What did you just say?
because it's my experience.
I'm just telling you.
That's why they
Because
call it the blood moon, and Amy's like, that's why it usually happens on the full moon.
because of the nature of my personality as someone who is very caring, like, are you okay, and that kind of thing, that's usually when I approach somebody, they look very, like, uncomfortable about something, and it's like, are you okay, can I help, and then all of a sudden, I'm listening to the life story of why this boyfriend of theirs is a very terrible person
Oh
because
no!
pudding for her yesterday at 3 o'clock when she asked. And I understand that this is a serious problem,
Oh
but
man!
and then they talk about the cramps and how I will never know the pain.
Nasty buggers, I tell you.
They are nasty buggers. Like what? I kid you not. When I worked my last job, I was the only male employed for a good 3 months or so. I felt cramps one day. Just painful cramps right in here. And it's like, oh, what the hell? And I asked, is one of you on your period? Word! I started sinking, and I'm a male. I felt cramps.
Someone has their mic on.
Because I was the only male. I don't understand how that happens. I don't know. I can my philosophical capacities, my mind, I could not comprehend how. It's just, I don't know. It is a mystery. I would give this event to the Eastern Orthodox Church because they alone are the ones that know how to deal with mystery like this. Just say.
You guys ever heard this song before? It's Wolf Moon by Typo Negative. It's the metaphor between the werewolf and that time of the month.
But in all of this, I have learned, unlike Eric, my place in the society of matriarchs, which is that I am here to get the ice cream at midnight.
Ice cream at midnight?
With sardines on top?
I am here to get...
Not period.
What?
What?
I'm just being off the wall right now.
I am here to get the ice cream at midnight, to make sure that the feet are rubbed, and that I am...
Hey, Amy, we're just happy that you're involved, okay? It's all cool. If you want to be a freak, then be a freak.
Eric, listen to me, Eric.
What's up, man?
Stock up on dark chocolate. In the name of God, stock up on dark chocolate.
Why are you saying she could be a freak?
I'm on a perma-menstrual
Stock up on dark chocolate.
I love dark chocolate.
Stock up on dark chocolate and liquor. Get all the liquor you can get.
Liquor? I just met her!
Liquor! Like hard liquor. Stuff them in sailors, spit it out, and say, ugh, this is gas.
Are we talking about giving me chocolate? What are we talking about? Because I don't want chocolate.
And cocoa butter. I don't know why.
We went down the wrong path, my
Oh my gosh,
we
this
went
is
down
such
the
a
wrong
huge rabbit
path.
trail.
We have lost our way.
Always have a menstrual kit.
Bleeding rabbit trail.
Wherever you go, a menstrual kit. Like just a little, like get a Bible bag, drop the Bible out of it, and stuff it full of menstrual items it needs. Also, get the Bible back in there. You'll need it when the exorcism happens.
I'm feeling a little indigestion here.
I have no idea.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
That was a fantastic burp.
It was beautiful. I give it 10 points.
What has happened to my beautiful show?
It has become the warden for all men.
Oh, this has become Arkham Asylum, is what it's become.
Are you on?
I worked in your show. I'm sorry.
Because I have probably offended many.
Michelle's
people. That will be
passed.
my last
Michelle's
address.
out cold right now.
It sounds like every single one of you is drunk.
I'm not drunk.
I'm
just
trying. I'm working on it. I wish I was more.
This is how we are when we're sober.
I don't drink.
I'm gonna have some milk.
Amy, have I
In
offended
a
you?
dirty glass.
Amy, I need to know. Have I offended you?
From what? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, thank God, I'm safe.
I don't know who's talking about.
Matthew, you can call her Amy. That's okay. You don't need the formal term.
What term did he use?
You're right.
He said, "Thank God."
Forgive me, madam, I have sinned.
Seek the forgiveness of the Queen.
I will forever adore your interesting hats.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I'm talking about the Queen.
All I know is I don't need chocolate.
That sounds kind of gross if you think about it.
Okay, Justin. She doesn't want chocolate. I don't know what to do from this point on. But good luck. Here's the lamb.
Oh,
You'll
crap.
need him.
I bet you she likes feet rubs. That's her thing. She likes to have her feet massaged.
No,
What?
not really.
Are
She's not
you
a
just
traditional woman.
This is
insensible?
new.
Is that what it is? I mean,
This is new. She doesn't like chocolate and doesn't like her feet rubbed. There's no about cocoa butter and hard liquor.
No.
what do you
Like I'm so
What's Amy's favorite things to do?
Yeah,
crochet,
what are my favorite things? What are they?
crochet,
Oh.
read books.
Okay, we have
You
some.
better answer right, Justin, because you're gonna have to friggin'. This test matters.
You get a pop quiz now?
This goes on the final exam that you will ever take. If you fail, you're dead.
Or you just lose your testicles. That's all.
Which is also a little
There
death.
you go. I don't know what you're talking about.
A little death? I don't know. That sounds like mostly dead to me.
Exactly.
Just like Donnie Darko said, what's the point of being born without a penis? I don't get
Jasper,
that.
what's up?
Oh,
Dude, seriously!
too loud.
I am
That's all
so
we
happy.
have to do to summon people is talk about really uncomfortable things that are probably going to get your house burned down.
We were talking about the unrighteousness of minstrel rags.
All about it.
Our reptilian overlord has joined us.
Oh wait,
Look, Jenna is scared.
Jenna, what did you say?
Jenna! I have a question for you, Jenna.
Wait, hold on. Jasper, say hi.
Here. Not
So-
very bright. Hi.
You don't
Hey,
sound
we're
like a
Rescue
wizard.
us.
Hang on.
I love that picture.
I know. I still haven't seen the movie.
Jasper.
Hello. Hang on.
I know.
Can't find this. There we go.
Somebody needs to mute.
I want to mute.
I'm gonna mute in a second.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about lately, Jasper?
A pain in the butt was to get on here.
Yeah,
Comprende?
can be sometimes.
Well, it wasn't your all fault.
Well, we've
Learning
been
curve for sure.
we've been miraculously off of the topic for quite some time. Why don't
Miraculously
you
off
rescue
topic.
us and suggest a topic that you've been thinking about lately?
Hold on a second.
I don't want to interrupt.
Well, I like how this whole thing has gone from homosexuality to minstrel rags, all in one great.
So hey, your name's Jim, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Bradwell?
I don't know my name, Bradwell.
No, Brad.
No, be Nicky.
Is that what you look like in real life? You have a
That
mustache.
was like a planned pun. I didn't know Bradwell. That was
You
amazing.
look like a fisherman.
Dude, Eric, you're muted. Totally.
Jasper, are
Damn
you
it,
good
I
at fishing?
hate when I do that. Hey, I just want to make a mention real quick. The only reason I bring this up is because Brad E.B. Dickey had mentioned several times, like he got in a big fight with me over Jasper.
Really?
He got in because something had happened when I was away, and there was a bunch of stuff, and everyone was coming down on Jasper. And anyone who's seen me in Theology Mythbusters knows that I got Jasper's back any day of the week. We disagree on a lot of stuff, but man, the dude's got a great heart, and I'm always there for him. And E.B. Dickey was bitching about stuff, and it's like it started out like a real confrontational thing, but it ended up being the beginning of my friendship with him. And I felt really bad when he died because I thought that that dude could have been like such a good friend. And I didn't know if you knew him well or not, but that's the only reason I brought him into this whole thing.
No, I just barely knew him.
Yeah, that's what we get from a lot of people, but
He was cantankerous.
well, I think he was cantankerous, but in a very focused way. I think he had a goal. I think he had something that he wanted to get done, and I don't think him being the good guy was a part of it.
Well, he definitely had his focused opinion on what he wanted to get across, and very upset if people were dishonest in any way in their conversation with him.
Yeah.
And
I feel like he perceived dishonesty where it wasn't on occasion, just as a momentum of the conversation. Sometimes, which was very difficult for me and probably Justin as well, and Justin especially. I think he was accused of it once.
I know.
Yeah, I
He
was
acted
too.
like he knew me, and I didn't barely knew who the guy was.
Hmm.
But I don't blame. I mean, I don't judge him or anything like that. I just wondering where he was coming from, why he was, having such issues with people or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I think he's straightened out now. But how you doing tonight, Jasper?
I'm okay. It's pretty late though.
Oh, okay. So on the topic that we were on before we started totally tearing each other apart with sexual innuendo.
Period innuendo.
Period innuendo. The uncleanliness of woman.
Hey. I want no part of this bloody mess.
Well, you British son of a gun. So anyway, we spent a lot of time talking tonight about two things, both the nature of homosexuality as opposed to what we would consider healthy sexuality, and that almost seems like a condescending distinction there. But we were also talking about how it interfaces with the public. What I mean is, just because we accept gay people, do we accept the exceptionally gay behavior in public? Like, for example, the guys swinging their penises around in public and things like that. I mean, really, where Justin's being...
Amy started making a disgusted face, shocked face. It cracked me up.
I'm trying to rope this in somehow. We lost our way, you sons of guns.
Roping it in by swinging penises in public seems like a strange thing to do, Eric.
I feel like
I think
playing
that
S&M
David and
by
I are
Rihanna,
suspicious.
right?
Suspicious of you, Eric. We're looking at you. You
You guys are assholes. I just hope you know that, right? It's just everyone's assholes in the world.
This show should be rated R.
You can confess to the Lamb.
I gave a disclaimer at the beginning of the show that it was going to be a rather graphic one.
Yeah. Well, we've exceeded graphic and we've become inane.
Rope us in, David. Rope us in.
Dog?
Well, I think
Come on.
That was like a fractal of laughter.
is that a Mandelbrot spiral in sound?
No, I think that would sound like New York.
Rihanna, S&M. So, what are your opinions, Jasper? Do you have anything to say about this? Because I'm really trying desperately to be rational right now, and like all they want to do is mess around. So, save us, please.
Getting punchy.
What was that?
Sounds like you're trying to wind down, and you're all getting punchy.
Yeah, it tends to happen like that sometimes. I think there's a lot of more discussion to be happened tonight because it's only 2:05, so we've only been on for 5 hours, and that would be a short show, so we can't let that happen. But I think that there's a lot of stuff that we wanted to get around to that we never quite got to. Like we talked a lot about idealism and stuff like that, which that gets kind of heady and stuff. But
Sorry. Anyway, you're trying to get up.
what was that? Oh, Jen was back.
Cross. Feet.
I didn't quite catch that. I'm sorry. I think you were cutting out.
Yeah, Eric. Earlier, I thought you guys had a more sane conversation. What did Jesus give us at the cross?
Yes. I'd really like to come back to that.
Yeah, me too.
Personally,
I'll need to get more tea, if that's all right.
I got to get mine refreshed too.
Fellow tea drinker.
Oh, I make my own a gallon every other day.
Did you know you can can tea?
No.
You can't tea?
You can can tea. My mother, a wonderful woman, discovered that like you just can tea the way that you would with any canning process. You just get a big
Like a mason jar?
like mason jar. You just get a big pot and you start
Let's get back on topic.
You can can tea, and it keeps you in sweet tea for a long time.
I can tell, like I've because of my personal circumstance, I've learned to sacrifice a lot of that part of myself. But I really am very much of the same mind as David. I do get very uncomfortable when we get so far off topic and stuff, and I try to lay off. But I think that what Jasper had mentioned is actually really worth discussing, and it was something that I really think is something that could be an entrance into a much deeper understanding of the nature of love and the nature of the incarnation and the atonement and all of that. And what did Jesus give up at the cross? Or even not just at the cross, what did Jesus give up altogether?
The essence of the atonement was him laying down his eternal life as the Son of God. Good. My view comes against the animal substitution view.
Mm. Would you say it's more Christus Victor?
I'm trying to think. It's Anselm's theory is closest to it.
Satisfaction theory?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, Satan was a jailer.
No. That's the ransom theory.
Oh, okay. I got confused. I'm sorry.
There's a bit of truth in each theory,
Mm-hmm.
or else the theories would not have begun. You have to consider what.
So, you still there, Jim?
Yeah.
Now we had mentioned Chuck Missler earlier, which is really fortuitous because I don't know where he got the story from, but it was a really good story because he was really good with allegories. And he told the story of this dude named John. This dude named John was a servant of the Most High. And the Most High came to John one day and he says, John, I got this planet of people. And, well, they're anything but agreeable. I'm having some difficulty with them. And, I got this solution. You're not going to like it. And John's like, I don't care. Whatever it is, I'll do it. You're my God. You're my Lord. He's like, well, okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go talk to them. I want you to go, be with them. And he's like, well, that doesn't seem so hard. He's like, but you don't understand. This is a planet of chihuahuas. Okay? This planet is made up entirely of chihuahuas. And all they're doing is devouring each other and biting each other and ripping each other apart. And John's like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's kind of tough. And God's like, well, I think that if you just go down there and you show them what it's really supposed to be about and you deal with that, then I think that they're going to get it. And John's like, okay, I can do that. I can go among the chihuahuas. And he's like, but they're going to bite and devour you and they're going to tear you apart. And he's like, well, I mean, if you're God, you know everything. If you say it's going to save them, it's going to save them. He's like, yeah, but there's more to it. You got to be. And he's like, oh man, I got to be a dog. I got to be a chihuahua. And he's like, yeah, sorry. He's like, well, my consciousness is stretched from one end of eternity to the next. I've been the cosmic consciousness ever since there was something to be conscious. That's a tough thing, but you know what? You're my God and I love you. And, if that's what you want to do, then that's what I'm going to do. And then God says, well, that's good. But there's just one last thing. And John's like, what? He's like, well, you know how you're going to have to become a chihuahua, right? He's like, yeah. And he's like, well, you're going to have to be a chihuahua forever.
That would suck.
That's
Jesus is a man forever.
I think that
it does put a perspective on it, doesn't it?
My dad used a similar analogy when I was a kid, except he used the metaphor of snakes. Like, you have to become a snake and, like, pretty creepy sounding. I was like, whoa.
Crawl on your belly and eat dust for all your days.
Still, one of the beautiful things is that it redeemed the Chihuahua, and which was something I thought impossible.
I think that what Jesus experienced is a separation of the subjective experience of God's being, where his experience was separated far enough from God's own self-experience that he had to experience the leap of faith himself, the same sort of leap of faith that any other finite being would have to experience. And so he's confronted.
Well, he learned. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, right. So he's confronted with the subjective disconnect, the subjective feeling of the absence of God, even though he is God, because of this deliberate separation of experience, so that it could be true that he. Well, the experience that we're familiar with on the cross, where my God, why have you forsaken me? I think that he's quoting that psalm because that's the way that he's not just quoting the psalm because he's evoking a messianic passage in order to fulfill it. He's evoking that psalm because that's his subjective experience at the time, and so I think it's the pattern that we have to experience, that we have this subjective disconnect between us and God, and we have to take the leap of faith. We can't just prove him in in the immediate. Our experience doesn't function that way. We have to just take the leap of faith. And so that's what I see in the cross, and I think that's what Jesus loses. He loses that subjective self-experience of the divine, and his relationship to God shifts to that leap of faith.
Well, that's profound, and like it kind of, we talk about God, Jesus taking on our sorrows and all that. We don't think about him taking on our leap of faith. It's like really, it's amazing to think about. And I kind of related this one time to some kids at this youth center I worked at or volunteered at. And they don't think they're Christian or anything like that, but I just kind of dropped this thought in their head, like it's kind of like when Jesus was growing up. Maybe it's kind of like looking down at your hands and thinking, "Wow, I'm God." Like having to come to realize that you're greater than just your own human person. Like I can't even imagine that it might have
Do you
been
think he like that?
Well, I don't know. It was a thought experiment or a theoretical thing that was interesting.
I don't.
There's something curious about the hypostatic union when it comes to the knowledge, the kind of knowledge, even the subjective experience of knowing that Christ would have had, which is something that we in the resurrection, I suppose, would participate in, like knowing that we have, union and participation with God as humans, not as God himself, obviously, but and maybe even a touch of that, knowing him as we are known. But something interesting about the redemption of the Chihuahua, going on with the leap of faith and such, is that the redeeming factor of what it is for God to become man is that it does in this direct way shift and redeem the way that we view creation, because even and especially among like lowbrow forms of the Protestant Church in America, especially, is the like Westboro level almost, is the implicit view that everything that humans do, like from breathing to growing hair, is implicitly and explicitly wicked. Like that very harsh, and I've come across it, is that just you breathing at all, you even existing is a sin. That kind of idea. It's very extreme, but it was
almost Gnostic.
Extreme
total
depravity.
And it's that kind of view that has been infected in a lot of the world, even in one degree or the other, is that Jesus, when incarnate, in his incarnate person, pooped. And he did not poop in any particularly special way. He didn't sneeze in any particularly special way. He sneezed. His hair grew.
Well, you remember me using the drastic example of him having wet dreams. I mean, it's a natural biological function.
He never sinned as he grew up, even.
Right.
So what this did was it immediately puts into question how the justifying of to the degree that we apply that human beings are sinful in everything that they do, because there is not so much a difference between the way that Jesus used the bathroom and the way we do.
Well, his didn't stink.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it stank also. And I'm sure that when he was palling around with Peter and all of them, that he ripped one and he was like, "Mine." Now I'm the son of thunder, eh? That.
Oh, wow. That idea actually.
They were all fishermen. They were all sailors.
They were all sailors.
I mean, you know as well as I do that when two men are on a boat, that one of them gives a shout and land ho.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Burping contest.
Hey,
That's why he had to go out into the wilderness so much.
I just want to say that, like, some of the now I have disagreed very much, but some of the most comprehensive, well thought out, and well researched comments that I've read in the Theology Mythbusters group has been from Jim, from Jasper, and I mean, what are your thoughts, man? I mean. Oh, just about the humanity of Christ and his relationship to people, and you know, I mean, how does that all work? And how we separate him. We paint pictures of him with a halo over his head, and we have this sanitized.
Halfway off the ground with a British accent.
Yeah, we have this sanitized version of Christ, and it's like, how does that relate to us? I mean.
Even when they look Middle Eastern, they're speaking with a British accent.
Well, that's because they get to find good actors somewhere. But yeah, I think that I like getting heady about things. I like thinking deeply about things, but at the same time, I like the meat and gravy. I like where the rubber hits the road, and all of these high-minded
breakfast sometime.
Yeah, I mean, all of these high-minded ideas have their place, but I think we get ahead of ourselves, and sometimes it's start at the start. And what about the man, Jesus Christ, Yahshua? What about the man? What about his experience, and just how deeply connected with us was he? I mean, like you were talking about his bowel movements. I was talking about his reproductive system. I mean, you can take it to any extreme that you want. I mean, the reason they anointed their heads with oil is because if they didn't, it'd get lice. You know, he drank and made merry. Not only did he make wine, yes, he made the best wine, but he made wine for people who are already drunk. And he made more so that they could get drunker. And that was a miracle of God serving men. And
made them lunch.
Yeah, it's just I think that everyone is so ontologically oriented when it comes to Christ that they don't realize that the ontology can take a rabbit trail that seems like a rabbit trail to us, but just because it's that much meandering, that doesn't mean that it's not exactly how it has to be to bring it to its telos. And that's the end, the beginning to the end, the intention and the consummation of that. And that to me is what all of the interactions between God and man is all about. It's the beginning and the end. And like I had mentioned earlier, it's the middle that gets complicated and confusing and intricate and complex. But if we see it in terms of the beginning and the end, well, all of that other stuff tends to fall into place.
Yeah, so I really like the way that the crucifixion story ends. I've already mentioned, my God, why have you forsaken me? But the interesting thing about that in the context of the crucifixion is that it's the last thing he said about his own internal ordeal before the very end. It's the setting for the grand triumph of his faith when he goes on to say, Father, into your hands I entrust my spirit. So he's experienced the subjective death of God. You might say the sense of his absence, this disconnection from him, and this statement, into your hands I entrust my spirit, is no cliche. This is a very existentially rich idea that he's entrusting his very being, his entire being, into the hands of someone he can't prove, into the hands of someone who he experiences at the moment as absent, as non-existent even. He believes in the existence of God, but as a function of his leap of faith. So, I mean, I just find this the most existentially rich part of Scripture. You know, that this is the experience that we have, and here is Jesus connecting with us on that, and that, you know, that resonates with me just the same. You know, just as the author of the Hebrews says that we do not have a high priest who is unfamiliar with our weaknesses, with our struggles.
Yeah, I'm quoting George MacDonald here. If you want to, well, I don't. It's a long quote to read on air, but
I'll read it.
Okay, yeah, and I'm gonna leave with that because I have to get up in 6 hours, and some of the words were starting to go over my head for a few moments. So it's nice to
Well, no one type in chat, because if you do, it'll lose my place. Because this is a large quote. All right. It is with the holiest fear that we should approach the terrible fact of the sufferings of our Lord. Let no one. Someone left it. Yeah, I lost my place. Okay. Let no one think that those were less because he was more. Sorry. Let me restart. It is with the holiest fear that we should approach the terrible fact of the sufferings of our Lord. Let no one think that those were less because he was more. The more delicate the nature, the more alive to all that is lovely and true, lawful and right, the more does it feel the antagonism of pain, the inroad of death upon life. The more dreadful is that breach of the harmony of things whose sound is torture. He felt more than man could feel, because he had a larger feeling. He was even therefore worn out sooner than another man would have been. These sufferings were awful indeed when they began to invade the region about the will, when the struggle to keep consciously trusting in God began to sink in darkness, when the will of the man put forth its last determined effort in that cry after the vanishing vision of the Father, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Never had it been so with him before. Never before had he been unable to see God beside him, yet never was God nearer him than now. For never was Jesus more divine. He could not see, could not feel him near, and yet it is, my God, that he cries. Thus the will of Jesus, in the very moment when his faith seems about to yield, is finally triumphant. It has no feeling now to support it, no beatific vision to absorb it. It stands naked in his soul and tortured as he stood naked and scourged before Pilate. Pure and simple and surrounded by fire, it declares before God. The sacrifice of sins and the cry, my God. The cry comes not out of happiness, out of peace, out of hope. Not even out of suffering comes that cry. It was a cry in desolation, but it came out of faith. It is the last voice of truth, speaking when it can but cry. The divine horror of that moment is unfathomable by human soul. It was blackness of darkness, and yet he would believe. Yet he would hold fast. God was his God yet, my God, and in the cry came forth the victory. And all was over soon. Of the peace that followed that cry, the peace of a perfect soul, large as the universe, pure as light, ardent as life, victorious for God and his brethren, he himself alone can ever know the breadth and length and depth and height. This is why I love George MacDonald. That is so gorgeous. Well, good night, Jenna. Thank you for coming.
Good night,
Hey,
Jenny.
everybody.
She has a broadcast. I wish I didn't work nights alone.
All right. Of course, I definitely want to interact with that. Unless anyone else has something to say first.
I had something, but I lost my thought.
I'm going to say goodnight.
Oh, good night, Jasper, Jim.
We made it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
I'm glad to be here. It's, at this point, not my cup of tea, but we'll see.
We go all around, and we have all kinds of different topics. So
We are human after all.
Oh, I remember what I was thinking.
well, you have a
Peace.
good night, Jasper.
Have a good night. It was nice to see face to face the man
Yes, sir.
behind the lizard.
Hey, Jasper, before you go, I just want you to know, I got a list of about 10 people, and you're near the top of
Oh,
it. Ah,
he's already
fuck it.
dropped.
Damn it. No, I just want to say, you guys have no idea how much respect I have for that guy. You know, he's the real deal. There's very few people who make such a deep impact on me, and he's one of them. So
I appreciate his mustache.
I feel very privileged that he graced us with his presence tonight. But go on,
So,
David.
yeah, so I see in Jesus the way that Jesus faced death, the way that we are challenged to face death. And the problem that I encounter this really goes back to a lot of my relationship with the church, and the way that I think that we need to reinforce the existential part of Christianity is the fact that we aren't facing death. We try to avoid death. Death is not the subject that the church is addressing overtly. It's the subject that the church is intended to address, but we aren't facing it. We put our sick people in hospitals. We used to have them in our homes. We put our dead in other buildings and have other people deal with
Hospice
them.
care.
And we used to, as cultures, we used to take care of the dead body ourselves in our own homes, dress the body, clean the body, anoint it, or whatever it was that your culture did. We used to do that ourselves. We used to face death on a regular basis, and now we've secluded death and any intimation of death that we can to something that is taboo. And when you bring it up in conversation, everyone goes quiet and awkwardly changes the subject as quickly as possible, or
This is why I
walks
intend to
away.
be cremated. That way, I can still remain on the property.
Okay. So the thing is that
efficiently,
what Jesus does in the cross is directly addressing how we relate to death. And what I think is substantive here is that the way that we relate to death, the way that our culture tells us to relate to death is we deny death and we try to believe in immortality. So we grab a hold of symbolic meaning as a method of making ourselves as immortal as possible. So I am more meaningful because I'm a part of this organization, or because I'm American, or Oh, Jasper has joined us again. Hi, Jasper.
Yeah, what were you going to say? Someone was going to say something.
Oh, I believe Eric
Oh.
had something to say.
Yeah, I don't want to embarrass you or anything, but I've known a lot of people. I get a friends list of like 600 strong, and probably I've had about twice that many who've unfriended me. And of all the people I've come across on Facebook, you're in a top 10 list and near the top of people that I respect the most. So I just wanted you to know that you always have something good and relevant to add to the conversation, and it comes from the heart of Christ that doesn't condemn or blaspheme or anything like that. And I just want you to know just how much you appreciate it, and how the deep respect that I have for you.
And I appreciate your mustache.
Oh, the mustache.
Facial hair is one of those things that I appreciate from a very artistic standpoint, and it's like that there is a man. You know, when they have a well kept, when they have well kept facial hair, it's almost like it's like seeing someone in a suit that is, they take care of themselves. It's a weird thing to appreciate, I'm sure, but there's reason behind it, and I do appreciate that mustache. It's well kept.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, thank you, man, and Eric, especially thank you for your kind words, and um, I do endeavor to be the things you said. I try to improve the conversation and not getting to personal. The thing I don't like is people getting to personal attacks and lack of humor. Yeah, it's been good knowing you.
Yeah, it's all about relationship. That's my thing. That's the whole heart of all of creation. It's all about relationship, and when we forget that, we've forgotten everything that matters.
And congrats to you and Michelle again, okay?
Oh, thank you very much. You should have been on here earlier when the baby was in the camera, but I'm sure we'll talk again.
Yeah, beautiful kid. Hey, well, anybody know what that sound was a while ago? That weird background sound?
Are you talking about my fan on my computer?
I don't know, it just went on and on. I'm trying to think it was like a siren, perhaps.
Yes, that's the cooling fan on my computer. I've had that mentioned to me before. I'm trying to take proactive steps to address that.
You're using your phone.
What's that?
You're using your phone.
Yeah, I'm in front of my desktop computer though, because you notice that I'm logged in both under my name and the Wandering Pilgrims, so I can switch between the two, so I can step out and have a cigarette when I need it. Plus, this does better with the audio.
So the wondering is the computer.
Yes, that's where I can control people. Like I can eject people from the chat or change volumes and things like that.
You know, anyway, I enjoyed the Facebook groups, and the Theology Mythbusters is in a bizarre place right now.
What's that? What was that last thing?
Theology Mythbusters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just very random right now. There's all sorts of things on there.
Well, unfortunately, it's and I'm not trying to be egotistical when I say this, but I think it has a lot to do with the fact that I haven't been so involved with it lately, and it's been since it's funny. I mean, it's not like a huge change. I don't think it should be as far as dynamics goes, but when I said that I've actually been convinced that you know, that everyone will eventually be saved, whether it's here on earth or after enduring a purgatorial hell, that I believe that everyone will be saved. Um, the tone changed quite a bit, and it was very hard to find some common ground because everyone was focusing on that one disagreement while not focusing on all the points of agreement that we had. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, you took that conversation off into the bare knuckle.
Yeah, the thing is I share power in that group with Jason Sides. I know it looks like it's all me, and I got to be careful about how I talk about this because I'm not trying to denigrate Jason at all. But I think it's been, what's that?
Which group? Theology?
Yeah. I think that it's been rather obvious from the very beginning that the administrative decisions have fallen primarily on me. When it comes to conflict resolution, that's fallen primarily on me. And when I took that year off from Theology Mythbusters and Facebook and the internet altogether, things really did get chaotic because I'd check in from time to time and I just saw how like everything was all over the place. And so when I came back in about 2.5, 3 months ago, I'm trying to bring things back into a way that it makes sense and to be coherent. And this new theological shift becomes a distraction, and so it's like everything I've tried to do with Theology Mythbusters, I mean, hell, it's a massive, huge group, and it could have great participation, but the administration of the group isn't solely me, even though it looks like it, and that's, to me, it is honestly a little bit frustrating, because to be fair, it sucks when a person takes the majority of the responsibility but doesn't have any more say than anyone else. It sucks when there's one person who's doing the work, doing the legwork. I mean, if you look at all those documents posted, I was the one who researched them and compiled them and all of that stuff. When it comes to the calling of myths and actually reining it in, it's like it seemed like I was the only one who took it seriously, and I tried to get other people on board and to really be invested in it. But ultimately speaking, it was Tyler Archibald who cast the vision, and I primarily took it up. And from that point forward, even though there was a shared responsibility, once again it became a cult of personality. And I honestly, if I can be a little vulnerable, I'll say it's a failure of leadership on my behalf that when I leave a group, everything stops. I feel like, yeah, I feel like I didn't mean to make it about me, and I never want to make it about me. But it seems like if there's a movement that I get going and I can't let it continue without me being involved, well, all that movement is people just riding along and following that, and that makes me feel really guilty. It actually makes me feel like I'm almost like grasping at God's glory and taking it for myself, and I get really uncomfortable, and then I want to back off and not have anything to do with it because I feel like I'm just trying to be someone I'm not. So it's
I don't think that's an accurate reflection of I don't think it's a cult of personality or anything. I think what's happening is that no one else wants to take the initiative that you're willing, or they don't feel the what's the term?
There's not a
They
lot
don't
of
feel
content.
released to take that initiative.
There's not a lot of content to respond to because people aren't taking the initiative to provide content. So, and when that does happen, I mean, because other people do have a lot of things that are on their plates.
Oh, that's
So
understandable.
It's a majority versus minority sort of position insofar as who can provide content with a constant stream and who can participate semi-casually. It's a matter of logistics, not of moral failure.
And I'll definitely admit that I do have more time than most, but at the same time, my goal is not to create a following. I've never had an interest in being a cult leader. I've never had an interest in being a central personality. Yeah, I tend to grab the spotlight, but that's just because I like to have fun, and I love people.
I don't think you have.
I'm not very deep. Sorry, go ahead, Jasper.
I don't think you've gone into any kind of ego trips or anything, Eric. That I've seen. And I was wondering though, how many groups do you man? How many are you administrating?
Currently 10 active ones. There's more that are rather inactive, but 10 that are pretty active.
That's a small digital empire.
Well, it tends to be, a lot of it is the same people. It's just I categorize things, but yeah, you got politics group. I got probably like 5 of them are theologically based, but you get the politics groups, and you get the personal friends groups, and then there's a couple of humor groups and things like that. And I really want to focus on my primary focus right now. And this is like the focus of the show and everything I do on Facebook. In fact, the whole focus of my life. I want a deeper relationship with my God, and I think an essential part of a deeper relationship with your God is participating in other people's deeper relationship with their God. And one of the most significant ways, one of the most impactful ways that you can participate in another person's relationship with God is by leading them to your understanding and allowing them to lead you to their understanding. That mutual exchange of understanding. And I mean, we all know that we both have the Spirit of God in us. So that essentially, in my experience of you, I'm experiencing God because He's there. He's in that. He should be, at least. and by you experiencing me, I should hope that you would experience the grace of Christ. Because if I'm not exhibiting the heart of Christ, then I'm hopeless, you know. That's all I want. As I want the unity that Christ seemed to engender, where it didn't have to do with this super complex technical understanding of hidden truths, but it was all about the rubber meeting the road and how we love each other and how we see the character of God and how it's expressed in the universe. And so on Facebook, it's kind of hard because I'm a playful guy. I'm also a cantankerous guy. I really got along great with E.B. Dickey so well just because I felt him, you know. I felt where he was coming from, and because of my go ahead.
I'm saying he left no doubt where he came from.
Mm.
He would go after it, you know.
Well,
emotionally he would, but he wouldn't come out and spell out that he was just mad that someone saw what he wanted and wouldn't answer his question.
Yeah.
What was funny was he was on this kick about Christian perfection, and that the progress from being a babe in Christ to adulthood. I'm not sure what all that entailed for him, but he was really big on that. And he would just get really upset about what was funny was he was getting cussing mad. You would never think with his attitude that this guy is a believer. And I say,
yeah,
you're going on about Christian perfection and being perfect in Christ, and you're F-bombing and whatever else you're doing. You know, you couldn't figure out what to make of this
guy. My great trouble with it was that he would really call anyone out on perceived ad hominems, but then he would turn around and in like the very next sentence, that after the next comma, he would call people things like moron, pooping moron, this, that, and it's like.
But the thing is, though, he would usually be very careful about it, and he'd say it was justified somehow.
Yeah. That's where hyper logic leads you, and that's really where I'm trying to get away from, is that hyper logic. And maybe that's why I felt such a kindredness with him, is because my weaknesses really resonated with him.
What was? Do you know how he died?
Heart attack, I believe.
But I got the impression it was an ongoing thing.
Yes, he definitely had a heart condition. Yeah, I talked to Penny. Penny Flam, I believe her name is, on Facebook. I talked to her a bit about it. Apparently, she was his emergency contact. His cardiologist called her when the incident happened, and I guess apparently she had been expecting it, because this, like you had mentioned, was an ongoing thing. And well, I mean, obviously everyone could tell he probably had some pretty high blood pressure. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. It's just I sit here and I can't. I kind of go a little along with you guys in critiquing the dude and everything. All I think of is some of my best friends that I've ever known have been total douchebags in one way, but totally awesome in another. And it's making that transition from seeing them as the douchebag that they are to seeing the awesomeness there. And with Brad, I kind of felt that that there was a deeper person there, and I myself just really regret not getting to know him better. I really like knowing people. I just really wish I could have at least had a phone conversation with them. Just a man-to-man chat. Just say, hey, what's up? How you doing? Nothing special. I mean, we don't got to talk theology. What's going on with your life? I feel like there could have been a much deeper personal connection there, and things like that really they hit me.
Yeah.
I've lost a lot of people. Probably some of the closest people in all of my life have died in the past 6 years. My brother, my grandfather, my best friend, another really good friend. So many people I've lost in the past few years, and all I think about is what conversations we could have had. How much better we could have understood each other, what I could have learned from them, what they could have taught me, how they could have enriched my life, and how I will never be able to touch that ever again. Life has become very, very, very precious to me. Were you going to say something, Matthew?
I was just
I
in
thought
thought of sorts, and elsewhere. My mind is kind of in different places.
until 3, so good night.
Okay, you have a good night, Jasper.
Have a
Thanks
good
for
night,
joining
sir.
us.
See you later.
Good night to my reptilian overlord.
Forget it. Don't let the grace.
It's
It's
the end of us
probably
all.
winding down. Time for me to go as well, my good friend.
Yeah, I think this is probably a good point to draw the whole show to a close. I would like to, before you go, Matthew, because I don't want you to just drop out and not have any more input. David, we're going to have a show in the middle of the week because I really feel you. There gets to be a social vibe where we're just going with things, and there's some really on-point focused things that you want to really get out. And I feel the same way, too, a lot of times. And it's like
David, I think, had to go work on something, but he'll probably re-review this on
all
there.
right. If he's out, then I'll just draw the whole broadcast.
But I do think that an interview type of setting would be good for you and David on a one-by-one kind of thing, because you can't have that. It's your show. It's good to shake it up, especially since YouTube is the kind of medium where you can more or less do what you want.
Well, dude, there's a reason you're in the admins group. It's our show. It's not mine. I understand that I tend to take.
I say your show in the sense that you're the one that does the majority of the administration, of it.
I just don't want you to feel disenfranchised because it wouldn't be the show without you.
Right. I mean, I don't. I'm a content creator in a sense rather than an administrator. I'm more like an anchorman than the cameraman here. That's
cool.
Kind of the way it functions. Like, that's a bad metaphor, I suppose, because I don't know how that works.
Hey, it works. I mean, I see the thing about you, Matthew. Your unique personality traits is you really tend to zero in on a lot of things that other people miss, that fall between the cracks. And you hear those details and you build these greater truths off of them. And that's one of the things I appreciate so much about you, is that you have that greater framework in mind. And you're always gravitating towards reconciling all of those myriads of truths with that greater framework.
Yeah.
And you're good at it too.
And thank you. And that is the kind of role that I do play. That's one of the reasons why I'm able to be so cooperative with Justin, because he's got his way of things, and we have a good ecosystem going.
Yeah, an anarchist and a monarchist being best friends. How does that work?
Yeah, I think it's because we understand each other's positions, and it's like, as a monarchist, I take that as the not maybe the conclusion, but as the the fine manifestation of what it would be if everybody was into non-aggressive property ownership and the family as being, kind of the fundamental communal unit.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I
Sandra,
think
we just got a message saying that Sandra wants to come on.
I can't. I gotta go. I
I
can't.
gotta go as well.
Yeah. So I next time definitely. I definitely want to have a very in-depth dialogue with Sandra.
You
So
could start having like weekly events, whereas the social coming together is a Sunday night matter. Like with our special guest this week, this Wednesday, whatever, that kind of thing. That would work out.
well, I tend my thought, and I've been letting it evolve organically. I haven't had a stranglehold on it or anything. But what I'm seeing is Sunday, especially, being like that transition between all the partying from the weekend into the seriousness of the week and all of that stuff. It just seems to be more of a recap of all of the week's conversations on Facebook at the end of the day. So that's why I've kind of been reluctant to categorize things. I've been more and more reluctant. I started off totally categorically, and nowadays it's like we're going to talk about whatever we're going to talk about.
Organic categories is the thing that
Yeah.
I really enjoy. It's order without stringence.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I don't try to be too strict on. I know it's a tough balance, and David's gonna bitch at me tomorrow about it, but yeah, I feel him because there's a lot of times where we do go off on our tangents, and it's like we are losing time and actually, sorting through stuff. But I think that's like when we had that midweek show with Drew on. I don't know if you caught that at all.
I didn't catch it. I was at work.
Well, it's on channel, so I mean, it was actually a decent conversation. We had a real, Johnny made fun of Drew a little bit, which was really funny. But it was definitely an interesting show. It was only 2 hours, which is uncharacteristically short, but it was definitely profitable, and that's where if we're gonna have a focused topic or a one-on-one interview, I would like that to be a separate thing. I would like to keep the Sundays for our powwow time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to go now, my good friend.
All right, you have a good night, Matthew.
Have a good night.
Like I said,
you might want to talk to Sandra a little bit.
I will. I will definitely make sure to touch base with her.
All right.
All right.
Have a good night.
You have a good night too. So, we've talked about a lot of stuff tonight, huh? Holy cow. I don't even know where to go. I mean, I guess I kind of should say a few things to end it. I mean, ultimately speaking, for once, I've been the one talking most of the time, and it's kind of hard to really encapsulate all of these issues because in my mind, none of them are separate from one another. And that's why this show has such a variety of content. Why, like Matthew and I were just talking, it's hard to categorize those things that defy categories because you can say it's this thing, but what happens when it branches out into that next thing? And that's one of the blessings and curses of Western culture is we've learned to categorize knowledge and categorize ideas and categorize all of our approaches to life, and these have served a function, especially industrialized society. They've definitely served a function, but when it comes to that greater picture, that more comprehensive view of the world and how everything works, I think we need to come to grips with the fact that life just isn't that simple, that everything has to do with everything else, whether it's politics or sexuality or religion or philosophy or science or whatever, it's math even. I mean, it's a temptation for the more technically minded people to boil it down to math. But then you go back to what I've mentioned in broadcasts before, where we're bleeding God dry. We're, through our derivations of our mathematical concepts of who God must be, we are robbing him of the lifeblood of who he really is. And that's the thing. We can't rob ourselves of that lifeblood. It's not just in theology, it's in everything. Politics has more to do than just pragmatism. Our social policy has more to do than just a simple matter of what works and makes us happiest. That's my critique of the gay pride movement. Is it's all about self-gratification without a greater vision of the larger impact on our posterity, where we're going with this as a culture, and what the end will be of it. And to be honest with you, I don't think most of them care about that. It's all about here and now. YOLO, YOLO, you only live once, whatever, if you want to take that shallow view, that's your prerogative. I think that there's a greater context involved in all of this. And it's unfortunate that homosexuality has taken such a limelight these days, because to me it's really such a peripheral issue to the greater cultural congress that's taking place. It just doesn't seem to me to be that particularly relevant until it's in your face, because you have a very small, even at the greatest estimates, we're talking 3% of the population. More accurate estimates, I think, would take it to about a 1% or a less than 1% of the population. This 1% of the population is dominating the public discourse. It's dominating discussions on public policy. And to me, I see it as a distraction from a lot of other stuff. I know to the people who are intimately involved, it matters very much. But for the rest of us, well, we have our own lives too. And, well, I hate to be too hard-nosed about it, but the gay community isn't what makes the world go round. In fact, if anything, inadvertently, unintentionally, there's two ways you could look at it. You could say they're throwing a monkey wrench into things, or you could say that they're actually inspiring us to a positive change. Fair enough. I'm not going to have that debate here, especially when I'm the only one talking. What I will say is, we are jumping on board of a ship that has no destination. We're embarking on a journey into the great unknown with treacherous waters ahead, with the confidence that we will navigate it through. Well, Christopher Columbus had some good luck, but history only tells the tales of those who have success. How about all those who tried and failed? And with this culture, I see some very deep parallels to probably more than anything Rome. If there's any other culture that mirrors this culture, it's the culture of the Roman Empire. And in some ways, I see modern Western culture as being almost an extension of the Roman Empire that never truly died. In biblical parlance, perhaps you could call Western society as we know it today as the revived Roman Empire. Who knows? Just ideas that I play with, nothing I'm dogmatic about, just things that, just thoughts that occupy my mind. And so, looking at all of these complex issues, we didn't talk about idealism as much as I wanted to, When we talked about it, it took a form that I was trying to avoid, which is that highly technical, jargon-laced form. And I don't think it needs to be like that. But when you look at the world as though everything is thought, everything is ideal, not ideal as in the best it could be, but ideal as in a representation of an idea, things tend to make sense. When you start looking at the substance and making that primary, it gets really confusing, and it gets harder and harder to make it make sense. I look at idealism, I look at theology, I look at politics, I look at psychology, anthropology, sexuality, and everything. And to me, it's all just different sides of the same shape. It's just different angles to see the same object. And the more we can connect those dots, the more we can draw that fully into focus, I think the more that we will actually be on the path to genuine understanding, enlightenment, if you want to call it that, transcendence even. I mean, who knows? Who knows what the limits of the mind are? Who knows what we can do if we would throw off the fetters of our preconceptions and our axiomatic statements that are not justified to be axiomatic. I mean, what are the limits of being, of human cognizance, human consciousness? I'm rather convinced that what we think of as consciousness is the tip of the iceberg, and I think that hypnotherapy has proven that there's a vast body of being and cognizance beneath that. And we're not really interacting with that so much, but maybe we could interact with it more. Esoteric truths, fringe ideas, yet that stringent, logically consistent epistemology. To me, this is the wandering pilgrims. We wonder as we wander. We are pilgrims sojourning in a world that is not our own. Yet we're kindred to one another and even to the world. We're separate from the world, but yet we can't separate ourselves from the world. And so we wonder while we wander. And that's what this show is all about. Really glad anyone who saw this, anyone who watched it, I'm so privileged that you gave me the time to hear my meandering thoughts and the inanities of all of our animated participants, and I'm very appreciative to the participants as well. We have a rather ragtag band that we've gathered together, and I think that we have some good talks. And I'm really glad that you were able to share in that. And I hope that you'll share in it in the future. Until then, keep wondering.